Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Hello, eccentric character known as Tom Green.
Joe, how are you?
You're the wild man living in a van now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You are that eccentric character. You go from being a television and movie star to being a wild man traveling the land with your vagabond dog that you got from another country.
Yeah.
She's a rescue from the Bahamas.
Yeah, Charlie. Yeah, she's rescued from the Bahamas.
She's goddamn adorable, by the way. I love her.
She's beautiful.
And
I'll show
you
everyone.
are this eccentric character now. Look at you.
I guess so. I feel like in some ways what I'm doing right now is the most normal thing I've done in my life, but it is actually kind of crazy too.
It's crazy compared to people, but I think it fits you like a glove. I really do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I like going out into the wilderness. I always have.
Yeah.
And I've been out in this van that I just got, which is amazing, and I'm going pretty hard with it.
Is this the first time you've been tested since you got tested the last time on my show?
I got tested one time between, but that's another interesting story. But
let's hear it. What happened?
Well, my ex-wife asked me to come on her talk show, and I hadn't talked to her in 15 years.
Oh, Drew?
Drew, yeah. So,
oh.
And so I thought,
was that a trap?
It was nice. It was nice.
Did you get nervous?
It was nice. It was nice. We had a good time.
That's cool.
And but I had to get tested to do the show. And but it was interesting because it was a very sort of interesting thing because we hadn't talked in 15 years
At all.
Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden I got a call from her saying, "Hey, you want to come and do the new show?" And her new show's really pretty wacky. She's getting really kind of.
I like how you put your hands out for wacky.
Oh yeah,
wacky.
Like she's definitely pushing it in a very sort of. I'm enjoying the show. It's very funny what she's doing. Very, very, very over the top. Some of the things she does on there.
That's representative of her as well.
It reminds me a lot of her. It is her, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
What she really is, like who she really is.
I think so, yeah.
Well, as you get older, like you tend to be able to figure out who you really are better. Like with you, like doing this van thing.
Now I'm the guy living down by the river in the van. Yeah.
It makes sense to me. When you told me you were going to do that, I'm going to travel across the country and just drive around the van with my dog. I was like, I could see you enjoying that.
Yeah, it's a whole world, man. It's a whole world that that I didn't really even know about. Like I didn't know. In Canada, it's called Crown Land. Here, it's called BLM land, Bureau of Land Managed Land. I'm sure you know all about that from hunting and going out into the wilderness. I didn't really know about Bureau of Land Management land, and there's certain apps that will show you all the fire roads, all the remote places that you can go and do dispersed camping, go boondocking.
Does your van have off-road capabilities? Can you drive on rugged trails?
Yeah, pretty good. I got like. It's not an off-road vehicle. It's a Ram ProMaster 2500. It's a delivery truck that they convert into.
A lot of people are doing that these days.
Yeah.
My friend Tim Poole did that. I believe he got a Ram as well.
Yeah.
His was a Ram, wasn't it, Jamie? I think it's a Ram as well, and he did the same thing. He turned it into a bug-out van.
So the Ram is wider than the Mercedes Sprinter van, which you see a lot of. It's wider, so I can actually sleep full width-wise. The bed's width-wise at the back, but it was just kind of happened pretty randomly. I saw this clip online of these guys in Arizona who convert the vans. I called them up. They were on Shark Tank. These guys. They're called Boho. This van's called Boho. They're really cool dudes.
Boho?
Yeah, Boho.
Like B-O-H-O?
Yeah, and by the way, they are like. They love this that I'm here right now. They're your biggest fan. They literally have watched every episode of your show, and so they're gonna take a shit right now. They're probably really happy that I'm mentioning them on the show. But they were on Shark Tank. These two young guys. They started this company where they bought Ram ProMasters, totally independent thing, and they do this great carpentry. Like they build out the inside. It's all cedar.
Do you have images of your van online?
Yeah,
there you are.
That's the inside of the van there. And see, I got my studio.
I like the wood. That's nice.
Yeah. And see, like I got my speakers set up, and the thing that's kind of like cool about this in the Mojave Desert. There's Charlie chilling.
Look at her.
Yeah.
So when you say you have your studio, so you're doing your podcast from the road.
Yeah, exactly.
And how are you doing it? Like whenever you feel like it, you just fire up the podcast when you've got something to say and...
Yeah.
Dude, that thing looks killer in there.
Yeah. See?
You got a little kitchenette set up, and how are you cooking?
There's the vent.
Oh, you got an awning?
And I'm shooting these drone shots too, which are pretty fun.
Dude, you're rolling drones. Look at this.
Yeah. This is the Mojave. Check out all those Joshua trees burned. Those are burned Joshua trees.
Oh, wow.
But so it's kind of like I've always been into the techie kind of building out studio stuff, right? So that's when I found out about these vans. The thing that really kind of piqued my interest is the battery and solar technology that exists now. So there's 2 solar panels on the roof, and in the back I've got these batteries. Okay, they're called battle-borne batteries. They're like really solid. Like they use them in sailboats to go around the world, basically. And there's 4 of them, and the solar panels are charging them constantly. So I've got my computers, I've got my cameras, I've got my drone. I'm charging batteries all the time. I've got a refrigerator in there, so I can have cold beer, right? And it's sweet. So I can go out into the middle of nowhere and have virtually unlimited electronic capability and just stay there as long as I want until I run out of food.
Wow. And so those solar panels, how efficient are they? Like, will they power your studio and all that stuff where you don't have to use your engine? You don't have to start up and use gas?
Exactly.
Are you running diesel in your van?
No, but
gas.
That just happened to be the way it went because that van was available and I got that one. But
how's the gas mileage?
It's pretty good.
Like that?
I'll tell you one thing though. I am always filling up. Like I never let it go below 3/4 of a tank because
just in case shit gets weird.
I never know where I'm going every day. That's I got some weird stories over the last 6 weeks where I've just been like not sure where I'm going to sleep and the sun's going down and then I end up going down a crazy road and then the first night I got stuck in the Mojave Desert because I looked up on this app, Dispersed Fire Road. I'm thinking, oh, that's pretty cool. I get there, there's a sign that says tortoises crossing, careful. I start driving out into the desert. I'm 200 yards in, I get stuck because it's the soft sand, get stuck in the soft sand. So I've been a little more careful, but
how do you get out when you get stuck in the soft sand?
Call AAA.
Oh, AAA comes to the desert.
I was 100 yards from the freeway. It was
Jesus
like I hadn't even
Christ.
gotten into it yet. It was so pathetic. It was hilarious actually because I've been planning for months, and then all of a sudden I'm seeing the free. This was outside Barstow or something like that.
Before we get into your adventure, I want to get more into this van build.
Yeah.
So you started it out with just buying this van. Is it a new van or did you buy it?
Brand new? Yeah.
So you bought a brand new van and then you bring it to these boho guys.
Yeah.
And these guys, what do? They ask you, what are you planning on doing? You plan on using this as a studio? Like your idea from the jump was to do your podcast on the road with no plans other than your own whims, right? So when you do something like that, how do you know what you're going to need? You didn't really have any experience in like off-roading or that kind of living out of a van.
Yeah, not really.
How did you know what you're going to need? Like, did you research it?
Yeah. So, well, there's a couple of categories of research. One was just building the studio itself. So I built the studio at home first. That was just the nitty-gritty technical stuff. What kind of microphones, what kind of amps and preamps I'm going to use. And I have some amps that use tubes. I got rid of those because I figured the tubes would rattle out in the dirt road. So boring techie stuff. But as far as the survival and the food and all of that and the van, they've been real great. Like I built my studio equipment into a road case, and I knew that I thought, well, that could fit under the bed, and then we sort of planned it out where there's a little door that opens and you can access it under the bed, and we've wired all the cables through the walls, and it's pretty efficient. So
you had everything you need to do a podcast down into one box. So you just pull that box out, and then you're ready to roll.
It's actually permanently housed under the bed. So I have a table that pulls out. That table I was sitting at there, and just under there, a little door opens, microphones plugged in, and away you go. But the other side of it is like a lot of the video stuff too, like the drone, the cameras. Like I've got some new cameras that I'm kind of messing with that are exciting to me, and so I'm kind of out there. The thing that I was thinking, am I going to get bored out here?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
I'm all alone with
lonely.
Yeah, am I going to get bored or lonely?
Yeah,
and I haven't, because I've populated the van with stuff to do. So when I get bored of the drone, then I'm making music too. So I've made It's a recording music studio too.
What kind of music?
Well, I'm doing some sort of different stuff. I've got my acoustic guitar, so I'm going to start doing some country rap type of.
Are you going to go on tour?
Country rap. I call it crap, Joe. It's a country.
Are you going to go on tour?
Maybe, yeah.
As a singer?
Well, yeah, I could see that. No, I don't know. I mean, I probably maybe incorporate it into my stand-up or something like that. I was a rapper when I was a teenager, so maybe
I remember.
Get back into that.
So to get back to this build out, so you get it where you're ready. You still have your house in LA, right? Mm-hmm. And then you decide, all right, let's do it. Mm-hmm. You start the car up and you go. Where did you go?
I drove out into the Mojave Desert. And
that's the first place.
With the destination was Utah, and so I started by going out to the Mojave Desert.
And what time of the year was this?
This was, I guess, 6 or 7 weeks ago. I guess I've been on the road ever since.
Wow.
Yeah, haven't. It was great, man.
Just eating out of your van?
Yeah. So that was part of planning, like the food. So I've got these big Rubbermaid containers in the trunk, 4 of them.
Do you have a refrigerator?
I have a refrigerator. Yep.
Is that solar powered as well?
It runs off the electric system. So the solar's charging the batteries, and the batteries run the electric for the whole van. All the lights are LED, so it's very, effective, efficient, and the fridge is also high efficiency cooler essentially. So
is it like one of those roll-out coolers that people have?
It's under one of the seats. It's called a Dometic. That's cooler.
Because there's a lot of guys who do what are they? It's not. They don't call it off-roading. What do they call it when they go out into the wilderness?
Boondocking.
I don't think they call it that either.
Okay. That's the van life term for what people are doing with these vans now. But where they go off grid and boondocking is I think it's a Filipino word from the U.S. military brought that word.
There's a lot of people that plan. They get a kick out of meticulously planning like a 500-mile venture through the off-road, through the wilderness with these like off-road. I forget what they call it, trekking. God damn it.
Oh yeah.
But it's like I got into it for a while. I went down a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
There's tons of videos on YouTube of these guys overlanding. Sorry, that's what they call it, overlanding.
So I'm not going. I don't have extra fuel, so I've got my tank of fuel. So I usually, when I get off the main highway, I make sure I've got full tank, and I've gotten close to running out of fuel.
Have you thought, now that you've had this thing for 6 weeks, you've been doing it for 6 weeks, to make revisions? Like maybe have some exterior fuel canisters, maybe put an extended range gas tank in. Have you been thinking about all these things? Yeah.
I love these questions.
Yeah, overlanders do all that stuff.
So there's definitely. Definitely, the thing is this van is I could. I mean, look, I'm amazed how remote you can go. And this is what I kind of talk about on my social media and some of the videos I make on YouTube. I'm sometimes sort of telling people like, hey, if you're like sitting around at home right now and you're bored and you're angry about shit and you can just get in your car and drive out to these beautiful places. The last week I was on the top of a mountain in the Lincoln National Forest, right on the border of New Mexico and Texas. And there's drone shots where there's nobody for seems like 100 miles. I drove for an hour up this 2-lane paved highway and didn't see a car the entire time driving there. And then you get up there and you find a place to camp, and it's hunters are up there, so there's lots of dispersed spots with fire pits, and you're up there all by yourself, and you get up in the morning, and I make coffee with this gas-powered kettle, so I'm not eating my battery. And, I got all these propane tanks. I got a Coleman stove. I'm cooking with my Coleman stove. I got lots of cans of beans. I'm eating a lot of Spam. And Ragu. I remember you gave me some shit about the Ragu last time. It's pretty good, the Ragu.
I don't think I gave you shit. I think I was just kind of joking around with you. But
yeah, but I'm eating a lot of canned food. Because part of what happened was this started from the whole quarantining, right? I got all this canned food for the house, and I was just cooking for myself, and then I thought, I could just take this out, take this on the road.
So you're spending a lot of time with no people. Mm-hmm. Like, did it feel weird coming here? Like, there's all the people, security people here, and Jamie and Jeff and me. Did it feel weird? Like, all these people? Mm-hmm. What does it feel like?
You know, it's interesting because you start to feel a little bit, and I think this is probably something that maybe is affecting everybody with the quarantining and the pandemic and all that stuff. Maybe not. Maybe certainly not everyone's in their van. But you start to get to the point where you think, maybe I didn't get social anxiety coming here because, like, I know you guys are getting all tested and all that stuff, but I have a little bit, I have a little bit more paranoia about getting this virus than the average person.
Because of cancer? Because the fact that you have cancer?
I think so, yeah.
Makes sense.
So, because I just don't, it's not even that I feel like I'm more susceptible to it. It's just I really hate being sick. When I had cancer, I was in the hospital for 6 weeks. It was like painful. I just hate it. I hate that loss of control, So, but no, I mean.
Are you taking care of yourself, like vitamin-wise? Are you taking supplements?
I think I'm eating pretty healthy. I don't
with
take
your Spam and Ragu?
But I mean, like, there's a lot of vitamins in that.
Slow down.
There's a lot of vitamins in that stuff.
No.
Look, I'm
Are you getting any
I'm
fresh
exercising.
vegetables?
I take a lot of walk. I'm doing a lot of walks.
That's cool.
I'm going deep
That's good.
into these woods.
Are you getting any fresh vegetables at all?
I have canned corn. I have a large quantity of canned corn.
Corn is barely a vegetable.
I was told corn. Corn, rice, and beans is enough for subsistence.
Yeah, you can stay alive.
That's
Your
what
heart
I'm just
will
trying to
stay
stay alive.
beating.
I'm just trying to stay alive.
But no, I want you to take care of yourself, like vitamins and nutrients, and corn has very little of that.
I have onions.
That's not good.
They last a long time, and potatoes.
Yeah, well, there's a little bit in potatoes.
Potatoes.
You kind of live off of potatoes.
They last a long time. Full disclosure, just to be clear, I have done a few, curbside pickup at Walmart, and I've got oranges. So I've got oranges.
Oh, so you won't go inside?
Yeah, not really trying to not to go inside. I have gone inside a couple of times, admittedly.
You're nervous about going inside a Walmart?
I did do it once, yeah, because it was late and I was quite hungry.
But you're hardcore with this fear of the virus.
I'm not sure how. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I am sure that I am. But I also am not enjoying. That's the wrong word. I'm just trying to see if I can do it too. I'm trying to see if I can do it. Is it possible to go remote, off the grid, and just sort of be disconnected from the luxuries that we're used to having in life, of being able to go to a Walmart and grab any food you want, I think I'll have some sushi, okay, I think I'll grab a plate of fresh cut steak. I mean, it's kind of interesting to kind of go out into these places that are incredibly remote and beautiful, and to cook on a open flame. And I brought a fishing rod, haven't caught anything yet.
Have you done any fishing?
I did a little bit, but I honestly haven't had a lot of time.
How are you getting your licenses?
Online.
Online, yeah.
Yeah, I did bring a shotgun as well.
Oh, Jesus. For protection or for birds?
Well,
rabbits.
I've been hunting, but I have not actually seen an animal yet.
No animals at all?
No.
Are you bringing your dog? That might be a part of the problem.
No, I don't bring the dog, actually. I don't.
So when you say you go hunting, what are you hunting for?
Well, in my mind, it would be for birds. I have a bird gun. So, but
what gauge?
It's a 12 gauge.
That's
Benelli.
a big gun for birds.
Is it? Well,
yeah.
Well, I guess I got. Yeah, I guess so. It's a Benelli.
Like for ducks, I guess.
Maybe. I don't even know what I'm doing, Joe. I don't know.
But what birds are you targeting?
Well, I'm not really, honestly. I honestly have it just because I feel like when I'm going in bear country, and when I go walking deep into the woods, I kind of feel a little nervous. So I've got my bear spray, I've got my hunting knife, I've got my hands.
You ready to rock?
I'm ready to rock. But I honestly, I just like to walk in the woods, and I like to go deep out into the woods, and I bring a compass with me, and I go way out. I have the system to not get lost. Okay, I know it sounds crazy. I have a system, yeah.
What's the system?
Well, basically, so like last week I was up on this mountaintop in the Lincoln National Forest, and so there was a sort of a long, straight, I'd call it like a ravine or something. So I just walked straight along that ravine. I knew that would lead back to the van. And I followed that until probably a mile or so, until I hit a landmark that went that way. It was a sort of a limestone ledge that went straight. So I don't go so far that I'm going in circles, right? But I'm always keeping very good track on those landmarks, and I just know that, okay, I walked a mile down to this ravine, and this ravine to this limestone ledge. Now I'll walk a mile that way.
Do you find yourself way more aware of where you are because you have to be responsible for yourself, and because you are alone, off-grid, different than you would be that if you were with a bunch of friends wandering around, you probably wouldn't be paying that much attention?
I love it. It's my favorite thing. I really do love it. We talked about it before, how I used to go out on canoe trips in Canada when I was a kid, and just, this is the first time I've ever done it alone. I've never done camping alone before. Who goes camping alone? But, there's something even really extra special about it.
Yeah,
and so,
I have a lot of friends who really enjoy it.
And to clarify, like, I do bring the dog with me on a lot of these walks, and when I have the shotgun, but I have no intention of firing the gun. Because I don't want to hurt her ears, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
But if I ever went with the intention of possibly firing the gun, then I leave her, in the van.
You have to worry about coyotes with her, huh?
Oh yeah, and she this happened a couple nights ago. It was really kind of interesting. Dogs are so smart.
We should let everybody know she's a little doggy, but she's adorable.
Let's just let everyone say hi to her. So the other night.
Say hi, Chopper.
The other night.
Hi, sweetie. She was sleeping. You could tell. She's like, Dad, I was just sleeping. What are you doing?
The other night, we were surrounded by them. Multiple times we've been surrounded by them in the van at night. It was sort of late at night, and I had a campfire going, and we just heard I don't know, more than I've ever heard, actually. They must have been 30 or something out there. And they were howling, and for a moment she barked, and then I said, quiet. And then she sort of realized. I could see her realize, because she barks at everything. There's a video I've put up on my YouTube, which is pretty funny, because, we saw javelina, a wild boar.
Don't kill your dog too, man.
Yeah, we were in the van. So we were driving down this road. This was in New Mexico. And I'm getting my camera to get this shot of this, wild boar. And
It's not really a javelina is not really a pig. It looks like a pig, but it's not. It's a peccary. It's a different kind of animal.
Yeah. It was. I think it was. It wasn't a wild boar. It was a
javelina. Yeah,
I think it was. Yeah, I'd never seen one before.
Where was this?
New Mexico.
Yeah, they have them out there.
In the Gila National Forest. Gila.
Yeah.
So
she's so cute.
So she starts barking at it.
Look at this.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, you got video footage of it. Oh yeah, that's
so I got
definitely
the shot. You'll see.
javelina.
And she starts barking. And then it runs off.
They're vicious little fuckers. They killed Stanhope's neighbor's dog.
Oh, really? Yeah. There it goes.
They surround. It's interesting that it's by itself.
Yeah. So actually, later we were just up the road. We drove by a river.
Look at her. She barks and then she yawns. She's so well taken care of. She's not worried.
Good job pulling that video up,
That's
Jamie.
dope.
That's pretty impressive. You guys.
Wow, look how beautiful that is.
Yeah. So that next shot there.
God, look at
so
that
this is the
landscape.
deer. She scares the deer away here, and this is. That is just outside of Las Cruces, New Mexico.
You got a few deer out there. Okay,
yeah,
mule deer.
There's a lot out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've got. That's not actually my good.
That's
lens.
in New Mexico, huh?
That's in New Mexico.
And she's barking at the deer.
Yeah.
Wow. What time? When was this?
This
How long ago?
was I don't know, a week ago.
They might be in season, son.
Oh yeah. When I'm out for my walk, I've got my hunter orange on. And
do you have a license to shoot deer? You have a tag?
I don't know.
No.
I just have a small game license just for New Mexico.
If you got a deer, do you know what to do with it?
Well,
I mean,
I
if you had
have
a deer
no
tag,
intention of shooting a deer because I'm by myself. I mean, what am I going to do with it?
Well, you don't have enough
But
refrigeration.
I do have Steve
that's the problem.
Ranelli's book on small game preparation. And
Oh,
field
really?
Preparation.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I loved your episode of that, by the way.
I just did one with him a couple days ago.
A new one?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. How long ago was that? 5 days ago? 5 episodes ago? Week? Yeah, he's awesome.
I particularly liked the
little face. Look at that little face. Look at her.
She's
She's so
secret.
cute. First thing she did to me is bite me.
Aw.
She can run up to me, wagging her tail, and bit my fingers.
She's
Like
still
she just
teething.
wants to play.
She's still teething a little
How
bit.
old is she?
She's solidly 6.5 months. Yeah.
She's so cute. She's so playful too.
Yeah. So like full disclosure though, like I've never really hunted before. I'm not a hunter. I've never hunted before. A lot of fishing. Grew up fishing. Did a ton of that. But there's something about being all alone in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
At night, surrounded by coyotes, that I'd be lying if I say it wasn't a little bit scary. Like it's a little bit scary.
There's something about those alone trips that people say you do sort of an inventory of your life and start assessing your behavior and who you are, and you're alone for so long that you're forced to sort of think about what you've done, and are you happy with your choices in life? Are you happy with your job? Are you happy with your relationships?
Yeah.
Is that what you're experiencing too?
Oh yeah.
My friend Aaron Snyder, he's been on the podcast before. He owns Kafaru. It's a big backpack company. They make like really super high-end hunting backpacks, and he spends hundreds of days a year in the woods by himself.
Yeah.
Either by himself or with other people hunting, and he goes on these long backpacking solo adventures hunting, where he goes deep into the woods, many miles in by himself with just his camp on his back. That's it. And that's the thing that he's always says is that you get in there, and then once you get back to civilization, you want to call ex-girlfriends and apologize, you want to call friends and mend fences, and and just sort of like give you an inventory of what you've been. I think sometimes we get caught up in momentum in life. That life is a series of things that you have to do. You wake up in the morning, you have to be at work at a certain time. You try to get to the gym, you try to get this, and then you have phone calls you have to make, and then you have to, sync your calendar with the other people you're working with, and then there's this and that, and then you're planning for, in 2 weeks we have that meeting, and this and that, and blah, 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 blah. And you get so caught up in momentum, you never stop to take a breath and look at yourself and look at what you're doing and go, is this what I like? Is this what I want to do? Or is this something that am I on this like sled that's flying down the side of this snow-covered mountain and I don't know exactly how I'm going to get off of it?
And you made me think of something. A lot of the places I've been, no cell service. And so it's 3 days, and like maybe a text will fire out, but there's no video. There's no
reading YouTube comments.
No reading YouTube comments.
How nice is that?
Yeah, there's been a few days where I'll get the cell service,
and then immediately check
and
the
then
YouTube
I'm on
comments.
It more than I know. We talked about this before. I want to try to adopt that. What is it? You said post and ghost? I love that.
Post and ghost.
I want to try to adopt
move.
that because I have sort of gone the opposite approach. I'm like kind of interacting very much with those comments. And
well, I'm sure the fans like that, the nice fans.
I find it kind of a fun creative exercise. Like sometimes I'll have, a hater or whatever, and then I'll get into a little thing with him and it's fun. But for the most part, I've created kind of a very positive thing. But like what's fun is just getting away from it. From the phone, but like what you said is exactly what it's been like going through that. I just love it out there, and
what have you learned about yourself?
Definitely that I've been on my phone too much, but I think one thing that I've learned is that I actually do pretty well being alone. Actually, I was worried that maybe I would not be able to, like I thought, one of the things I was thinking when I started this whole process of planning, it was planned for several months, getting the van, getting all the stuff ready. I thought, what if I get out there and I can't stand it? What if I go, 2 days in, but I got to go home. I need my shower and my bed. But I actually, after a couple of days, I just started to really kind of get very relaxed, and you start to kind of feel a nice connection with nature, I guess. I mean, I'm going to bed at 8 at night, 9 at night, waking up at 5:30 in the morning, making my coffee as the sun is rising over a mountain. And so I'm watching the sunrise, and it's cold. It's cold in the morning up there, man. So especially when I was up in northern Utah, like cold. But there's a whole system to keeping the van warm and stuff too. But so
what's the system to keeping the van warm?
Well, so the first few weeks I didn't have this proper insulation on the windows, so I ordered this stuff that for the van windows.
Do you like glue it to the windows or something?
Magnets. There's these magnets. You just take it off. It's nice thick sort of a padding. And
so you heat up the van inside, and then you put that up, and
I
keeps
put it
the
on first. I
temperature?
just put it on. I put it on. It covers the windshield, the two front passenger, all windows. They're completely sealed. And then I start the engine, and I run it. I don't run the gas out, but I run it for 10 minutes. The thing heats up, and then I just don't open the door. And I do that right when it's time to kind of crash.
How long does it keep it warm for?
It's warm until I fall asleep, and then I wake up in the morning freezing my butt off. But no, it's not too bad. I mean, I don't think this would be something that you would want to go out in the winter in. But
Right.
This time of year, it's and down here in Texas, it was nice. The last few days have been nice.
There's a guy who's got a video. He's living out of his van too, doing the same sort of situation. He's very organized, got the whole deal, but he's doing it in Colorado.
Yeah.
And he's in the middle of the winter, like covered in snow, and does all these detailed things, like how he gets out of snow, what he does, and
Yeah.
how he stays warm.
Yeah, it's. I imagine it would be a lot less simple up in that kind of
Well,
temperature.
just camping in cold weather is rough. You have to have the right insulated sleeping bag. You have to make sure that you have
Yeah. Down booties.
down booties.
That's my new discovery on the internet, right? This is what's hilarious about the world we're living in now with the internet and everything, having access to everything. Before I left to start researching, here's a guy talking about winter camping. Down booties, right? There's these little feathery down things. You put them on your bare feet at night, and you wear them in your sleeping bag, and your feet are warm, right? If your feet are warm. So I start like sort of seeing all these little things that that'll help, these little products, and you go on Amazon, shows up at your house the next day. Your supplies start building up, But I have these down booties, and I've got nice merino wool undergarments and things like this, and I think is it merino wool? It's hunting stuff,
Merino wool is great because when you get wet, it doesn't make you cold.
Yeah.
Like if you get wet in cotton and then you get cold, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Like the issue is if you're going somewhere and you're hiking and it's cold out. Well, even though it's cold out, if you're hiking and you're wearing a lot of layers, you're going to sweat. But if you sweat and you're wearing cotton, you're in big trouble.
Right.
Because as soon as you cool off, that wet cotton freezes. It feels terrible.
Yeah.
But wool is different.
Yeah.
Wet wool keeps you warm.
Yeah.
Like you can be in wool and it gets wet. It's wet still. It's not the most comfortable thing, but you're warm.
Right.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Because it's like an animal fiber. It's
Yeah. I mean,
hair.
it's been relatively comfortable. There's been a few nights where I've been a little colder than I would have liked to have been, but and a lot of the places I've been it's no fires because of the dry. So there's but the last week I was in a place I could have a fire, so I keep a nice campfire going. I got
Were you
an
in
axe
Utah?
with
Where
me.
were you?
I was in that was up in the Gila National Forest.
In
No,
New
that was the
Mexico.
Lincoln National Forest. Lincoln National Forest.
So you went to New Mexico and then you drove your way up to Austin.
Well, first, so one of the most beautiful places I went, by the way, was in Utah. I went to this place called the Valley of the Gods on the
I've heard of that.
on the Navajo reservation there. Oh my gosh!
Yeah?
Oh, there's a video of that. I don't know if you have a video of that drone shot. It's like they shot all the John Wayne movies out there in Monument Valley, and then just down the road is this place called the Valley of the Gods. Look at this place. So look
man.
all alone right there. Look
That's
at that.
you. Look at that. That's your drone footage.
Yeah.
Wow.
And, a big part of this for me is also looking for places that are going to photograph well, because I enjoy photography and video. So
Do you have all this stuff on tomgreen.com? Is this on your YouTube channel?
I'm putting it on my YouTube channel, yeah. And then I link it to my website.
Wow.
Yeah, it's on tomgreen.com too, yeah. So I get these shots. You see Charlie chilling out there? Charlie is like intrigued by the drone. Like the first 10 times I've flown it, she just sort of she's going under the van because she hears the drone coming.
Did you call her Chopper and Charlie?
No, I must have just Charlie. Yeah.
Did someone call her Chopper? Did I just call her Chopper?
I don't know, maybe. Yeah.
I felt
That's
like
a
I
good.
did,
That's your
right?
new nickname. That's your new middle name, Charlie Chopper.
Why did I call her Chopper? Did someone else call her Chopper outside?
Yeah, Charlie. Yeah. Named after Travels with Charlie, the John Steinbeck novel, Travels with Charlie. And if you see on the van, see at the back, you can't read it, but there's a blurry word right above the rear wheel. It's Rocinante, which is what, right there, which was Steinbeck called his van, Rocinante, which is named after Don Quixote's horse. So there's
Wow.
multiple layers of homages there. But look at that shot. Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing. I love your shirt too. That's a very lumberjacky shirt you're wearing in there.
Oh, yeah. It's warm. It's warm.
Yeah.
The last shot of this video, I don't know if you can just scroll
God,
it ahead.
it's so pretty.
The last shot of this video, I waited for sunset. Oh, here's how I take a shower.
So you can just go out there and camp anywhere you want. Just pull over and camp.
Yeah.
Now, do you have any concern about running into serial killers?
Well, that's why I got the shotgun, Joe. But,
You look like a serial killer.
yeah,
Like you
yeah.
look like it could. Like if I was going through there with my family and
next
you were
shot
like,
after
"Hello," and you're just waving, I'd be like, "Oh fuck."
Yeah, they don't want to
Who's
mess
this
with
crazy
me. No one wants
guy?
to mess with me. Yeah, look at the last shot right after this, though. There's this sunset. I kind of like, look at those buttes in the background. See that?
Look
It's
at
the
you.
shot after this one. Just let it roll. You'll see. Just let it roll. You'll see. But I kind of like to wait for the sun to get these nice shots. So this is the shot here. Watch this drone shot. It's pretty cool. So, and to kind of get these interesting images, you'll see the sun will go.
Now, what do you strap on the drone? Is it built in with
It's
cameras?
got a camera on it. So this is just not even super. Look, watch the sun disappear. And then the music that's playing is music that I made in the van. This is a score. You can play the audio if you want. It's my music, but it's a score. I'm doing this sort of ambient score.
What kind of drugs are you getting?
Nothing too crazy. But so I see the sun pops.
This
up
is like
behind
ocean music.
me. Yeah.
This is like music that I expect to hear about, like a documentary on whales.
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
It's kind of a Brian Eno influence type of vibe.
Now, are you doing a video whenever you feel like it? Are you doing them on a schedule?
I kind of just am always shooting stuff, and then I'll edit, and sometimes the first month I didn't post as much because honestly I was just trying to figure out how to survive out there, and now I've got a good system. So I think the videos are going to start coming a little more fast and furious now.
Was there a moment where you were like, "What the fuck am I doing? I need to go back to LA."
Every day. Every day. Every single day I get up and I say that. For real.
Really?
And I'm not even exaggerating. Every day I get up and go, what the fuck am I doing?
But you keep going.
Yeah, because I have some things on the agenda that I want to accomplish in the next month in Texas when I leave here. First of all, I don't know where I'm sleeping tonight. Okay, I don't know where I'm going tonight, but I have a few little interesting tricks for that too. But if I ever get stuck in a bind where I've been driving and I haven't found a nice place like that, I'll go to just a straight up truck stop and I'll wedge in between a bunch of 18-wheelers, crash, get up in the morning, and start finding my destination. What I've been finding is I get on this sort of pattern where I'll go a couple of days where I don't find a place like that. But every 3 or 4 days I'll find a place kind of at that level of beauty. And then once I'm there, I'll stay there for 4 or 5 days and just really get into it. I'll shoot a lot of video, I'll edit, and I'll create some music, and I'll create some things. And then when I get back to cell service, I'll post, and then I go look for the next spot. So my agenda when I leave here today is I want to go around Texas and go find some ghost towns. And
Ghost towns?
Lots of ghost towns in Texas. Lots.
Really?
Apparently there's 500 of them.
500 ghost towns.
Back in the silver mining and gold mining days when they built the railroads, first of all, the silver would dry up, the town would dry up. So there's these towns that are just, dilapidated, broken down towns in the middle of the...
Didn't Kim Basinger buy one of those?
Mm-hmm. She did, yeah.
She did, right? In Georgia, right?
I think so, yeah.
And she must have been losing her marbles. Like, why would she buy a ghost town?
Yeah, I don't know. But, there's a real sort of beauty to it because... So there's 2 things I've been doing that I found I really enjoy. And they're new things, so I can't speak to them like with total detail. But next time I talk to you, I'm going to have a lot more information about this. The other thing is native ruins of there's unbelievable amount of Native American ruins out there in the desert of New Mexico. In the reason I was in the Gila National Forest, I went to the cliff dwellings that were built by
The Anastasi?
Yeah, the Anastasia is in Colorado, and it looks
Same
just like that.
kind of thing?
It's exactly like that. And so there's
Are they the Navajo
the Mogollon Indians, they were called. In 1280 they built this. And so there's a clip of that.
1280.
Yeah, there's a clip of that in the Arizona one. There's a clip of that, and these are like, first of all, very remote. That was right actually where we saw the javelina. It was right after I went there. There are 50 rooms in this thing, built out of stone, up on a cliff. They've created but it was built in 1280, and then not discovered by the park ranger told me this last week. Yeah, right here.
Wow.
That's just sitting there.
Not discovered until when?
Discovered until 1874.
Holy shit.
Right? 1874. And so they discovered this, and it wasn't until a few years later that Theodore Roosevelt made it a national monument. So in the period between 1874 and I think 1907, it got looted a bit. When they found it, it was full of pottery. It was full of all this artifacts and stuff. That got looted. That's gone. But there's some things in there that were really interesting that they did discover. Like they discovered a macaw feather. This is a pretty beautiful place.
This is wild.
Yeah.
And this is all drone footage, right?
No, this is me shooting with my handheld camera.
So you're allowed to walk around up there?
Yeah. So they have a nice. It's really set up nice. You drive in on a nice paved road, and then there's a national park facility. State park or national park? It's the Gila National Forest facility there. National park facility, I believe. But and there's some rangers there and some people with knowledge of the history, and then they have a nice maintained path that walks up.
Were there people up there looking at it with you?
There was, on that day, I saw the sun was kind of going down there, and there were 2 other people.
That's it.
And they walked up ahead of me. Yeah, national monument, yeah.
Gila cliff dwellings.
Yeah.
In the Gila Wilderness. The Gila Wilderness is where they have some of the best elk hunting in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of hunters out, and I saw some elk.
Did you?
Yeah.
You hear them screaming?
I did not.
No?
But that's they were. The thing that I noticed about the elk, which just the one time I saw them, was I was driving, so I was driving a very remote sort of. I'm not taking any interstates. I never take an interstate. All the way from LA, the whole way to here. I maybe was on the 10 for like maybe a couple of miles just to get from one highway to another. So you take the smaller highways, and then you see like these towns, these places that went away when the railway was built somewhere else, or when they put the interstate somewhere else, the town dried up, and then there's these towns that are just kind of half alive and fledgling towns, and there's some real beauty there to it, right? So, from a photography standpoint, like there's a lot of nice architecture and things that is just really interesting. So, but
so you consciously made a decision in the beginning of this journey to not take any interstates?
Yeah, because I wanna go find these places that are off the beaten track and photograph them really. But so I was coming around a corner, and there was a herd of elk, and they were sort of in the distance, and they were running, like playing with each other. Have you ever seen that? Like there was one was running, and then they were
How
running
long
around.
How long was this?
Oh, like 7 days ago or something.
Oh, okay. So it wouldn't be the rut. The rut is in September.
Yeah, they were running.
Sometimes they late rut in October.
Yeah. So one was running, and I thought they were horses for sure, because I just thought, well, I've never seen. And it was fast, really fast, like across this. It was a sort of farmer's field.
And they're playing with each other.
Yeah. And then the car pulled up. I pulled up my car, and they immediately stopped and looked at me and walked off into the woods. But yeah, it's beautiful out there, man. But yeah, ghost towns. That's where I'm going after this. I'm going to go try to find some ghost towns and photograph those. And I'm writing. I write in the van. I'm working on things that I'm working on. I'm not just completely off the grid. I mean, I'm writing an animated series right now that I'm sort of working on. So I'm on my computer sometimes.
An animated series.
Mm-hmm, yeah, there's this. I'm working with this great company out of Ottawa, my hometown. They're called Mercury Filmworks, and they actually animate Mickey Mouse and all sorts of stuff for Disney. The big animated company, and so I'm writing a fun show about a crazy kid who likes pulling pranks and you know, and so
about you.
yeah, it's
Write
called
a show
Little
about
Tommy
you.
Green. It's
Oh
called, yeah.
boy, how on the nose is that?
It's like a Dennis the Menace, you know, but he goes out and, you know, pulls pranks on his parents and
Hmm.
does a lot of the kinds of things I did. So, but you know, so I'm writing that and just kind of, you know, it's interesting. I've found that like I can kind of do everything that I would do at home in the van, you know, with this electrical system, you know, so it's
Yeah.
pretty neat. Yeah.
You seem like you're in a good place. Like
Yeah.
it's seems like it's been tricky, but I mean, I'm getting the impression that you're really enjoying this.
I am, yeah.
Is this going to extend?
Mm-hmm.
How long are you going to do this for?
This is a very good question.
Is this your new life?
It's possible.
Really?
I'm not selling my house or anything. I think what I'll do is, I mean, I bought the van. I didn't rent it for a quick one-off trip, you know, and I've put a lot of time into it, and I am enjoying it. And, you know, one thing is I've always loved photography. I'm bringing a Leica film camera as well, so I'm shooting a lot of still photography as well. And it's nice to have something to take a picture of, you know. It's nice to go somewhere interesting. So I'm enjoying that. But I think that what I'll probably do is, you know, when life gets back to normal, whenever the fuck that is, right?
Yeah, what is normal anymore?
Yeah. Part of my plan is to, you know, when I start touring again, doing stand-up again, I think I might take a few less airplanes in the future and be in the van a little bit more. And
So, like, say if you have a gig, if you decide to stand up in Utah, you might drive there.
I'm thinking I might start to talk to, you know, the way I book it about sort of doing more of a road trip type run of like in a straight line, as opposed to go, oh, I'm in,
Right.
Seattle this week and Boston next week,
Right,
and
we
then
have
maybe
to
do an
fly
East
around.
Coast run or do.
Yeah, that's smart.
So I'm thinking it might be something that I do. I mean, I'm not moving into my van full time, but I definitely do
But
love
you're
it.
moving in that direction, it seems like.
Look, it's interesting what you say. I believe is true because a little more coffee.
Yeah, get in there, fella.
By the way, this is the way I make coffee too. I make coffee with this thing. This is not a endorsement or anything, but it's a pretty cool product. It's called a jet boil.
Yeah, I use jet boils.
Yeah, those are great, huh?
Yeah, they're great for hunting.
Yeah, so because I don't want to use my battery, so I boil up my water, and then I make my coffee, and then I pour it into a thermos. And I got my coffee all day, and my hot coffee in the thermos all day.
It's amazing that it stays hot.
So and I was thinking about that.
Modern technology.
Thinking about that exact thing. I'm going, has thermos technology changed
Oh, yeah.
since in Canada I was a kid, you'd take a thermos to hockey because we'd play outside on outdoor rinks, and you'd bring a thermos of hot chocolate. We didn't.
Yeah, well, when I was a kid, we used to ice fish. We used to bring hot coffee
Oh, yeah?
out onto the lake.
I
Yeah.
never did much of that.
It's fun. It's not as fun as regular fishing, but when you're living in a place like Boston and
Yeah.
it just
Were you in the
freezes-
hut on the...
No, we were just
Straight
out
up.
there. Yeah,
What were you fishing for, pike or
trout usually.
trout?
Yeah, pike too though. Yeah, pike are pretty active in cold weather.
You do much
But,
fishing these days?
I do when I can. Yeah, just unfortunately, ever since I moved to Austin, it's been kind of playing catch up and getting everything set up, and just I'm still not totally moved. I mean, I'm moved in, but I'm not totally settled in. But I'm pretty close.
Yeah. Didn't catch much trout growing up. Mostly largemouth bass and pike was
Yeah.
what I would fish for. But yeah, thermos technology. I don't know if it's changed, but it's amazing.
Oh yeah, Yeti flipped the fucking game on its head.
Really?
Yeah, Yeti coolers are amazing. I have a Yeti cooler that I take when I hunt, and you can put ice in that Yeti cooler in the summer, and 7 days later you'll have ice. It's bananas. They're crazy. I took a video that I put on my Instagram of we shot deer in Hawaii, shot axis deer in Hawaii. Put they put the thing in the cargo, you seal up the Yeti, and got it all the way back to LA, left it outside overnight. Then the next day at noon, I opened it up, and it was filled with ice. Like,
Okay.
I mean, like rock solid ice.
Okay.
It's crazy how good those things
That's better
insulate.
than I just have a regular thermos for my coffee, but that's pretty amazing. Yeah, I don't know how
The coolers are way better. The thermoses are better. Those, Yeti makes those tumblers. They'll keep your coffee hot, like, literally all day.
the sock foot walk when you were with Steve?
Oh yeah, when you're sneaking up on deer, you got to
Is
take
that
your
something
shoes
that
off.
you've done before?
Yeah. My friend Remy Warren calls it an SOS, a shoes off situation. Like when you're closing in on, particularly on mule deer. Mule deer are very sensitive to predators. Elk are not nearly as sensitive. Elk hear a lot of noise. The elk are a big animal, and they're worried about mountain lions and bears and stuff like that. But they're a little less worried than the smaller animals are. So mule deer are particularly worried. So they're very jumpy. They're always like listening around. Their ears are twisting, and if you snap a branch, they'll pop up and start running.
Was that obviously that was a fun day with you and Steve out there, but like what was that must have been, that was in Nevada, was it?
Yeah, that was in the Nevada high country. We were hunting mule deer. We struck out.
Yeah.
But I got real close a couple times to deer, just didn't really get a shot.
Did you feel, is it kind of sort of nice sometimes when they get away? I mean,
Yeah.
like, because you feel
It
like...
is because, well, it's a luxury because I'm living in a first world country and I have access to food and I'm not starving, and so it's a luxury that I can enjoy the fact that they got away.
Because this is something that I've been grappling with a little bit, because like I said, I'm not a hunter or haven't, but now I am hunting, but I haven't actually seen anything, so I'm just looking. I'm just saying, when I'm saying I'm hunting, I'm just I'm looking for something.
You're looking for birds, right?
And in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, grouse or quail, I could probably, wrap my head around
Shooting one
that.
of those?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because first of all, I'm eating raw onions and canned beans out there. I'm not cooking onions, but
Yeah.
that would be pretty tasty. A nice
Sure.
chicken out there. A nice wild chicken. But the thing is I also kind of know I'm never going to find one because I don't know what I'm doing. Right. So and I don't have. I think you really need dogs that are trained to roust the birds out. So.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
No, you. There's a lot of birds that you can get if you just.
So I've done some research. Okay, so I went to this was top of a mountain. Where was this? This was been on the road for a while, but it was I know the dusty grouse is native to this certain elevation in the Wasatch Plateau. That's where I was, the Wasatch Plateau in Utah, and I went up there.
I don't think that's how you say it.
Wasatch, or
I think that's it. Yeah.
yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I just read,
I don't know
I
how
just
to
read
say
the
it
sign
either.
when I drove
Yeah.
up the road. I know.
Beautiful country though, huh?
Oh my God, yeah. And they're in the aspens, and so I walked out. But there was a moment where I was walking through the aspens, looking for the dusty grouse, and didn't see one, and then there were 3 beautiful deer standing there, like as far as Jamie away, looking at me. I'm standing there with my shotgun, looking at them. I'm just like, I don't know what I'd do with you guys, but I'm pretty hungry right now. But I'll let you guys go. I'm gonna keep looking for my bird. But so I don't know. I don't know that I would ever even really
Want to shoot a mammal?
a mammal for some reason. Yeah, I don't know if I.
But
would.
you eat them.
Yeah, no, I know, and I've heard you talk about this, and I agree with it too.
Yeah.
But I just don't know if I'd be able to do it. I don't know.
You would definitely be able to do it if you had to for food.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you would develop a different sort of a relationship with the animal. You would think that you're very appreciative of them, but you'll develop this real predator-prey relationship with animals if you need to survive. I've talked about this many times, but unfortunately I'm going to talk about it again. There's a fantastic series that Vice Guide to Travel did back in the day. It's quite a few years old, at least 8 years old, I think. It's called Heinmo's Arctic Adventure. And it's a guy, I think his name is Heinmo Kuth. I think that's his last name. And he lives up in the middle of nowhere in Alaska. And he actually has a license to be in this particular area, or a permit to be in this particular area, that no one else can ever have a house in there again. He's like grandfathered in.
Yeah.
And all this guy does is go out and subsistence hunt. So he goes out and hunts caribou. He goes out and he fishes, and that's all he does. That's his whole life. And this guy has this incredible connection to life and to his food, but he's also a very articulate, intelligent man. So when he talks about it, he's able to talk about it in a way This is the guy right here.
Wow.
So he's got all of his food and it's frozen. See, that's his cabin. That's where he lives.
Yeah.
And he's been out there since the 70s.
Man.
And
Is this where I'm headed?
super
Joe?
yeah, I think so. Super fucking healthy and really robust. This guy didn't find out about 9/11 until quite a while afterwards, and I think he found out from a photograph.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and he lives up there.
It's like one of those
with his wife.
Japanese soldiers they found in the woods
Sort
in
of
the 60s, you know?
right.
What?
That still thought the war was going on.
Yeah.
But this guy, he's got a really interesting way of describing what he thinks is great about this life.
Wow. Wait, where do I find this? This is amazing.
It's Vice Guide to Travel.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there it is. Surviving Alone in Alaska.
Wow.
Heimo, Heimo Korth. That's how you say it. It's Korth.
Wow. Yeah, I watched that
Yeah.
show Alone, actually, which I loved. Have you ever watched that show?
Yes,
That
yeah.
show was amazing. So
Yeah.
I kind of that was something I was getting in my head. And I don't know if it's the latest season, but the one guy who got the moose and like,
Jordan Jonas, right? Isn't that his
guy.
name? That's the guy who's been on the podcast.
yeah, and he like made a fishing net out of rope, and that guy was incredible. But no, it's just something amazing about it for sure. But so yeah, it's, and by the way, like, first of all, I believe I said congratulations already off camera, but how cool is this, man?
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm super. It doesn't make sense to say proud of you because, I mean, what the fuck does that mean? But, like, I am, though. I mean, like, I think it's so cool. I sent you a text right after you announced your Spotify deal. I was just thinking, like, nobody has ever done that before. Like in the history of all broadcasting. I said, Johnny Carson was a guy who we all looked up to back in the day, had everybody watching him. It was a different world. Television was, 3 networks. Everybody watched Johnny. He was a guy who became this very successful person off of traditional media. But to do what you've done is just so incredible. And congratulations.
Thanks, buddy.
It's
Thank
definitely
you.
something that, we've talked about this before, but I always thought, man, you could do that. You could do that. You could be the biggest show and not be on network TV. I always believed that. And thank you for proving it, because it's so cool. And I love the studio, by the way.
Well, thank you for being a pioneer, man, because you gave
I'm a real
me
pioneer
some
now.
of
I'm living in a log, chopping wood for dinner.
But you were a pioneer of this because you gave me the seeds of the earliest ideas about doing a podcast.
Well, you've been very kind with when you've said these things to me over the years and last time. But what I find amazing about it that I never was able to figure out. I was into the technology and I was never really able to figure out what is so amazing. What I've watched you figure out is you've really made a show that really captures the interest of people. A huge population of people love what you guys talk about on the show, and that's what's really cool. I mean, how did you determine that? Like, I just watched your interview with Kanye. I just watched your interview with Alex Jones, and I'm just seeing all these subjects that I see swirling around, and I'm going, well, that's the kind of stuff that, like, when I go down a rabbit hole on the internet, like, I want to, learn about these things. Was there a moment where you realized, oh wait, like, if I talk about, X, Y, or Z, that's really capturing people's attention? Or was it just... It was just what you were interested in?
Never for a second. Mm-hmm. Never for a second have I said, this is going to capture people's interest. Never. Everything has been like, ooh, I want to talk to that guy. Oh, that guy said he was in a Navy jet and he was tracking a UFO. Commander David Fravor.
Yeah.
Ooh, I want to talk to him.
Yeah.
Oh, Bob Lazar said he worked on alien technology in Area S4. Oh, I want to talk to him. Mm-hmm. Oh, this guy said he saw Bigfoot, or that guy says he's working on life extension and figuring out how to lengthen your telomeres, or this guy knows how to, whatever it is, whatever they're figuring out the age of the universe, or people are just, people that are writing books, or people that are, former military people, or people that are whatever they are. If I find them interesting, I like people. I'm a big fan of people. I like talking to all kinds of different people. I like the way their brain thinks. I like comparing the way people's brain thinks. I like sort of like just seeing how they view the world, because the way you view the world is the way you personally view the world, but it's very much influenced by the things that you've found attractive about the way the other people that you've run into see things. Like, we are not individuals in the sense that we're autonomous, completely alone, without any influence whatsoever from the outside world. We have multi-influences. We're constantly being influenced by our environment. That's why where you live is so important. And one of the things that I found in moving from LA to Austin is that where you live, it makes a big impact on the amount of stress you have and how you feel. I feel so much better here, just right away. Disconnected from Hollywood, disconnected from, traditional forms of show business, but also the people here. The people here are different.
Yeah.
They're more relaxed.
Uh-huh.
They're regular people.
Yeah.
Chappelle and I were having a conversation about this last night, and he was like, we were talking about how, like, people here in Austin, they're real people.
Yeah.
They're not people that are trying to get famous and people that are trying to, get on television shows and do movies. And there's a weirdness to that life. And some of the people that do that are really cool.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
it's rare and nice when you run into a guy like Chris Pratt, who is a super famous guy. He's in the movies, but could not be more genuine, could not be more down to earth, could not be more normal and friendly. Super great guy. Just happens to be a big movie star. But that's rare. Most of the people that want that life, they're all kind of wacky and fucked up, and you're in their world with their energy, and they infect all the people around them. They infect people that are in the service industry, managers, agents. There's this fucking hive of weirdness. Out here, there's none of that. There's none of that. And almost immediately, I felt a lowering of stress level. Almost immediately. And then the people that you deal with, like, whether it's someone who's working at the counter at Walgreens or restaurants, they're so nice. They're so friendly.
And so because early on in your show, you had the confidence to just do your own thing, right? You created your own thing. You didn't have, these sort of tentacles coming down telling you, oh, you can't interview that person.
Yeah.
That allowed you to just talk to the people that you found interesting, and
Well,
you happen to be interested in interesting shit. And
but in the beginning, nobody wanted anything to do with it. That's what's hilarious. Like, my agent in the beginning didn't want to have anything to do with this podcast. They were like, what are you doing? Wasting your time. Like,
right.
Because back then, like, 2,000 people were watching or listening. It was nobody's listeing.
Yeah, I remember with mine, I was trying to tell people, hey, this is going to be a thing.
I know. They're like, get the fuck out of here. We're busy with movies, kid. They were busy.
Yeah.
So luckily, in the beginning, when I maybe could have used a little help getting guests or doing things or getting advertisement or something like that, they didn't get involved. Because if someone got involved, they would have definitely told me to not do things that have turned out to be very successful. Like, I'm sure they would have told me to not interview controversial people or to not interview people that you're going to get criticized for specific topics or, specific people that are writing books that may, ruffle a bunch of people's feathers. And I want to know what they think. I want to know why they think the way they think. I want to ask them questions.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that don't think you should do that. And, and they'll be the gatekeepers to the information that you take in and the conversations that you have and you distribute. And it's not good. That's not, like, if you talk to someone and it was a mistake, well, now you know. But at least you talk to them. If someone tells you it's a mistake to talk to someone, but you want to talk to them, and then you start thinking, oh, let me run it by Mike and the team. And then the team, they'll sit around and think about their mortgage. They sit around and think about whether or not you could get in trouble, and that could eventually lead to them having a decrease in their income, and then they start to fucking play it safe.
Yeah.
I've seen that, man. I've seen that with stand-ups. I've seen that with people. Like, there's people that, they have podcasts and they have a bunch of people that are there at the studio telling them to talk about different things, telling them to pick different subjects, telling them, let's move on. Like, I've seen that. I've seen in the middle of a podcast someone say, let's move on. You guys are on this subject. Let's move on. Who the fuck are you? Let's move on. Some guy standing on the outside that gets some sneaky paycheck that he doesn't really deserve is now saying, let's move on, holding a clipboard as if it, like, what are you doing? Get the fuck out of here. It's two people talking. And if they decide to move on, they'll move on. But people that like, bring up this, bring up that, like, bring up this. Who are you? Why are you here? But that's what they do.
I know.
If you've ever gone to I did, what's that guy's name? The sports guy, Bill Simmons. I did his show on HBO. He's a great guy. Really interesting guy, and I love the way he does his podcast, but I did his HBO show, dude, and you're surrounded by people. It's me and him sitting in the booth just like this, but there's fucking people there, and there's people there, and there's people walking around the set. It's distracting, and there's people standing around. They got notes and clipboards, and there's camera people everywhere, and you're like, what? This is not necessary.
Yeah.
You have 100 people here.
Yeah.
Or 20.
Yeah,
You have 20 people here. You
Yeah.
need one. You need one person.
And then managing all of those people becomes a bigger priority than actually the content.
And then you have inter-office politics take place. You have relationships with people. I mean, not even. I don't mean relationships like boy girl, boy boy, girl girl. I mean like
Boss,
friends,
people,
and then weirdness and
egos, and
egos.
Then the bosses
yes.
got ego, and then then they're mad at the talent because the talent's getting more attention than they are, and it's everyone's
Blah.
yeah.
No one would have ever let me do this show. They would have never.
Yeah.
No one would have ever let me.
Yeah.
And it's not by design that I did it this way. It's not like I see what they don't see and I'm going to do this. It's like I didn't want to listen.
Right,
It's like,
so
get out of here. Fuck off. I'm
where
going to do what I
you-
want to do.
You had that confidence in, and just straight up sort of, you didn't give a fuck and you just did it. Where do you
Yeah.
think that came from? How do
Fear
you think?
factor money.
Right.
That
Yeah,
helped.
the fuck you, fear factor.
I had a little
fuck
bit
you
of
money.
fear factor money in the bank where I'm like, if this shit completely hits the fan, I can just sort of live off of that.
Yeah.
And also, I've never been very good with the whole boss, someone telling you what to do. If I did that, if I was good with that, I would never become a stand-up. I would have never done most of the things that I've done. And I certainly would have, no, thank you, I'm good. I certainly would have never been able to do the podcast this way. If I brought people aboard, and there was a certain point in time where we were talking about it before the show, that people did want to come on board. And then I started getting offers. I've had offers where people wanted to buy half the podcast and like pretty generous amounts of money.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't think this is wise. This is not wise. This is
Yeah.
going to get weird. Spotify was the first offer where they came around. They said, we don't want you to do anything different. We just want to license the show.
How do you decide what you're going to ask people? You just go on with the flow. Do you research and stuff? Because I really loved some of the questions you asked Kanye. I'm trying to remember what they were, but I mean, do you sort of plan it in advance, or are you kind of just sort of because?
Well, with Kanye, we had talked about doing a podcast for a long time, but I was worried that he was going to come off.
I remember your
a
first
negative
question
way.
was, "Why do you want to do this?" Right? I just
That was
thought
when he was running for president.
Yeah, I thought it was such a great question because it's like, why do you want to run for president?
Well, that's
But-
how everybody would ask that question.
yeah,
That's
but
an
it was
easy
just
one.
it was just right into it. It was just great,
Well, I'm a fan of his music. I've always been a fan of his music, and I think that the way he communicates, his sort of manic style of thinking and constantly creating and doing things, it's why he's so successful. I mean, that's this like stream of consciousness that he has is also why he's so prolific as an artist. Like, I mean, all of his albums are good. He doesn't have a dud. You go from one album to the next, and they're all like, he's got this stream of creative ideas that are constantly running through his head. And he talks sometimes in these streams where they don't end. He goes from one subject to the next subject. And so I was curious as to like how I was going to talk to him. And I wanted to make sure that we can do it in a way where other people are going to appreciate there's a great value in the way he thinks. And then if you get it in sound bites, or you get it in some weird thing where he says something and people get mad at him and they boo him or something like that, like, you're missing who he really is. Who he really is him all day. It's not him in this 30-second chunk where you don't like what he said. Guess what? He probably doesn't like what he said either. Okay? He's fucking streaming. He's just going. He's running with these thoughts and ideas. But that's also why he can boil those thoughts and ideas down to these amazing fucking songs. Like that's what I wanted to get out of him while we were talking, because people were trying to medicate him and people were trying to, and I'm like, if you have a choice between this medicated overweight Kanye who doesn't get anything done, or manic crazy Kanye says wild shit. You want manic crazy Kanye, because manic crazy Kanye is the one who makes amazing music. And I've been around him. He's a nice guy, man. Yeah. He's a really genuinely nice guy. And when the cameras are off, same thing. He's a nice guy with all the staff and everybody. He's cool. Yeah. Like, he's genuinely cool. But whatever you want to call mental illness, that's the problem. It's like, when you call it mental illness, well, you got to give it medicine. Mm-hmm. He's got mental illness. You got to give him medicine. Mm-hmm. Do you really? Mm-hmm. Because that mental illness is making some pretty amazing shit.
Right.
Like, look at his catalog. Look at all the music he's made. Yeah. That's all because of mental illness? No. Whatever you call an illness is a particular style of thinking that he has that's sort of nonlinear, and it's wild, and it's all over the place, but it's also very focused.
I found in that interview, though, that, you know, I've seen him interviewed quite a bit, but that was one where everything he said made a lot of sense. He's certainly done put a lot of thought into a lot of the stuff he was talking about, with everything from, you know, reorganizing the way civilization works. I mean, it takes a little bit of thinking to come up with how to reorganize the entire way civilization works.
But that was one of the things that I thought was really good about the interviews. You do get a chance to see, like, this is not just a crazy person who buys his own bullshit. And by the way, when he's like, the braggy stuff that he kind of does and talks about himself, first of all, he's being honest about where he is. He's sort of reaffirming who he is, but also he jokes around. Like, he was joking around about it outside. He was showing us this video that he had made for his wife's birthday. Mm-hmm. And it was really emotional. It was very beautiful, because he made a hologram of her dad. Mm-hmm. And he wrote the script for all this.
Oh, he did? Wow.
Yeah, and he wrote the script for all the things that the hologram is telling her. It's really intense. Uh-huh. And, you know, you can do that now. Like, they can take your voice. And for you and I, it would be easy for them to do, because there's hours and hours and hours of us talking. So they would take this voice.
God, can you imagine what they could do?
They already have. They used me as an example for one of these companies in Canada. Uh-huh. They used me as an example for how well this deep fake technology works, because there's 1,500 fucking plus podcasts of me that are 3 hours long. So you take these sounds that come out of my mouth, and then you can make me say anything, literally anything, because every noise that I'm capable of making, I've made, right? So you use this catalog of sounds that my voice can make, and that's what he also did with that hologram. Yeah. Because, you know, Robert Kardashian, there's all the cases and all the different times he's been interviewed on television. There's a great catalog of his voice, and you can have him speak to her. Yeah. But even in then, like, he has him say that, you know, and your genius husband. But he was laughing when he said it and showed it to us. He was laughing. He thought it was funny that he had them. Yeah. He had Robert Kardashian call him a genius, amazing genius husband. Like, he thought it was funny. Like, he's not just. It's not just ego. It's not just crazy. It's also, there's brilliance there. He's a complicated person.
It's nice to hear that, because, like, you know, it's interesting. You know, how the media can sort of reframe a person, right? And
they take away nuance. Yeah. People are nuanced, man. People are really complicated. You decide that a person is this person because of one sentence they said one time, or because of one thing that they did where they maybe wish they didn't, or because of one concert they did where people booed them, or whatever you pick about Kanye. That people decide he's this. People just love to put someone in a box and categorize them and just decide that they want to dismiss them. And this is the problem with cancel culture, right? It's like we have this idea of things where we want to boil them down to almost a tweet. You know, things that are like enormously complicated. A man who's lived 40 plus years of his life, and in that life has experienced heartbreak and sorrow and success and failure and friendship and betrayal and all these different things and all the creative passions that you've poured out into your work, and they want to just boil you down to a sentence or two. Mm-hmm. And it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy for the person doing that and trying to boil someone down. It's crazy for people to read it and accept it. It's so negative. It's one of the most negative things about social media is that we want to categorize someone by individual tweets or individual statements. Or people are fucking immensely complex, and to deny that it's very disingenuous. It's dishonest. It's bad for our understanding of us. It's bad for our understanding of who we are personally as a human. When someone decides to define you based on a sentence or call you, they'll Tom Green is just a bump, and then you read it, and you're like, oh shit, I am.
Yeah.
Fuck, like we were talking about.
And then
comments.
you start to believe it.
Well, that's why the comments are negative. You know, when you're reading comments, you're reading one person's typed out thing that's negative about you, and you're saying like, "Oh, I can't help myself." Like, "Oh, yeah." That is all up. There's the real issue with the way human beings are taking in other people's opinions. It's not that there's anything wrong with taking in people's opinions, but people's opinions are supposed to be shared like this. Like you and I are sharing opinions. Like you tell me something and I tell you something and I say, did you mean this? And you're like, no, I meant that. And you're like, oh, okay. Oh, so you think that. And you're like, yeah. And then we're like, oh. Then we get each other. We're talking. But it's an exchange. It's very rare that you can just nail something with a sentence or two.
And also, you're not limited by time as in normal television. We've got 7 minutes before the commercial break, so we got to get to this and this and this, and then you never really end up talking about anything.
That's been the best part about podcasting without a boss is that no one has ever told me like it has to be 45 minutes long. It has to be in here, and let's edit out the parts that weren't as good. Let's chop this up and make that like. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
So are you going to go back to LA at all? Are you going to keep the studio there or two?
I'm going to fly over it in a plane when it's on fire.
You're not going to what about the Comedy Store? You're going to
when Gavin Newsom when he detonates the nuclear weapon that he has under his desk.
What about stand-up?
Because they decide that they're going to kick him out of office.
You miss the Comedy Store?
He's going to have a suicide vest on. Yeah, I do miss the Comedy Store, but the Comedy Store's not the Comedy Store anymore. It's not open.
Right. But when it opens up again, you're going to...
If is the word.
Yeah.
LA is on a 10 p.m. curfew now. You know why? Because COVID has a Betty Bye time. COVID after 10 p.m. it comes out and it attacks people. But before 10 p.m.
Well, we got vaccine coming, right? When the vaccine next year, it'll open up again. And...
Why 10 p.m.? That's so arbitrary. Are you telling me you can't catch COVID between 6 and 10? Like there's going to be some sort of a thing that happens after 10? People are more vulnerable.
Get drunk and put your guard down.
It's nonsense, man. It's nonsense. These fucking assholes are imposing rules on people that close their businesses down.
You still
for
drinking
no
on
reason.
The show? Or?
You want a drink?
Sure.
That's what you want?
If
okay.
I'll have one.
All right.
Yeah.
Am I getting you nervous? All this crazy talk of COVID?
No, you just mentioned alcohol, and I thought, hey, you still drinking on the show?
Yeah, we can have some booze.
Sort of.
Jamie, go. Let's get us some whiskey. Some Texas whiskey. And some glasses. No ice. We're going like men today. No ice. Fuck it.
What kind of whiskey you drinking here in Texas?
Whatever we have.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite?
I've been drinking Bushmills.
That's good stuff. I like Buffalo Trace.
Oh, yeah, we had that
Two
last
reasons.
time.
It's a sponsor, and they've been around since before America started.
Okay.
They've been around since 1773.
I see.
And it's really good. They won like Whiskey Maker of the Year 2020.
Yeah. Bushmills is my grandfather's Irish heritage.
That's real shit.
Northern Ireland, so,
My friend Josh Barnett has a great whiskey as well. God damn it, I don't have a bottle here. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's like War Master. It's like a smoky whiskey. It's very good. He brought it last time he was on the podcast.
Yeah, I drink in Scotch too. Balvenie Scotch I like.
So you're getting hammered out there in the woods by yourself.
In the woods, I don't have the Balvenie. In the woods, I bring I got a lot of mini bottles, like airplane bottles.
Oh,
I got a fridge full of those.
Do you?
Yeah.
Why don't you just have a big bottle and glass?
Because once you open it, you don't really want to open a bottle of booze in your van when you're driving around. So you just drink them one at a time, and then you never have an open container, and that's my idea I came up with.
Oh, that's right. Like you can't have an open container in a car, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that the deal?
Yeah, exactly. So I just got a bunch of little ones.
That's quite smart, sir. Salute.
That's a healthy pour, my friend.
Salute, my brother.
Thank you.
Come on, man. We're in Texas. This is Still Austin, straight bourbon whiskey. Local stuff.
Oh,
legit, right?
Very nice, yeah.
Very good. Woo!
Bourbon. That's this.
I don't drink alone.
That's corn, right? Bourbon is corn. Yep.
I don't drink alone. So
You don't?
No. No, I'm a social drinker.
That's
I
the
don't think I
difference
ever
between
drink
you and
alone.
me, I guess. But yeah.
I smoke weed alone, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done that
But
too.
I like to do that before I write.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard Carlin talk about that. Read or something. He talked about how let me get this right.
I get it. He
He
wrote
smokes,
first, and then he would write to punch it up.
polish. One, he would drink, and he would drink when he was coming up with ideas, and then he would polish it up with some weed, I think.
Oh, really?
So, or maybe it was the other way around, but yeah.
He definitely would punch it up with pot. He said he would smoke pot and then punch up the material.
It's interesting, like, how are you supposed to write totally straight, you know?
I write in the morning a lot,
Yeah.
totally straight.
Right,
Yeah.
because you're kind of got that energy.
But
Yeah.
a lot of times it's just a scaffolding, just a framework, and then pot's like, I got an idea. And then I smoke the weed, and the weed's like, I got an idea.
Yeah,
I feel
there's-
like it's cheating sometimes, because the ideas aren't really mine; they're the weed's ideas. The weed's like, listen.
No, it's just
listen.
relaxing your mind and taking you away from your distractions and allowing you to just kind of relax and think of things that you might not have thought of if you were distracted by all the seriousness of life, right?
I think it's more complicated than that. I think your body is interacting with molecules that it doesn't come in contact with in the regular world. And these molecules have a spiritual connection to the universe that you're not able to access without them. That's what I really believe.
Wait, say that again?
I think the molecules of marijuana in particular, when you smoke pot and you just get this, there's a connection that you get with the universe that's not available when you're sober.
Right.
When you're sober, I think that your feelings are in some ways deadened. They're deadened by an accumulation of life experience and overwhelming burden of your existence and your friends and your bills and your obligations and your life. There's all these things going on, and all these things sort of like squash and deaden your sensitivity.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
everything just everything opens up, and then you have access to thoughts and ideas and feelings that you're just not available without the weed.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. It's a beautiful thing.
That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I remember the first time I was on your show. But how many years ago was that at your old house?
Wow,
I think
that's back in the
I think
day.
we were
son.
pretty. I think we were pretty high for that one.
I think we got too high a lot of times for those shows.
Yeah. That's I noticed last time I was here. I was like, oh, I don't really like to smoke when I do the thing because I kind of get quiet, you know.
Get nervous.
Yeah.
We were talking about the election yesterday, and I did it with Donnell, and then Dave Chappelle come on, and I got way too high. I'm trying to think of what I really think about the election while I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Like on one hand, I'm like, I hope people are more relaxed. Like the people that hated Trump, I hope they're more relaxed, and I hope everybody just like maybe the country can heal together. But on the other side, like the people that think that Trump got robbed, like they're angry, and it's almost like people are more separated than ever before. And and there's a lot of people that are like there was no election interference, there was no election fraud. I'm like, I think there's always election fraud, always. The question is how much of it is there.
Yeah.
If you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of workers, like we were talking about it yesterday, like what is the number of election fraud? What's the percentage? It's not zero. Is it more than zero? Most people think it's more than zero.
Yes.
Like, so what's the number? Is it only like 1,000 episodes of fraud in the whole country over millions and millions and millions of votes, and it's really in terms of like the overall effect, it's
quite possibly it's that.
yeah.
In my opinion,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I
haven't done anything to research it, so I wouldn't be able to tell you for sure. But
I just worry about the state of the country in terms of like this polarization between the two sides, the red versus the blue, because I think it's mostly bullshit. I think mostly people are just Americans, and we need to just like whoever's in office now, let's support them and hope they do the best. Because one of the things we were saying yesterday was that I feel like when Trump was in office, people literally wanted the economy to tank so that he would be a loser. They wanted things to go bad because they didn't want him to do well. They would like I was saying, if you gave a lot of hardcore people that were Trump haters the choice, would you rather have the country do fantastic and have all of his ideas turn out to be the best for our our culture, our economy, joblessness, everything's doing great, but he's bragging, he's on TV? Or would you rather have everything tank and he goes to jail? Fuck him, put him in jail. I think there's a lot of people that would say that. They would rather the economy go to shit and Trump wound up getting put in jail and removed from office than him being a winner and being successful. It's very strange because he's such a polarizing figure that we would rather him fail and then the United States, not we, some people would rather him fail and the United States be in a real bad situation than him kick ass and do amazing. The United States booming, but this asshole that you hate is like the hero.
What you do here is amazing because you have this sort of very broad audience of people on both sides on your show, and you have found a way to, I guess, not polarize it so badly that half the people don't want to pay attention anymore.
I don't think we do have two sides.
You don't?
I think it's a lie. I think we have America. Right. I think we have you know what we're saying, that if somebody wanted to write something about you, like a negative comment about you on a YouTube
I like
video.
that, by the way. You don't have two sides. I like that because I've been thinking a lot about that lately. Because I've been, you know, I don't know if you can see in some of the videos. I got my U.S. citizenship last year. I think I told you that before. Yeah. They let me in. Woo!
Yay.
After 20 years. But so, you know, I got my U.S. flag that I hang from my awning in my videos. And
beautiful.
It's a beautiful thing. You're out there. And part of what I've been doing with, you know, my photos and my podcast and my traveling is part of what it is I just want to show my little audience at this time that's tuning in. I want to show them how much there is to celebrate in this country. It's beautiful out there.
Yeah,
it's so beautiful.
It's rare too.
People don't go out there, so it's beautiful. Like I can't even believe it. Anyways, so you know, I'm flying the flag. I'm very proud to be an American. Right, I am very proud to be an American.
Proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Right.
Yeah,
I am, and I'm also proud to be Canadian. I was getting a little grief.
Save that. You were doing great to that point.
You'll notice I put a little Canada sticker.
I've said
on
in Canada that I think countries are bullshit. I think you guys are basically Northern Americans. I got mad. Like, boo. I go, we're all North America.
Yeah.
You go, you're Canada. I go, this is no different to me than being from fucking South Dakota. Come on. Yeah. We're all humans on Earth.
I agree with that.
This is nonsense.
Sure. Yeah.
You just have a different king.
Yeah. But no, it's interesting because, you know, everybody on social media has to kind of, you know, if you're putting information out there, you end up now having to deal with getting drawn into this argument, which is frustrating to someone like me because, you know, I just want to take some cool pictures and tell some jokes and have some fun, and all of a sudden, I said something that indicated I believe this or that, and everyone's mad at you. So, I mean, I find it pretty incredible how you've found a way of navigating that.
Well, I don't know how I did it. I think being honest is one of them. And then also, I don't believe in the two sides. I share a lot of opinions from both sides. Like, I do not have an ideology that is neatly tucked into the left or the right.
Well, didn't you endorse Bernie?
I love all of his ideas about helping community. And I think this is a problem. This is a problem that people that think of themselves as right-wing don't want to look at the good aspects of someone from the left. Someone from the left like Bernie, first of all, he wants to absolve people of student debt. I think if it's possible to spend trillions of dollars in these never-ending wars, it's also possible to absolve people of student debt. Yeah. I think getting people in debt for hundreds of thousands of dollars when you're fucking 17 is crazy.
Exactly.
Your brain is... When I was 17, I was a wild person. I was barely a man. I was crazy. And for 17, 18 years old, to have a person like me and saddle them down with hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt that's going to follow them to their grave is crazy. And that's a giant percentage of our population. I don't know what it is, but millions of people are saddled down with that kind of debt.
Right.
It's too much money, and it's crazy, and it doesn't make any sense. Education could be something that we make for free. I think we can use our tax money in better ways that benefit the community as a whole. And I think one of them is by giving people the access to education where it doesn't cost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right. Well,
and I think we could do that.
That's what it's like in Canada, actually.
That is a left-wing perspective,
It
right?
is, yeah.
But I also like guns. And I
Yeah.
think you should have guns.
Right.
And I think I'm a firm supporter of the Second Amendment because I know crazy people. And there's people that are bad people. They're violent and they're broken and they want to hurt other people. And I think you should be able to protect your family.
Yeah.
And I think you should be able to protect the loved ones that you have nearby you. And then this is a real situation that comes up. We wish it didn't. Everybody that has a gun hopes they go to their grave and never have to pull the trigger on a person.
Yeah.
But guess what? Better to have it and not to need it than to need it and not to have it.
Absolutely.
Now, we can pretend all day that the world's a perfect place and you're never going to need a gun, but you and I both know that's horseshit.
Yeah.
Right? So that's an opinion I share on the right. I'm a firm believer in the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
And then you get the First Amendment. I would think freedom of expression and freedom of speech is one of the most liberal core tenets that you could ever ascribe to that side. Like the left has always been pro First Amendment. The ACLU literally started out defending fucking Nazis, right? Like saying that like you have to defend everyone's ability to express themselves, even if their beliefs are abhorrent, even if they're the most disgusting beliefs in the world. Your ability to express yourself should be a part of being an American. And the way we combat bad speech is not by silencing people, it's by better speech and more speech. And that's how we've figured out the way human beings interact with each other from the beginning of this country.
And so that right there is sort of like what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about how you had the confidence and autonomy with your show to do what you want to do and what you believe. Politically, that's what you've also done too. You know, you like this, you like that. These are things that are on opposite ends. Why do these issues
Because people
get
scared.
divided so clearly divided where it's like, well, what, I can't want health care and a shotgun?
Right.
I mean, come on. Like,
Right.
I mean,
Right.
I kind of like not having to worry about getting sick, and also I want to go hunting. I mean,
Yes.
what's the fucking deal? You know, I can't.
100%.
Right.
I couldn't agree with you
And
more.
because you had the confidence and autonomy to be able to just say it, because you didn't have all those people around with the clipboards and shit saying, well, we better not say that because we're on this channel or that channel and this is our message here.
That's
right?
a lot of it, right? It's also that I don't need a job. I don't need. I think one of the things, and you could speak to this, right? When you're working in Hollywood, you're always wanting to make sure that you're not saying anything that's going to exclude you from being hired.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you want to work in television, you must be liberal.
Yeah.
You must. Or you keep your fucking mouth shut.
Yeah.
If you want to get a job on television, like you don't really have many. You can't be a right-wing pundit on the side and also work on a sitcom. They don't want you, right?
Right. Or can you be down the middle though? Like you're down the middle, right? You're not a right-wing pundit. You're not a left-wing guy. Can you be down the middle?
Maybe, but even then,
So
they'll
even
be
you
upset
say one
at
thing
you.
that is contrary to what they believe, and then you're in trouble. Is what
You
you're
can be, yeah, you
Yeah.
can be.
Yeah.
I mean, it really depends on how open-minded the people and how desperate the people are that are hiring you. Like people get desperate, they get panicky. You know, they feel like people get attacked for almost nothing, and then they fire them. You know, like because they don't want blowback. That's a big part of the whole Hollywood experience now. Like who was it? Wasn't Natalie Portman? Who was the actress that got in trouble because she played in Witches? They were mad at her because she played a witch with 3 fingers. Like literally, who is it? It's a new movie. It's so dumb. She apologized. She literally had to apologize.
Why?
Anne Hathaway, thank you.
Why? Because
she played. It's in the book, the original book.
right.
Would describe this witch. Here it is. Anne Hathaway apologizes for a portrayal of limb difference. Anne Hathaway has issued an apology for the pain caused to people with limb differences by her character in HBO Max movie The Witches.
Yeah.
Based on the Roald Dahl adaptation Hathaway portrays the evil Grand High Witch who has 3 fingers on each hand that resemble the congenital disorder. I don't know what that is.
It's a hard word. It's an impossible word to say.
Ectrodactyly?
That word is impossible to say. They need to come up with an easier word for that.
It's crazy. People are looking for things to be offended by, and this is banana. Anne Hathaway should have said, "I played a witch."
Yeah,
that witch had 3 fingers.
Yeah,
I mean, no offense to you.
Yeah, it's like
no need to apologize. And if you want an apology from that, you're probably a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if you have 3 fingers. I mean, I'm sorry if you have a disease that resembles that.
There may be some benefits to that too. I don't know what they would be, but
what would they be? So that was.
We could probably try to come up with. We could probably try to come up with some funny benefits to it.
That's her character, Jamie.
Yeah. Listen, I sort of understand what it's like when you have something like that. Because I have 1 testicle, right? So people will sometimes like make a joke about that, and I'll feel like, oh, sorry.
Because you have 1 testicle.
Yeah, because I had the testicular cancer, right? And then someone will make a joke about, and then I'll be like, oh, geez,
right.
it's not that fun having,
right,
surgery and having 1 of your testicles. Sorry, not trying to bring the mood down here, Joe. But I'm just saying, so it's like what happens now is the internet.
Cheers.
The internet sort of now, 1 person with 3 fingers is, obviously saddened by that. Right?
It might not even be real. It might be someone looks at her and goes, you know what? I think she should apologize for people that don't have all their fingers. And they get mad. It might be someone with 5 fingers that's saying this.
Exactly. Someone with 5 fingers assumes the 3-fingered person is offended, tweets it, and then the people with the clipboards at the office have to react.
We're gonna get canceled.
And then there's a retraction statement from Anne Hathaway.
Meanwhile, it's actually probably good for the movie.
Yeah.
Right? Because now I heard about it from my mom because my mom recommended it to my daughters. She's like, I think they would enjoy this movie.
Mm-hmm. Now, if they'd just given her 17 fingers or 10 fingers,
right?
No one's got that, so no one would have been offended.
Right.
And that would have been weird anyways.
Like a fucking, like a garden rake.
Yeah, like 10 fingers on each hand. Yeah. No one's offended. There's no condition where you got 10 fingers on each hand.
It's too few that people get upset.
And now, are we going to get in trouble for sort of giggling about this? I don't know. Like,
what if you have 3 arms on each side? Would people who worship Shiva get upset at you?
Yeah, exactly. Which is very... I love the presence of
Ganesh,
all of this...
remover of obstacles.
Is that what...
Yeah. What's up, Jamie?
I'm reading an article talking to someone that seems like they were on the upset side. It says that it seems like they're more mad that the character has this disability and they're also a villain. Not just that they have the disability, it's that they made them bad.
Well, isn't the character not a human?
It's a witch.
Yeah.
They have fucked up teeth and they're bald and people are mad that they're bald also.
Oh, me too.
So
I forgot. I'm mad now. I'm bald.
The reason
I'm
brought
pissed. I don't like when people make fun of bald people, Tom. It's not right.
Oh, really?
It's rude. I am bald and I am mad. Anne Hathaway's bald in that movie. Fuck her. Yeah. You think it's funny being bald?
Do you get mad about it?
No. Not at all.
You don't give a fuck?
No, I have a good shaped head. I'm super lucky. Yeah. I don't have a flat back of my head. She's kind of hot as a bald chick. I dated a bald chick when I first moved to L.A. She was a singer from Norway.
You got a good bald head, though.
Thank you.
Not everybody does.
Not everybody does.
No.
You
got
there's a lot of people with weird heads.
You got a good bald head. It's almost like
it's supposed to be bald.
It's almost if you had a full head of hair, you'd almost be better off to shave it.
Oh, I tell you right now.
Did you ever think about when you had perfect? I should just shave it. It looks better bald.
Well, I do think that back when I was really freaking out that I was losing my hair, I should have shaved my head earlier on. But I was really worried that I would never get work.
Did you freak out when?
Yeah, I got hair transplants. I used minoxidil. I did the whole thing. I have a stupid scar on the back of my head, like a big smile from hair transplants from the 90s. Because I was I was all of a sudden working, and I was like, oh my God, my hair's falling out. Fuck, what am I going to do? And I was thinking, I got to do everything I can to keep working, because all of a sudden I was making all this money I was never making before. I was on television, and
you need that TV hair.
Yeah, you need TV hair.
Yeah.
And then once I shaved my head, I was like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever.
Right.
Like I don't have to ever go to a barber. I just every couple of days I go.
Yeah.
I hit it with the buzzers, and then I'm good.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, mine's thinning, so it's
You
like
gonna shave that bitch? What are you gonna do?
I don't know. It's getting a little crazy.
But
out
you
here.
kind of look good as like a wild,
getting
crazy
crazy on the road.
man with the hair all
It's the
fucked
longest
up.
my hair's been a while, but
I like it. I like your hair like that.
it's getting a little crazy.
You can like get by with your hair all fucked up. You look good with like as a guy who has like a sock hat who takes it off and steps into the restaurant on a cold day and sits near the fireplace with all fucked up hair. It's kind of good. It works. With
I
your
like having the
crazy
headphones
beard.
on. I made a choice not to put them on earlier because I thought,
Well, you had your cowboy hat on.
yeah, but this
They're
is
better.
I like this.
It locks you in. Like people always say, well, you're right across from someone. Why do you wear headphones? The reason why is that it locks you 100% in the conversation, and you're really aware of talking over each other, which
Yeah.
everyone has a tendency to do.
I was conscious of it, but I've done enough of this over the years. I knew to play the mic right, but
Yeah.
I was missing this part of it.
Yeah, you know what? Like when people don't want to wear the headphones, I'm always like, okay.
Yeah. I did want to wear them, but I also didn't want to take off my cowboy hat right away
beautiful hat.
because we're in Austin. We're
And
in
you've been
Texas.
wearing that around. I saw your
See, there's
videos.
dust on it. It's my
It's
dusty
real
hat.
dust. You
I got
earned it.
I got this at the Stetson factory about 5 years ago, and it's a real Texas hat. So I wanted to.
It's John B. Stetson. It's a real
I
deal.
debated not wearing it when I came in because I thought, oh, well, walking with a fucking cowboy hat on it, But then I thought, shit, we're in Austin. I gotta honor your move to Austin and wear my friggin' Stetson. God damn it, right? Cheers,
Salute, my friend.
Excuse my language. Sorry, but no.
13 Silver Dollars by Coulter Wall. Talks about having a John B. Stetson. Wakes up in the snow in a ditch. I got my health, my John B. Stetson. Got me a bottle full of baby's Bluebird wine. And I look up. And I left my stash somewhere down in Preston, along with 13 silver dollars in my mind.
Nice.
You ever heard of Coulter Wall?
I've not.
We'll
read
play
them.
some after the show.
Oh,
I
man.
wish. What? That's
Wow.
right. He's Canadian. Yeah. Jamie turned me on to him. Jamie is my source because I'm an old man and Jamie's a younger man. Jamie turns me on to good music.
Oh, Coulter Wall. It's a singer.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was beautiful poetry. I thought it was a poet or yeah.
Dude, he's a guy that
Like a Leonard Cohen, who's also Canadian.
he was 21 and he has this song called Kate McCannon, and you listen to it and you would swear to God is an 80-year-old man who's been drinking and smoking his whole life. It literally doesn't make any sense. Like you hear the song and you're like, what the fuck? I wish we could play it.
Oh,
That's him.
Oh,
Well,
young guy, huh?
Yeah. Oh, young as fuck. Here's
okay.
Want to
Cool,
hear
cool,
something
cool.
crazy?
I feel better about not having heard of him. I thought he was like some classic Canadian artist that has been around for 100 years.
Oh,
and I
no,
thought,
no,
well, how did that? But now I'm glad that you're showing me this.
Want to hear
this
how
guy.
authentic this cat is?
I love this.
We
Yes.
tried to get him on the show.
Uh-huh.
We contacted his agent. This is
Yeah.
what the agent said. He works as a ranch hand in Texas over the summer.
Damn.
And when he's done, we'll get a hold of you.
I bet he's from Calgary.
He's from Alberta.
Alberta, yeah, Calgary,
Yeah.
Alberta, because
Yeah.
that's where we got the Alberta. Canada's like the Texas of Canada, right? We
Yeah.
got this Calgary Stampede, and so I was right. He's
Yeah.
he's a cowboy, Canadian cowboy.
Shout out to my friend John and Jen. My
Yeah.
friends John and Jen live up there
yeah, Alberta. That's
in
cool.
Alberta.
I love Alberta.
It's
Yeah.
great. Saskatchewan. There he is. Yeah.
Oh wow, he's from Swift Current. You know what? That's cool. I'm from Swift Current, Saskatchewan.
He's only 25 now.
My grandparents met in Swift Current, Saskatchewan, on my father's side.
Really?
It's a tiny little place.
How'd they meet?
I don't know that story. I mean, I think everybody knew everybody in Swift Current back in the early. It was probably 20 people living there at the time. But
So this guy comes down to Texas in the summer and he works as a ranch hand
Yeah,
all
yeah, yeah.
summer. And then when they're like, he's not going to be done anytime soon. This is like literally like you try to get in touch with him for like publicity. We were blowing him up. I blew him up on Instagram when Donald Trump asked me to host a podcast with him and Joe Biden. I put it on my Instagram and with his tweet and Coulter Wall's lyrics for the devil wears a suit and tie. I put a quote from one of his lyrics and I just threw it up there.
oh, it was his lyric.
Left it like there, yeah. Just so people would listen to the song.
So when an up and coming artist, is he up and coming artist? Or
Oh, yeah,
when
yeah,
an
yeah.
up and coming artist says they can't come on the Joe Rogan Experience, the biggest podcast in all of the world, that must just make you want him to come on this show so much more. Must make you like him so much more, though,
I appreciate
right? It's
him.
like, man, he's got the same fucking...
I love his music, but I love authenticity.
Right.
So if that's who he is...
He's literally a ranch hand. He doesn't have time. He's tending to the cattle.
Like, look, whenever he wants to, he can come here. This is like, yeah, come on. Have some more, baby. Let's do it. Like, Dave Chappelle came on yesterday. Dave Chappelle and I have been friends since...
Oh, really?
1990.
Dave was here yesterday?
Yeah.
Wow. I've never met Dave
But
Chappelle.
he's always like, Joe, eventually I'm going to come on your show. Eventually.
Was that the first time he was on?
Yeah. And he came on because Donnell was here, and he just dropped in and
really?
hung out for, what was it, like an hour? Yeah. And then we're eventually... I shouldn't probably say this on the show, but I'm going to anyway because we've been drinking. Yeah. Dave and I are going to do a residence here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to do a bunch of shows here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Could I do a spot? Could I come and do 5 minutes or something?
Fuck yeah. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Fuck yeah.
I would love to do that.
Fuck yeah.
I've never met Dave.
He's a great guy. You'd love him.
I'd love to meet him.
He's super genuine.
Yeah.
He's as genuine as it gets. He's right there. He's there's no bullshit with him. He's right there. He's right there with you. But that's the same thing. Like, I'm like, whenever you're ready, I'm here. You know, like the Kanye West thing is like, it was almost the opposite. I was like, I like him too much. I don't want to fuck him up. I don't want him to, like, he was like, when the first time he wanted to come on the podcast, he was recently unmedicated. Like, he had done this concert where he said he supported Donald Trump and everybody booed him, and the next thing you know, he's in a mental institution. Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, right. He was on at his concert. There was a video of him at his big stadium concert.
A while after that, he said he wanted to talk about things, but nobody wanted to do it, or people were afraid to have him on. And I said, I'd be willing. I put on Twitter, I'd be willing to have you on, and we could talk about whatever you want for as long as you want to. Mm-hmm. And then it became this giant thing. And then him and I had a conversation on the phone, and I really enjoyed talking to him. But my hesitation was purely that I didn't want to fuck him over, because I do think he's, I mean, for lack of a better term, I think he's a special person. Mm-hmm. I think he's there's a rare diamond, right? Like, it's hard to make a Kanye West. It's like there's a few people that I know like that, like Joey Diaz. It's hard to make a Joey Diaz. You don't get a lot of Joey Diaz's in this life. You get one or two ever. And when I see a person like Kanye, and I see how sensitive he is, and I see all these people that are trying to chop him down all the time, and I made fun of his fucking sneakers. I mean, Jamie gave me a pair of Yeezys, and I was making fun of him, but I make fun of everything. I make fun of me too. Mm-hmm. But I was like, I don't want this guy to have a bad time. So I resisted having him on.
Really?
Yeah, even though I knew it would be a big show, like ratings-wise, I'm like, I don't want this guy to say something where people get mad at him, and I would rather him just making music. And I really got into his music, like, pretty deep after. I mean, I always loved his shit. Like, Gold Digger's a classic. I always love a lot of his shit all day. He's got some classic shit, right? Mm-hmm. But after he and I had that conversation, I really got into it, and I was like, man, I don't want anything. I don't want this to be negative. And then I started getting messages from his people, and even some of his people actually got in contact with my wife, and they're like, we don't want Kanye to say anything crazy and having it ruin him, and I was like, let's just leave it alone.
Is your wife involved with producing the show?
No, zero.
How'd they get in contact with her?
She knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. It's like a multi-chain step.
Yeah.
It wasn't even, but it was like, I was like, all right, let's just leave it alone.
Yeah.
I'm just going to enjoy his music. I'm like, just let Kanye be Kanye. And then when he was running for president, and then he reached out to me a bunch, and he's like, and I'm like, all right, let's just do it. And then he and I had a conversation on the phone, and he sounded like super stable and
well, I think
creative.
You accomplished what you set out to do, because I thought he was. I felt that I saw a side of him that I've never seen, because he really was able to have the time and space to say what was on his mind. He seemed to be in a very good place on your show. Like, he was, I've seen him on TMZ and stuff, kind of like scattered, but he was great. And I'm a huge fan, because
I think he knows that I respect him too.
Yeah.
So he felt comfortable. That
sometimes
I
you
really
see he's got a little bit of a wall up.
Right.
He's like waiting for this
attack.
Yeah.
Right. He knew there's no attack coming from me. So I think that helped. He knows I love his music, and he knows I think he's a unique human. He's a unique human. There's
You
not a lot
love
of
hip hop,
people.
right?
I love hip hop.
Because I saw you tweeted something about Gangstar recently.
Love
I'm like,
Gangstar.
Gangstar, dude,
Oh, my
man.
God.
I didn't know Joe like Gangstar.
Oh my God, yeah.
Because when I was a kid, I was a rapper, and I made rap music
Yeah.
and stuff, and I made beats. I still make beats, and I like just doing it. But Gangstar, man, like that was
Yeah.
like back Guru, Step in the Arena,
Sure. I was
Mass
so
Appeal.
bummed out when Guru died.
Yeah,
That was a bummer. But I'm a big fan of DJ Premier.
yeah.
I'm a big fan of a lot of that East Coast
Yeah.
early
The boom
hip
bap.
hop. Yeah, there's
Because
so much
Premier,
good shit
like
from there.
his beats are like that boom bap hip hop.
Well, there's a grittiness to East
Yeah.
Coast early hip, like Cool G rap.
Yeah, streets of
Giant-
New York.
Yeah, giant fan.
In the streets of
Yeah.
New York.
I still occasionally I'll listen to that song,
that's
Cock
Saxon.
Blocking.
Yeah.
Cool G rap, Cock Blocking.
Yeah.
Some great
Yeah.
fucking songs, man.
Streets of New York, man. That's what's a great song.
I love East Coast hip hop. You
Yeah.
know?
Tribe Called Quest.
Yeah.
Low End Theory is my favorite album of all time. If anyone ever asks me what's my favorite album of all time, I say The Low End Theory, Tribe Called Quest.
If I had to pick one rapper that I don't know, Biggie is pretty top on the list, but also Nas. Like, there's something about Nas's lyrics. Like, Nas has the best lyrics. Like, Nas's lyrics, I'll go back over his lyrics, like that rewind song where he does the whole story backwards. Like, come on, man. He's so good. He's so creative.
Yeah.
And his lyrics are his dad was a jazz musician,
Okay.
and I think that's true. Jazz or blues. His dad was a musician.
Yeah.
Like a professional, well-respected musician, and Nas sort of, I think, sort of embodied that ethos and put it into hip hop. You know, because like one thing I remember from Mo Better Blues, you remember that movie,
Yeah,
Spike
yeah.
Lee movie, where I remember being like real. When Denzel Washington was like, he wouldn't even fuck his girlfriend because he had to practice. I was like, wow, that's dedication.
Right.
And I remember thinking, like, the dedication that a blues musician has,
Yeah.
or a jazz musician has, where they're just constantly practicing their instrument, is so much different than a stand-up.
Or the same.
Yeah. Well, stand-ups are
Or
just...
very similar, too. I sometimes think stand-up,
But so much of us are fuck-ups.
sort of like jazz, right?
Yeah, but fuck-ups in that we don't practice like they do. They'll practice for hours and hours every day.
You getting up on stage every night, man, that's practicing, man.
Yeah, but you should practice before you get up on stage. And most comics don't. And
Yeah, well, how do you going to do? Sitting in front of the mirror, tell jokes?
Writing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Writing, going over your notes.
Yeah. But I'm saying, it's,
Yeah.
I feel like, because I feel like, what do I know? But like, it's the space between the notes, right? That's what they talk about with jazz, right? The space between the notes. You had a COVID test
That's the
today,
same
right?
thing. Yeah, we both did, bro. That's the same thing with stand-up. It's the space between the jokes, even. It's the space between the ideas. Like, stand-up is a thing that requires a lack of discipline sometimes. Like, stand-up is not just... It's like jazz, and any time you're playing a musical instrument, you must be proficient.
Wait a
in
minute,
that
what is
instrument. Marijuana.
No, but what?
Comes from Donnell Rawlings.
That's some good shit, man.
It's a good show, right?
That's
Well,
good for now.
good for now.
I'm gonna monitor. I'm gonna monitor that hit and.
Good call.
Yeah.
Stand-up requires almost a lack of discipline to
Yeah.
be wild enough to say some of the shit that we say, but also discipline to go over your notes, discipline to look at all these ideas and try to structure them in a way that's going to resonate with the audience, you know? And then also discipline to, like, think about the set and what went wrong, what went right, and try to reevaluate. And
So the words in stand-up and the ideas, that's where your fingers are on the piano, right? That's the technical side. And then the spaces between the words and the rhythm and
Yeah.
the timing with the audience, that's where
Yeah. Also your head, right?
Yeah.
Like where your head's at.
Because I've had a, I've enjoyed making music over the years. I wouldn't say that I'm that good at it, but I definitely love doing it. And you can pull up my video from 1992 of when I was a kid in Canada. I made a rap album, and to me, it was like, I love this. I loved it. It was sort of like the technology. Like I loved like I got a sampler. I worked all summer as a mowing lawns so I could buy a sampler, a used sampler, and then I started sampling records, listening to Gangstar, and like going, I want to try to do that, and so, man, like, yeah, that's me in the red jacket when I was 18 years old, and.
Oh my God!
This was our album. That's 1991. That's me in the yellow jacket. Look how skinny I am. I'm
1/18 of a megapixel camera.
Yeah. Well, it's a bad upload. We actually shot it. It's shot on film. Actually, that was shot on 16 millimeter film on a Steadicam. There we go. Yeah. They're me in the grocery store.
Are you friends with these guys anymore?
Yeah. Greg Campbell is the other MC. He's a great rapper.
What's he doing now?
He is in Ottawa, and he's actually killing it as a real estate agent up there, and he's doing a great job. He really is killing it. Like, I mean, he's Mr. Big Stuff. He called himself after. He's an incredible rapper, actually.
Does he call himself Mr. Big Stuff when he's selling houses?
You should, man.
That's a good idea. Show up with a clock on your neck.
He still has. I'd like you to meet Greg someday, man.
Okay.
He's still got like an incredible energy about him, and I feel like in a lot of ways, like I learned a lot from him. We were kids, but we met in high school. We were skateboarders, and he was the other skateboarder in my school. He's a couple years younger than me. And when I was 17 and he was 15, we went to New York and made a goofy record. So
wow.
And he's got there we are. That's Greg on the right, and that's my Jordy Ferguson, who I haven't talked. He was our DJ in the middle. But Greg on the right in the glasses.
Where are you?
Hilarious. That's me on the left.
Cut
Bones.
the fuck out of here. That's
Bones.
not you.
See, it says.
Let me see your face. Look at me. Barely you.
See, it says Bones on my hat. That's because that's from Powell Peralta Skateboards. But I was Bones, MC Bones, because I was skinny. Bones, rocking the microphone. I'm like a king on the throne. Only thing is I stand alone. You know what I'm saying, Joe?
I do understand. I get it.
This was our pizza commercial we did. We did we did a local pizza commercial. You can play that.
That's amazing.
Yeah, no,
What's
super fun.
Is the pizza company still around? The pizza store?
It was for a grocery store chain called Loeb.
Look at you.
Yeah, you can play this. You can play this video. Can you play that? Can you play that with the music? We rapped in it. Yeah, check this out. Organized rhyme on time with the cool food. $9.99 if you'll find. Don't be a fool, dude. Used to be soft, it was lost.
Dude, you did a pizza commercial as a rapper.
Look at me, 19.
Did that kid really need glasses, or was that a prop?
I think that was me.
That kid right there.
Where?
The other one, right there with the glasses.
Oh, Greg. No, Greg needed glasses. Yeah.
Okay.
Those were real
Just
glasses.
checking.
Yeah.
I really distrust people with fake
We keep
glasses.
it real, man. We keep it real. Organized rhyme. We keep it
Right,
real.
if you found someone that was wearing fake glasses, they're wearing glasses, but they weren't prescription.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't you get a little uneasy?
They're trying to be like John Lennon or something, or.
I don't know why I would get uneasy.
Yeah.
Why?
I require glasses now for reading.
Oh, do you really?
That started 3 or 4 years ago, and I know how it started.
How old are you?
I am. Guess.
30.
No.
12. I'm bad at this.
I'm 49.
Wow, you look great, dude.
No. Well,
You do.
That's very nice of you. Everyone online tells me I look old. Look how fucking old he
Stop
looks now.
reading
Look how
comments.
fucking old he looks now.
Listen, if I was 20, I would say that shit too. This guy looks old as fuck. But
Yeah.
as an actual person that's near your age,
Yeah.
I think you look great.
Yeah. Thank you. You look great too.
Thank you very much. How did we get to this? What were we talking about right before that?
Oh, well, who was the guy with the glasses? Greg had glasses on.
Oh, we're
and
talking-
so
yeah.
I have glasses now. I wear glasses only for reading my phone, and I know how I got. I know why my glasses went. My eyes went bad.
Why?
And I actually said this in the other day in your show. You said make it bigger for my old ass eyes. You said.
Right.
I was like,
I know how you got
that's what happened to me.
Yeah, you got old. Oh, I thought you were going to tell me about something important, like
No,
like
to get
chemical
clo-
exposure
No,
or
I
something. I know how it went bad.
No,
I just got old.
No, I do have a thing.
Oh, okay.
It's a real thing. This is what it is. When you wake up in the morning and it's still dark, don't look at your phone until you've turned the lights on.
And that fixes everything?
No, that's when you damage your eyes. Looking at
Are
your
you
phone
sure?
in the dark. I felt them break. I felt my eyes break. Yeah.
Maybe they're lifting weights. Maybe your eyes are lifting weights.
No, it's in the dark.
some
The bright light of the
pussy
in the dark.
ass eyes that are scared of matches.
I think it's when you look at your phone in the dark is what makes it go.
Imagine if you looked at difficult, like the eyes are so much different than a lot of parts of your body. Because like if you lift difficult things with your legs, you get bigger legs. But if you look at too much shit with your eyes, they break.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? You don't think so? Dude, I'm a doctor, basically.
True. That's true. That's what I'm saying.
Like legitimate. No, first of all, they're going to break no matter what, right? And part of it is
But
apparently.
your legs break down eventually as you get older.
They're already breaking down.
Yeah.
But I think it's also like there's a thing about looking at something that's always a certain distance from you on a regular basis over and over and over again. I don't think we're supposed to do that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think
Especially in the dark.
but-
when you wake up in the morning and it's dark and there's a bright thing, I believe it accentuates the speed at which it's not good for your eyes, because your eyes are exposed. In photography, you're exposed for the darkness. Your irises are at a certain point, and then all of a sudden you hit it with this bright light. That's what broke. I felt it break. I remember the day it went out of focus. I was in the morning. I was looking at my phone. Okay. Anyways.
I don't like to be overly optimistic about some shit that I barely understand, but I think that super smart dudes are really on the ball when it comes to like vision and therapies for vision deterioration. I had a guy, Andrew Huberman, who works on that specifically, and he was talking about they're going to be able to put injections into people's eyes, and then I'm absolutely butchering this, but then do something with virtual reality that actually improves the way your vision is.
I remember seeing that. I don't like the way
so
that's
they can
worded, but
they
it
can
seems
they can
good.
bring our without the laser eye surgery. I haven't had that.
Scientists have reversed age-related blindness by deliberately infecting the eyes with a virus. This is exactly what Huberman was talking about. And this is from 2017, and preliminary clinical trial has found that injecting a common cold-like virus in the eyes of age-related macular degeneration patients, one of the leading causes of blindness in the U.S., it can halt and even reverse the progression of the disease. So it could reverse.
Wow.
So these people they're way smarter than you and I, Tom. They're different kind of humans.
Yeah.
They're out there trying to fix problems with cancer and age and telomere length and mental deterioration and all the things that plague all of us. They're out there working on it while we're talking shit. We're just here talking shit.
And you're bringing attention to it, Joe.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But I mean, like, seriously, like, yeah, that would be. I would get that.
Friend
I would
Cam
get that. I
Haynes-
would get that injection because I can't stand. It's blurry when I look at my phone
It's
now.
so annoying.
Is it blurry when you look at your phone?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I feel better.
Yeah, like if I look at my phone, like I can read it right from
I heard
here.
you say that on the phone.
But it's not
on the
perfect.
I heard you say that on the show the other day, and I actually felt like,
Dude, if I put
oh,
glasses
good.
on, it looks
Oh,
great.
I
That's
was like,
why I
oh,
have
good.
these.
I was
Look,
like, oh, good. Like,
do I look sexy?
yes.
If I put
where
these
am I?
bitches on-
I have glasses like that. I should go get my glasses out of the van.
I can see
You
everything.
put a camera out by the van. I'll show you the van. My van's here. I'm having fun. I can't. This is, first of all, thank you, Joe, for
Thank
having
you.
me. Thank
Thanks,
you for
buddy.
having me.
My
on the
pleasure,
show.
brother. And thank you for like legitimately inspiring me. That's not bullshit. Your show was one of the first things that I ever did where I thought, oh my God, you could do this on your own. When I went to your house and you had these wires going through your living room, and then you had a server room, and me and Red Band were like, holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
It
What's
was
up, Red Band?
part of
Yeah.
what
Thank you.
got me interested in doing a podcast was going to your spot.
You know, thank you for the inspiration, my friend, because I
please, thank you.
appreciate it.
I think we're all in this together, man. But you no doubt, without any question, you helped me a lot because you gave me a thought that I didn't really have before. That some guy could be so ahead of the curve that you were doing this in like 2000 and like what 4? What were you doing? What year?
You have given me the inspiration of saying, "Oh shit, it actually could work. It works.
It does work.
Joe fucking did it."
Yeah, but I got the idea. A lot of it was from
Yeah.
you,
So,
and the rest of
I'm
it was
saying-
from Opie and Anthony.
I think you're inspiring so many people, because the thing is, that's the hardest part about being creative or being an artist or whatever you want to call it, a comedian, a writer, a musician, all these things, right? You dream something. So the idea of not quitting, right? That's like really the thing, because like everybody kind of sort of second guesses himself and says, maybe I shouldn't just be doing this, And
I'm mentally ill, Tom Green. I don't let things go.
Yeah, it's beautiful though, man, because it's great to see. I mean, here we are in, first of all, the UFO studio, which I love, and I wanted to ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
If what is the inspiration for this incredible
Chinese restaurants? No disrespect.
Oh.
Love Chinese restaurants.
Oh wow, I actually didn't even notice that until now.
I'm joking. I hope people don't get mad at me for that.
No, they
I
won't.
love Chinese restaurants.
It does feel like that.
It's not
though.
negative.
No, it's great.
No, honestly,
it's not. Oh, it's not that.
It was. This was the whole idea behind it. We Matt Alvarez, who's the guy who built it, and we were thinking of like what to do with this space. There was a circular space like this. The shape of the space is already there, and I was like, that'd be kind of cool to have a podcast in there. And then we found out that they have these sound panels that look like this, and you can make them in different designs. You can choose what designs you get. I'm like, oh, those would be kind of dope as like things on the wall. And we just put it together. And he did it all within 5 or 6 weeks of the time we decided we were going to move here. So it happened so quick. Mm-hmm. So what he's done, with all this design and everything, is we just ran with it. It wasn't anything that was thought out. When people are like, God, it's weird in there. Like, yeah. I get it. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I don't know. I like it. But this is not the end. This is what I needed to get in here. This is like, think of this as a spaceship that takes us from the LA podcast studio to the Texas podcast studio. The Texas podcast studio is under construction currently.
Yeah.
So when this is our spaceship.
Wait, this is not the Texas podcast studio?
We're in a spaceship. We've traveled from one podcast studio through this spaceship into the next.
Oh, so this is not the studio.
This is not the ultimate destination.
Oh, we're not in
Green.
the studio.
No.
Oh.
This is the spaceship leading us from one studio to the next.
I thought I was in the studio. So there's a new studio coming.
New studio coming.
When's that going to be?
When Odin blesses us with his praise. We have to wait.
But
no one's bringing back Odin. Imagine if you wanted to bring back Greek gods. You're like, let's just go back to the classics, guys. Thor, Athena.
Yeah.
Come on.
Wait, let me ask you a question. If this is the spaceship and the new studio, is it going to be an enclosed environment like this? This is kind of really interesting to me.
Do you like it better?
Yes.
Really?
Now that I'm sitting here, before I might have said, well, you could, he's Joe fucking Rogan. He could have as much space as he wants, but he could put himself in a big, giant thing, Coliseum kind of place with background, deep background. You could have but the thing is no, because I always think about depth in photography. I think about depth, but then as far as the experience, when you're in an intimate conversation with one person for an hour, you're sitting there going we're going to talk to each other for an hour. It's kind of nice feeling like there's not people back far in the distance. It's kind of, I think it creates an interesting environment. Like just acoustically, it's really cool.
Acoustically,
so
it's nice.
That's what I have to say about that.
Where there's less space, which makes us somehow or another more intimate with the same amount of distance.
So is it going to be an enclosed space or is it going to be a larger room?
It's going to be
and both would be good, by the way.
Split the difference. It's going to split the difference, I think, between this one and the old one, but just be more normal. I think less distracting.
This is awesome.
Thank you.
I mean,
I like it too, but I don't know if it's necessarily perfect. It's just fun. It's fun to be able to make. I'm not a big designer, but it's fun to just do different shit. It'd be fun to have a green screen behind me and be in space every day, like different galaxies floating behind me. Like we could do a lot of shit.
So what is that you think that it is in people where we drive ourselves to kind of create this vision we have in our mind? It's
think ideas.
You have a vision in your mind. This is not even the end of the vision. This is the beginning of the new vision, right? This is not even the studio. I thought it was in the studio.
It's a spaceship.
This is just a spaceship.
This is the first time anyone's hearing this because it's the first time I've ever said it. Because it's the first time I thought of it.
Yeah. There is no other studio.
This is the next studio that's taking us to the next studio.
Yeah,
There is
yeah.
going to be another studio.
Oh, there is, yeah.
This is really is a spaceship. Like if you could look at it about that would be a metaphor, right? Is that a metaphor technically?
Now, and listen, I'm not going to ask any more questions about the new studio because I want to.
Well, it's
I
just
wanna be
different
surprised.
shit, man.
I
I
wanna
want
be
to do.
surprised.
I want to do a bunch of different things, but I do want to do some where it's a room that's 100% green screen, and I want to figure out like what we have to do to be in space. I want to do a conversation in space.
Yeah.
So one of the rooms I want to do like a full
Wait.
circular
Sorry.
green screen.
Wait. Can you start that again?
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to do
Do a
interview
room.
in space?
Yeah. Do a room where, say, like you and I, Tom Green, Joe Rogan,
Yeah.
sitting at a bar table,
Yeah.
or a circular bar table.
Oh, you want to have like
You and I
like-
would chair, just hanging, talking to each
Oh,
other.
okay.
Just two microphones and bar, like very intimate. Behind us, all green screen in space.
Okay.
So when you see the podcast, it's just us in space.
So that's what I love. That is that really where it's going?
The problem would be, you wouldn't see that it's in space. You would just see green.
Yeah.
Right?
As
Would that be
opposed to-
weird?
We can do that.
Well, what I'm saying.
Yeah, we could do that, right?
I think I told you about. We could do what you're saying. Just
Yeah.
it's not green screen.
No.
What would it
It's
be?
actually there.
No, I think I thought
It's
of
like
it.
projected around you.
I think I thought of an idea.
Is that better? Yeah, it's better?
It's not cheaper, but it's better.
Oh,
Just paint this room green.
you could do
Just,
that.
just spray paint this room green.
Yeah, you could do that.
So you could have it like green, so you can do that, but also you have the intimacy of the closed.
Like Anthony Cumia from Opie and Anthony, his whole thing is green screen, right? He does like green. You didn't go with me? He has a setup where if you go to his channel, go to see if there's a clip of him. Like it looks like he's like in front of a window that overlooks like this spectacular.
Yeah.
It's just a green screen.
Wow. Yeah,
It's
he's
indoors.
Yeah. What's up, Anthony? How's it going?
Those guys from Opie and Anthony,
Opie and
when,
Anthony.
and Jim Norton, when those
They were
guys would
always-
have you on the podcast or their radio show, rather. I say podcast because it really was the first podcast.
Yeah.
I think Opie and Anthony was the first podcast.
Yeah.
Because it was sort of structureless.
They
like
split
Rich
up, though.
Voss.
They split up.
They did split up. Unfortunate. They needed a mediator. There he is. So that's all green screen behind him.
Maybe you think they'll ever get back together?
Fuck, it would be amazing. Listen, sometimes people, when they work together for long periods of time, they just get on each other's nerves.
Yeah.
They hate each other. But what they had, like,
Every
they can't
band-
hate each other 100%. What they had when those guys were together, when everything was rocking and rolling, I mean, it was a great fucking show. It was a great show for comics because we would come in and they taught me how to be just, they taught me how to just hang. Like on a radio show where you didn't have to think like, oh my God, this is like this really structured program. There was no structure. It was Ari Shaffir and Bill Burr and Patrice O'Neill and Rich Voss and it was fucking chaos. It was so fun. It was so ridiculous. And we would look forward to it. Like I remember I'd smoke a joint and then drink coffee or we would take pot lollipops or something. And we would be on our way to Opie and Anthony, like Ari and I, and it would be, fucking 6 o'clock in the morning. We're exhausted. Did a show last night, but we're so pumped to get there because we knew maybe Colin Quinn was going to come by. All these different comics were going to be there, and it was just a hang, man. It was just a hang.
Yeah.
Everybody was just laughing and goofing on each other, and it was, sometimes you'd have 4 or 5 comics in the room.
And there's so many people that were obviously in America and the world who remember where they were when at that time listening. They were all the listeners, right? Listening to that. There's this
There
whole...
were some moments that were one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life happen on that show, where they had an eggnog drinking contest, and this dude, Paul from Unaki, Pat from Unaki is a dude who won their eggnog drinking contest and then vomited in another man's mouth who was leaning over a garbage can, surrounded by comics, Bill Burr, Ari Shaffir, me, Opie, Anthony, a bunch of staff, threw up in this dude's mouth. The dude... Pat Duffy. He leaned over a garbage can and opened his mouth like this.
Oh,
Look at
boy.
this. So he's leaning over this garbage. He's got his neck over this.
Yeah.
And this other guy, Pat, who's behind him, is
my gosh.
at the end of the line. He's probably done, how many shots do you think he did, Jamie? Do you remember?
I had it close to 20-ish, maybe more. I don't know.
I had a night like this
legit.
once. I had a night like this once at the Rivoli Theater in Toronto, actually.
But he keeps downing these shots of eggnog. And he also has diabetes. So he has to throw it up. Like, you really can't keep it in his body because it's so much sugar. It might kill him. This is a crazy scene, man.
Wait, what
So
year
then
is this?
But what? Oh, I don't know.
Oh my God! Wait, where?
Early 2000s. So
Where are you?
Look at this.
Where are you?
I'm, I don't know. I'm in there somewhere.
Oh my! Oh, okay.
That
I
might
see.
be me
Oh my
filming
God.
right there.
Okay.
Is that me? I think that is me.
Okay, there we go.
That's
See,
me on the mic filming.
You know, it was just the '90s were weird. You
Dude,
know?
look at everybody has a flip phone. I have a flip phone. And watch him throw up in this dude's mouth. Ready?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Okay. Hello.
Okay.
Wow.
That's one of the
Wait a
craziest
minute.
things.
Whoa.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
much? How
Oh,
much?
it keeps going, dude.
this is
It's
a lot.
cartoonish. It keeps
How
going.
much? What was he eating that day? It was a lot
Eggnog, bro. You're not
Eggnog.
listening. Look.
Oh, whoa. Okay, I'm seeing this.
I
for
think
the
he's
first
got
time.
more. He's got more. He's got another one in
it's
him.
Like
Hold on.
It's like the meaning of life, the final scene of the meaning of life.
I think he's got one more. And it's look.
Oh my God.
Preposterous amounts of eggnog
Wow.
in this guy's mouth. It was and look, the splat. It's the Dexter scene. This is Dexter. Look at the ground. It's covered in plastic. Everyone knew there was going to be throw up. This is a radio show. Do you understand how crazy this is?
Yeah.
The video only came from cell phones. There was no show like on video.
I know.
This is how bonkers radio was back then. And so those guys gave a chance to guys like Ari and me and Joey Diaz and all those guys.
Yeah.
Who out of that group that were doing those radio shows early in the morning, and you would do that show and you would go, why can't we do this? And that was a seed too. So between you and them. And then the fact that Adam Carolla went right from radio, he went to doing his own podcast, and a bunch of other people did the same thing. I was like, okay.
It's I mean, look, Charlie just got up, by the way. That's a beautiful thing. Well,
Chopper.
I'd like to say,
My name's Chopper, bro.
First of all, Joe, thank you, and
Thank
what's
you.
up to Opie and Anthony,
Salute.
and Charlie just woke up. So let me just get Charlie.
Charlie, what are you doing?
Maybe you can come up here, say hi.
This is never going to work. People always want to bring dogs on the podcast.
You
Even
watch.
My dog
You
was on
watch.
the podcast
Charlie's
for like 5
chill.
seconds.
Charlie is chill. Check it
I'm
out.
sure she's chill.
Watch.
Definitely won't interfere with the conversation
No,
at
watch.
all.
Ignore her for a second.
Okay.
Check it out.
What am I
Talk
ignoring?
about Marshall.
What am I ignoring?
Marshall.
saying-
Marshall May Rogan.
Yeah, that's his name. Why are you saying ignore?
Well, just because you thought she was going to interrupt the conversation.
Just joking.
She-
Just joking. She's
no, she
adorable.
won't. She won't. She's
She's a
pretty
sweet
good.
little dog.
Isn't she interesting?
very sweet.
Energy.
Well,
So-
she's very calm, which means she's loved. Like look at the way she's embracing you.
Yeah.
That's a loved dog.
I do love her.
She can tell. Look how she leans into you, man.
Yeah.
When Marshall, when you pet him, he leans into your leg.
Yeah.
Like it's the sweetest thing. It's like
Yeah.
he's trying to stay in contact with you.
Yeah. So I mean, I had 2 Siberian Huskies for 15 years before Charlie, and but this is new relationship. You know, you're 7 months old, Charlie. You're 7 months.
You know what's fucked up, man? It's like you could look at things almost in 2 different ways. You could be a reductionist person. You could say like, well, the weird thing about dogs is it's really what mankind has done to wolves. Like they've taken them and subjugated them and then fucking genetically mutated them to be some thing that sits in your lap that relies on you to stay alive. Like, man.
But it's,
But you can't fix that. And dogs are real, and they're real right now.
Right.
And you could have a dog like Charlie.
Yeah, well, I think about that because like we're out there and the coyotes are out there and like, dude, like I really am living out in the middle of the woods. It's really kind of crazy. Like for real, like that's actually what we've been doing for the last 6 weeks, and it's ridiculous, but it's really fun, and I'm loving it, and Charlie's loving it.
Dude,
and,
Charlie's adorable.
We go for a walk in the woods every day.
She's so sweet.
And she's having a good time. She gets crazy. She gets a little crazy. She gets her zoomies. Moments.
I love when they do that.
She goes nuts. And then
Especially at her
it
age, right?
It can get frustrating.
Well, you got to run with her or do something with her, throw a ball to her.
Yeah, no, she'll instigate all that stuff. So yeah. So yeah, that I do want to. I worry about her. I worry about.
I'm sure you love her.
We're out in the middle of nowhere, so
Yeah.
she's got a GPS tracker on her collar. Okay?
Yeah.
I put tape over my phone number on the dog tag before I came to the show because
Good move.
my personal cell phone number's on there.
You don't want to get them dick pics.
I just didn't want it up on the thing, so I thought about that. Yeah.
If you did have it up, how many dick pics do you think you'd get?
Okay. Well, let's take the tape off for a second. I'll give them my cell phone number. Let's see.
I love dogs, but it is crazy
Yeah.
what we did to the wolf.
Yeah.
It's
But
crazy.
Did we do it, or did they saw an opportunity? They saw a campfire. They saw a bunch of fresh cooked meat, delicious. They go in, be cute. Mm-hmm. Someone throws me.
This is the same argument that predatory women use when they steal men's money and divorce them. Like when a hot lady marries an old billionaire.
Yeah.
Same sort of logic.
Well.
Did we really do it to them? Or did they do it to themselves? Did they come close to the campfire?
Yeah. Well.
Did they want the love?
I think that's what it is with dogs. Though they just evolved from that, right? You know?
I think they for sure did for a while. They were close to us, and then once we started capturing them and keeping them in our houses and shit, the ones that survived are the ones that the most obedient, the ones that were the most compliant, the ones that didn't give us a hard time, the ones that, just wanted love. Like, think about that sometimes when I'm hanging out with my dog. Like, he's the sweetest thing in the world. I love him to death. Like, we have these little hug sessions in the morning. Like, every morning when I wake up, I go, hello, sir. Hello, sir. He's like, oh. He's, like, so excited to see you. He's such a sweetheart of a dog. Mm-hmm. But I'm like, he couldn't survive on his own. Like, he's this fluffy thing that's amazing. He's full of love, like a love sponge. But that's not an animal that survives as an animal. He's essentially a carnivore. I'm feeding him food. I have to feed him.
Yeah.
But as long as I do that, he'll stay this sort of sweet, compliant, well-fed thing.
Yeah.
But like wild dogs kill people. Some lady got killed by a wild dog like a week ago. Yeah. There was some article I saw. I think it was a lady got killed, or maybe it was an old man. But someone got killed. Do you remember it, Jamie?
Charlie.
Somebody got killed by a wild dog. Today. Oh, look at this.
Florida man killed by pack of wild dogs.
Florida man killed by pack of wild dogs. Mm-hmm. Today.
Why is it always in Florida these things happen?
Because it's the best spot on earth. It's it's Aliens Amusement Park.
It's
Aliens
of Florida man.
I wonder if it's in the air.
Yeah.
Imagine if that's what they prove. Like you go to Florida. Yeah, get in there, buddy.
I don't want to
Imagine if you go.
I don't want to make a fool of myself here.
They proved that if you go to Florida, like your IQ drops 3%, and your inability to say no to meth goes up by 1,000%.
You can drink too much sometimes, but I mean, Joe, it's an honor to be here having whiskey with you, man.
It's an honor to have you, brother. I'm for real, legitimately. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You are one of the reasons why I do this. So thank you very much.
I mean,
when you were doing that show out of your house, and you had me over as a guest, and I remember sitting at your table going, look at what Tom Green did. This is amazing. You made your own thing. You made your own show. And you were doing a call-in talk show with a desk.
Listen, I appreciate it, Joe. You don't have to say it. It's true, buddy. It's so cool, man. Just being here and just, this whiskey is
pretty damn
really
good, right?
good. Like, really good.
Pretty damn good. Especially when you're drunk.
This is Still Austin straight bourbon whiskey.
When you're drunk, it's like it's not.
Oh my gosh!
It's not clear what actually is good.
What was the first drink you had when you were a kid? Like when you were a kid?
Well, I remember
when you start drinking. When do you start drinking? How old were you when you started drinking?
High school kids.
High school, yeah.
Yeah, I remember when I first got really fucked up on Jack Daniels to the point where I couldn't smell Jack Daniels for like years.
I have that experience with Wild Turkey. Wild Turkey and Maker's Mark. I have that. Yeah.
Uh-huh. I threw up in a cab when I was like 15 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah. Same 15. Listen, I had Wild Turkey was my first bourbon experience, and it did not end well. But
yeah, Wild Turkey will fuck you up, right? That stuff is seriously potent, isn't it? Isn't it like a higher percentage of alcohol?
Well,
it's like a moonshine.
What happened was my friend Phil and I, who was my best friend growing up. We went on a camping trip one time. This is what kids in Canada do when they're in their 20s. When they're not skateboarding. Hey, let's go paddle.
They take a walkabout.
We brought a canoe and we said, let's paddle out to that island out and, we'll bring some beer, we'll bring some whiskey, we'll light a fire, we'll hang out, and it'll be fun. Anyways, we went out. I flipped the canoe on the way. The beer sunk to the bottom of the lake. All we had was our bottle of wild turkey, so we didn't have the beer to... It was not a good thing. But
damn, dude.
So
Canadian life is a different life. That's why people are nicer up there. You guys have more weather. You have to deal with more shit. You have to like band together more.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's kind of the winters kind of kept you down a little bit as a country. Like there's a certain reality that Canada has that the rest of North America doesn't have. Is like in the winter it can get real crazy.
Oh yeah, and so you were saying ice fishing, right?
Yeah.
You did ice fishing. I didn't do ice fishing, but like that, it was just walking to school was going ice fishing.
Yeah.
Like you're 4, and by the way, it was the 70s, right? I was born in 1971, so I was walking to school as a 5-year-old in 1976. It's like
oh my god,
in the
that's
winter
crazy.
with a hat on
with
by
wolves.
myself.
Wolves are out there.
Yeah. So
Jesus Christ, Tom Green, what if you got eaten by a wolf?
Yeah, and look, and Charlie just went right back to sleep. Isn't she such a
She's
cute
a sweetie.
little...
She's definitely a sweetie pie. She's so loved. You could tell the way she leans into you. That's a loved
and
dog.
So it's a unique situation because of the pandemic and the fact that I've got, we're all isolating and I've got nothing else to do other than go at my van with this new dog. And she was rescued by a rescue from, they're called Thrive in San Diego. And this is what they do. They find dogs in the Caribbean and Mexico. She was born in the Bahamas, and they bring them over. So
that's dope.
And I just
well, you got a good one, man.
It's
She's
kind
a
of
little
like
sweetie.
it's kind of weird because I just kind of got super lucky because it just sort of happened. Like I knew I needed a dog because this has been a weird year. I miss having dogs. I didn't have a dog.
It's also cool that she's young enough so that you can teach her. The dogs, like sometimes people adopt dogs and they're grown, and when you adopt a dog and it's grown, it's a more difficult road to kind of train them and get them.
So she was 3.5 months when I got her.
Not chew on shit.
She had actually been rescued by someone else, and then they couldn't keep her, and I got her at 3.5 months. So, but she's a very good puppy, and
I've had Marshall since he was like 6 weeks old.
Yeah.
So he and I
How old is
were
Marshall?
tight. He's almost 4.
Oh, 4. Okay.
He's the sweetest. And I've never had a golden retriever before.
Yeah.
Just a different thing. Like when I see him, it's just we just have this little love session. So me and him, a man-dog love session.
Yeah. Charlie has a Instagram. Look at her in pictures. Charlie the pot cake dog. Charlie is called a pot cake dog.
What's that?
So she's rescued from the Bahamas. In the Bahamas, they call the street dogs that are running around, the strays, they call them pot cake dogs because they go to the local people, cook them. They feed them the burnt rice from the. And that's why they're called pot cake dogs. So that's what Charlie is. She's a pot cake dog, and she's.
Steve-O has a dog that has a similar type story, right? Doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Yeah, absolutely.
His dogs hit the lottery, son.
Yeah, yeah. What's up, Steve-O? Yeah.
Shout out to Steve-O.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, dogs are, it's a really interesting thing because part of me knows that this is a wolf that was manipulated. Its ancestors are manipulated into this thing.
Yeah.
But part of me is like, yeah, but there's nothing I can do about that right now. Like, he's alive right now, so he's my snuggle buddy.
Yeah.
I'm like, hello, buddy. And he puts his paws up in the air and lays on his back and I rub his tummy. I love him. But it is strange. This is not a judgment. This is just an observation. It's so strange that people did this to wolves. They took a wolf and turned it into a French bulldog. A French bulldog came from a wolf.
Right.
A wolf.
Right. Well,
there is no justification for that.
Well, the wolves cooperated.
Yeah.
Think about it.
That's a tough one.
Well, I don't know. It was probably
That's a tough one.
it was probably a lot of fun for them. I'm sure.
I don't think we need to.
I would think they probably had a lot of fun doing that. I mean,
Maybe.
Why would they not have enjoyed that?
Well, they needed food, probably.
No.
I mean,
But I mean, no. Being introduced. What I'm saying is, I'm trying to come up with like a bit like. You're being introduced. We'd like you to, hey, German Shepherd, we'd like you to meet this, Irish Wolfhound. Oh, no, I'm not interested in that. No, of course they were interested in that. It was probably. Okay, now we're getting weird. Okay.
Well, I think like German Shepherds are tough dogs.
Yeah.
A Belgian Malinois is a dog that's like specifically designed to attack human beings. Like those, you ever seen those meat missiles? Those little, they look like German Shepherds, but like with dark evil, like almost demonic eyes.
Yeah.
They will fuck you up, man. Those Belgian Malinois.
Yeah.
But that is a dog that's specifically bred just to attack people. But most dogs are bred to be really nice to people.
So you're saying it's unethical that they set
No.
animals up with each
Not-
other like that because
Not saying that.
it's
because,
like manipulative.
No. Here's what I'm saying.
Okay.
If they didn't do it, those fucking things would be eating us.
Right.
This is what people have to understand. Like, wolves will fucking eat you. All right? I'm not saying we should kill the wolves. I love wolves. I
had 2 Siberian Huskies for 15 years, so I basically lived with 2 wolves.
I have a wolf on my phone.
Oh my gosh.
That's a wolf.
Wow, that is wow. Hey, can you pull up a picture of Annie and Steve?
Fascinated by wolves.
Check out for Annie and Steve. I had 2 dogs that looked like that for 15 years living, they were beautiful animal.
I'm fascinated by wolves.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't like wolves,
have you
but
seen
the reality of wolves is they would fucking eat you. The reason why we like dogs is because we've gotten dogs into a position where we control them and they're not free.
Yeah.
If dogs were free, they would kill you like that person that died today.
Right.
Who's the person that died today? 65-year-old man got attacked and murdered by stray dogs.
Where? Today?
Where was it? Florida.
In
More
America.
Florida. Another Florida issue. That's more than one Florida, right? Was that the same Florida he was talking about before? Yeah, that's the same story? Yeah. So we already brought this up. That's how drunk we are. Listen,
there's Annie and Steve. Those were my dogs for 15 years. Steve on the left in this photo, and Annie on the right. And that's in L.A. That's up in Burbank at the
cool dogs.
Yeah, and they were good girls. They were good girls.
Dogs are great if you feed them.
Yeah.
You ever have a feral cat?
I've had cats, but I'm not sure if I had a feral cat.
I had a feral cat once. His name was Jack Dempsey, like the boxer.
What do you mean that means?
Feral, wild.
You found it and then you adopted
found it
it?
as well. My friend Lainey found it as a kitten, and she gave it to me. She captured a bunch of her and her boyfriend. Trapped them underneath this house.
Okay,
like,
and then they raised it. I think my
gave
parents
them to people.
My parents found a cat at the side of the road. Lucky. Shout out to Lucky.
Shout out to Lucky.
Lucky is no longer here. Rest in peace, Lucky.
What happened to Lucky?
Well, she lived 19 years.
Wasn't that lucky? That's lucky. 19 years is very lucky. Good name.
It might have been 18 or something. But
that is fucking old for a cat.
And they found her at the side of the road. My mother.
Oh, she got hit?
My mother married. No.
She found her when she was a baby.
Yeah. But they were So my parents, Mary Jane Green and Richard, Joe. I want to give a shout out, and to my brother Joe. Okay. They are, they found Lucky. But first of all, I love you guys. Great to see you. My mom and dad and my brother are strong support system in my life, and I love them. So they're excited that I'm here. So
I'm excited that they're excited.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I am. But no. So it's cool, Here's a funny story. So I talked to my mom on the phone.
Okay, you went like this.
In the van. Yeah, in the van. As I run over Charlie's head with the rolling... You
talk to your mom on the phone?
Every day. Like I got the phone up on and I'm driving. I'm like, hey, I'm not every day, but if I'm usually when I'm driving and I'm trying to find another spot. But it's kind of fun. I have my friends on the. This is what's cool about the phone is on the speaker. I can call my friends. I'm driving around. I'm talking like, hey, where should I go tonight? And you go look for these places. But my mom, Mary Jane Green, by the way, that's my mother's name.
I believe you.
Mary Jane Green. Isn't that a great?
It's a great name.
Yeah. So Mary Jane.
He's saying
Green.
It's like it's preposterous. Like there's no way.
Yeah.
Are you listening to me? Mary Jane Green.
She didn't even really, I don't think, make the connection to the weed reference of it until later.
Did she partake?
I don't think my mom was a big Mary Jane Green partaker, actually. But it's funny that her name is Mary Jane Green and she wasn't a big Mary Jane Green partaker.
It's almost sad.
Yeah. But she,
right? Like if she was a pothead, she'd be legendary.
Yeah, she was not a pothead.
Is she still around?
My mom.
Your mom's still around?
Yeah, my mom is still around.
It's not too late.
Yeah.
I think we envision a second career for your mom.
I could see her being open to it. I mean,
I want to see your mom with one of them giant LED pot flag chains hanging from her neck, like one of them flashing.
It
green pot
could
leaves.
happen. It could happen.
Imagine.
It could happen.
Your
My
mom just
mom's
flips
pretty cool.
the script.
My mom's really cool. Like she it could happen. I don't think she's.
Why wouldn't you start a marijuana company with your mom's name?
We've talked about it, but I don't. We've talked about it.
Mary Jane Green?
Yeah.
Salute.
Yeah.
Mary Jane Green.
Yeah.
Come on.
We've talked about it.
That shit's perfect.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you do it?
I don't really know how to do that.
You need to contact lawyer people that understand how to make
I
that
actually don't
a
know
reality.
I literally don't
You
know.
need to get some lawyer folk who
I don't know
how
how to start a marijuana company. Yeah.
Well, you need some venture capital folk and some lawyer folk that know how to navigate the legality.
Yeah.
Because it's legal in states, but not in all of them. California's legal, though, where you allegedly live.
And so, Texas, not legal.
Not legal.
So then, yeah.
Exactly.
But California.
Legal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost worth the taxes. It's like one way or another, no place is perfect.
But it's obviously eventually going to be legal everywhere. Within
It really should be.
Within like what?
The only reason
2
why
years and 2 or 3 years or something.
The only reason why it's not is because we have a distorted idea of what it is. And it's if the quicker it would be made legal, the quicker people would be able to do legitimate research on it and find out why there are these adverse reactions that some people have, because that's the only thing
Reefer
that bothers
madness.
me. Yeah, but that's not real. But there are certain people that have like real issues with pot that other people don't.
Oh, okay.
And it's
really?
Yeah, schizophrenia is one of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's there's a guy, right? He's an author who came on this. He's a journalist, and he came on this podcast to debate Mike Hart, who was a Canadian doctor that prescribes weed. Like he does a lot of work with medical marijuana patients.
Yeah.
And Alex Berenson wrote this book on the dangers of marijuana, and it's like it resonates. It sounds very real. And we've all known people. Like I've known 3 or 4 people that tell stories about having some experience when they were on edibles, and then all their friends say they snapped, and they were they barely recovered after that. Like some people are fragile with their chemical. I don't mean to say
Do you remember
fragile,
the first
but
time
they're
you got high?
vulnerable in their chemical makeup?
Do you remember the first time you got high and realized?
Not really the first time, but I remember the
you're
first
like-
time as an adult, because I really didn't do it for a long time until I was about 30, and then I started getting high again. But I only got high between 30 and whenever I first started doing it, like a handful of times, like 4 or 5 times my whole life until I was 30.
I had never smoked.
Maybe a little more, but not much.
I never
more.
smoked marijuana in high school. I was a straight edge kid. I drank quite a bit, actually, to be honest with you.
Standard.
Yeah.
That's a good kid
Yeah.
out there drinking.
Drank a lot, but then yeah. So later in life, though, I discovered it and it was fine. Yeah.
I think it's very important that kids' brains develop before they get too much of anything, too much of alcohol, too much of marijuana, too much of anything. When you're a kid, that's what's fucked up about this. Like, I don't want to tell anybody what to do. But when you're a kid, and this is like, again, I said that I got drunk for the first time I was like 15 or 16, like really bad, threw up in a car, in a cab on the way home. Like, I just don't think I think there's something that's going on that you can't think of while it's happening with the development of your brain when you're 15 years old. There's a bunch of shit going on that you really don't understand. Mm-hmm. And I think in some way it's up to the people that have gone through it to protect you from the potential negative aspects of all your bad decision making.
Absolutely.
And that's one of them with drinking and pot and drugs. It's you want to tell the kids, look, I know. I don't want to tell you what you can and can't do because I don't want you to develop this need to rebel against me. But you're doing something to your brain before it's done cooking.
Yeah.
And you're also doing something that's incredibly difficult for people to manage that are mature, well-developed adults. Like, if you give well-developed adults Adderall, a lot of them are not very good at managing that. A lot of them.
Okay.
They get real wacky with Adderall.
Okay.
They start taking it all the time. That's well-adjusted, educated, with responsibility adults.
Right.
And they can get hooked on Adderall.
Okay.
What the fuck do you think is going to happen to a 15-year-old that starts drinking or doing coke or smoking pot?
See, yeah.
Your brain's growing.
Yeah, I agree.
You're not even done.
I think drinking is a fun act of rebelliousness as a teenager, but maybe that's probably where it should end.
I think, in a sense, you'd be better off if you could mentor your children to understand what drinking is. And mentor them in a way where you teach them about the dangers of over drinking, and you could do it in a way where you don't even have to get the kids drunk. You just let the kids know that, listen, I am a person. You are a person. I am older than you. I'm not better than you. I've just lived longer. I am just trying to tell you for your own safety and good that you need to learn how to do this. Because if you just start drinking with no supervision when you're 21 years old or 18 in some countries, you're going to fuck yourself up.
Yeah.
Like, we would both be way better off, me not having to worry about you, and you with understanding the consequences of your actions if we sat down and talked about how to drink.
It's a complex thing.
It's a complex thing.
There's a lot going on. It's not just like you're out in the world, you're inebriated. Well, it's absolutely. Well,
it's also like physically you got to know, like, what's the dose. If
Yeah.
you're a 90-pound woman, you can't drink 18 drinks.
Yeah.
Like, your body's not going to be able to handle it. Like, a 400-pound man has a much larger gap than a person like you or I. Like, they got a lot more room, a lot more wiggle room for how much alcohol they can consume. And you got to start slow.
I definitely figured it out on my own, like, which is part of the adventure of life, like having a few bad nights. But it probably would have been better off to have had a little warning about.
For sure, if someone just sat you down and said, Tom, look at me. One drink, good. But here's the problem with 2 drinks and 3 drinks and 4 drinks if you have them too quickly. All of a sudden, you don't know what's good and what's bad. All of a sudden, you don't know what's drunk and what's sober.
Yeah.
You don't know what's the right move anymore because you're fucked up. And when you're fucked up, you don't know what to do. So you got to avoid getting fucked up. You got to get to the point where you're having a good time, a little chatty, having fun, social lubricant.
Right.
And don't.
Because if you're I mean, most people just get lucky and nothing that bad happens. But you lose control when you're absolutely.
You could certainly think about it that way.
Yeah.
But also, you can think about it. It's just
so something bad could happen to anybody, though.
For
so
sure.
You need to be aware. Like, hey, you got to be careful.
For sure.
You can't be running around just like.
Yeah. You don't know what you're
drinking
doing.
Whiskey all night,
and talking shit on a podcast.
Something bad's gonna happen.
Well, you don't know what's going on
Cheers
anymore.
to that, though, but
all of a sudden, you're a fucking whiskey robot. Just when you're a 15-year-old kid, the first time you get drunk, you have no experience to draw from. Like, you don't have like a lot of these under your belt. Like, been there before. Yeah. Like, the first time you ever get drunk, I wish I could really clearly remember.
I can remember
Can
mine.
you?
Yeah.
Tell me.
So I can remember. So when I was in Ottawa, Canada. What's up, Ottawa? we would go in high school to these things called pubs, and they'd have.
Why say things called pubs? Like you speaking some strange language.
It wasn't
that
a
nobody
bar.
understands.
It wasn't a bar. It wasn't an actual pub.
What was it?
It was like somebody would rent out a community center, and they'd be selling like you could go buy beer, but you're 15, you're underage. Yeah. And they called them pubs, and all the kids went there, and we all would go there where we were. And we
It was a loophole, or was it illegal?
It was illegal, yeah. Yeah, it was illegal.
You guys are
So it was
breaking the
pubs.
law.
It was pubs. It was Ottawa, Canada. We go down to Vanier. What's up, Vanier? Vanier's part of town in Ottawa. We go down there, and there'd be and we'd all the kids from all the high schools would go down there, and you could buy a beer for $1 or something.
When you're
like
saying
that.
this, you know what I see in my head?
Yeah.
Snow.
Oh, it was so cold.
I
yeah.
see cold weather and
Yeah.
slush
We would
and
take-
wet boots.
We would take the OC Transpo, Ottawa Carleton Transpo bus, down through the snow, and to get to this part of town, Vanier, to go. First of all, I want to say, Joe. First of all, I love you, man.
I love you too.
I love you, man.
I love you
I
too.
do. Thank you for
Thank you for
having
being here,
me over
man.
here. And I want to and I want to shout out Vanier because like
Shout out to Vanier.
Yeah, it's like it's so cool. Like everybody in Ottawa knows like Vanier is like this great place. I grew up basically very close to there, and we would, it's cool. Ottawa. Yeah. No, but no, it's cold as hell up there, man. It's really cold.
I envisioned slushy boots.
Oh, yeah.
You're telling me that story. I was thinking, okay.
Okay,
Everyone's cold.
Google
fingers
this.
Fingers are numb.
Wait, Google this. Check this
Yeah.
out. Google this. Jamie, can I ask you to show a photo of something? Is that cool? Cougar boots.
Cougar boots.
Cougar boots.
You don't mean cougar like the
Nope.
40-year-old
Nope.
mom
Nope.
trying to get some young dick.
Not talking about that one.
You sure?
No, I'm talking about cougar boots.
They're made out of cougars?
No. So this is my experience as a kid growing up from Canada in the freezing Canada. This is what was on my feet. That one on the brown one, the light brown one. That one.
It looks comfy.
Yeah, they were comfy, and they're like it's not leather. They're like vinyl boots, and that was so when I was in the.
Is this an ad? Are you doing a cougar boots ad? What the
does
fuck
not
is
exist
that?
anymore.
Oh.
No, that's like
That's your next
that's like
move.
Atari 2600 style. That's like 1992 or something.
That seems like it could come back. Like we can get retro right now with like Olivia Newton-John, Let's Get Physical type ankle puffy things.
I never saw the white ones before.
There's some things you could bring back today. I think
yeah.
people are ripe. They're ready for headbands. They're
Joe,
ready.
man, Joe, you can bring.
People are ready for some weird shit.
Running
Oh,
with a
yeah.
headband on.
I
I
bet
need to
you
get
do.
that sweat out.
I bet
You know what
you
I'm saying?
do. I bet you do.
Okay, can I show you something cool about Canadian weird Canadian stuff that I think you'll appreciate?
You don't have to ask. Just tell me.
Okay. Check out the NABU network.
NABU?
NABU, yeah. Check that out.
What is it?
So when in the 80s, we had the internet in Ottawa before anybody.
You're the 80s. What? You're the internet in the 80s.
Yeah. But
Really?
it wasn't the internet. It was called the NABU network.
What is it?
And there's Doug Henning. The magician Doug Henning did a commercial for it.
Well, what is it?
So it was a network that was run through the cable television system, but it was the internet basically, and everybody could
What?
talk to each other. Yeah, switch on to smart TV. It was like way earlier than it was anything else.
You talk to people like in a text message through a
Yeah,
keyboard?
but they had video games on there too. You had arcade quality. You had Dig Dug. You had like all these like Dig Dug's the one that comes to mind. But you had Track and Field. You know the one where you got to shake the fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and all that. And so NABU, there it is. See, there's the logo there, the blue logo right down there. That's it. That was like Ottawa Rewind. Check it out.
Coke-fueled.
The untold story of Ottawa's Coke-fueled 1980s. I didn't know Ottawa was so edgy with the Coke-fueled.
Oh my God,
80s.
that's the Coke-fueled 1980s video
Wow.
game industry.
That's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on.
I
Do you
didn't
think
partake in that part of it, but I mean,
If
I
you
wish
and
I
I-
had, but it sounds like it was pretty fun. But
if somebody writes a story about this podcast, they're going to say marijuana and alcohol fueled blank.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I
that's
hope
what they do.
and I hope they do.
This is rude. These people, they worked hard to make these video games. Don't blame it on Coke. coke fueled.
No,
You
exactly.
can't stay on coke, you assholes. You can't say it's all coke fueled. You know what it's like if you're on coke all day long?
I don't, but
I don't either. I'm asking you. I was hoping
I
you had
don't
an
actually
answer.
don't. I'm not a. It's funny because I'm not a drug. Don't do a lot of drugs.
That guy looks like he's on coke. Look at that picture.
I mean, I would try drugs if it was
He is coke.
allowed to do drugs, but I'm no.
That
but,
guy shakes your hand.
Wait,
You want to
who,
go to
who
the
is
gym.
that? Wait, who is that? No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, Joe. Like it was pretty cool. Like it was like interesting. It was like you had a box that you would plug into the cable.
It sounds cool.
The cable TV, and my dad, Richard Green, Dick Green. Okay,
Mary Jane Green and Dick Green hanging
Dick
out.
Green, yeah,
Dick
absolutely.
and Mary Jane. Do you know how crazy that is? You're not even a real person, are you? You're like a CIA plant.
Dick?
There's no one has the parents Dick and Mary Jane Green.
That's right.
What games did you play? Did you play Pong? The first might be the best.
I remember playing Pong for the first time.
To this day, Pong hangs in there. Like,
By the
if
way,
you
can
and
I say
were going
something
to
about my
war
dad? Can I
with
say
Pong?
something? Can I say something about my dad for a second?
You certainly can.
My dad, Dick Green, was a tank commander. Okay, captain, Canadian Army. All right, and won the NATO artillery, armored corps, best shot. Like competition in
Yeah.
Germany against everybody, Americans, Germans, everybody, firing a tank. Like this, like when you're a kid growing up and your dad's like, oh yeah, what did you do? I was a tank captain, right?
Right.
And he won. My dad actually did this. Richard Green won this tank shooting competition for NATO, for Canada, right? Beat all the other, yeah. Pretty sure. Yeah. Pretty sure. I mean, you go. I want to give you the example.
Again, I see snow. I see wet boots. We all have coffee in our hands. Listening to the story.
It's true. I want you to Google it.
I believe
because
you,
It's true.
Tom. I believe you. Sometimes people shoot better than other people do, and then they win awards.
I lived in Petawawa, CFB Petawawa, Canadian Forces Base Petawawa was where I grew up.
This thing that your dad won, can you explain like how it worked? What was
Yeah, they would go out and with the tanks, and they would shoot at targets that were at different ranges, and they would.
And your dad was just a wizard at it.
He won. He's a plaque at the house. Won the NATO. It was like 1971 or something. Or no, before 68 or something. My father went to Vietnam. My father was in Vietnam with the Canadian Army as peacekeepers.
Does he have? Is your dad still alive?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Does he have problems hearing?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit, but he's. I mean,
Firing off those guns, man.
yeah.
Boom.
He does.
Boom.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
You know,
My dad has hearing aids, actually. Yeah. Yeah.
it took a while before people realized the negative impact of firearms.
Yeah, my father has hearing aids for sure. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
my friends though that grew up with guns,
Yeah.
like that are my age,
Yeah.
that they didn't understand hearing protection
Right.
back then.
Absolutely.
Or
Yeah.
nor did rock and roll stars.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, how many rock stars have like serious ear
Yeah.
problems?
Absolutely.
Isn't that crazy? Like the thing you love is destroying your ears.
We just
You
didn't
got
know.
another thing coming.
We just didn't know. I have. Okay, so I love this 'cause
imagine?
I have earplugs in my life. Okay, in my life, earplugs are part of my life.
Okay, what percentage of your life are worn earplugs on?
Jamie. Earplugs are part of my life, man.
Well, now because you're aware.
I have over-the-ear
Yeah,
headphones,
for sure.
and I have internal ear orange. But
What I'm
those
getting
ones don't
at
feel
is
like
like
they
people like your dad and people that grew up before they really
Yeah.
understood.
I've
the
never even
impact of
thought about
loud
that actually
booms.
until now.
Yeah.
That you mentioned that.
It's a big problem. Big problem with rock stars. Lead
Uh-huh.
singer of AC/DC recently had to step down, right? Isn't that still correct? Is he?
I think that's correct.
Let's see if we can.
He definitely had loss. Let me see.
It's a real problem for rock stars, man.
Yeah.
When rock stars get old, they develop like real
Mm-hmm.
problems with their ears. I mean, you got to think about being like fucking Gene Simmons and how thousands and thousands and thousands of concerts.
Yeah.
You know,
He's actually back. He is
Oh, wow. They fixed his ears.
Who?
Put up the story.
Who did?
Brian Johnson.
He's the lead singer of AC/DC, son.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they put a new album
There
out,
it
right?
is. Overcame hearing issues and returned to AC/DC.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. So they gave him some earpieces. Well, that's good news. 'Cause that's
Yeah.
a bummer, man. Imagine, like, you're a fucking rock star and the one thing you can't do is go out there and rock. And you're not only that, you're the lead singer of AC/DC. You know,
I heard
that's
that-
a wild-ass band.
Yeah.
You got to be.
Well, probably one of the greatest rock and roll bands ever, right? I mean, when you think
sure,
about like
top
if you're
20.
like if you're like write on like a piece of paper rock and roll, and then you
Yeah.
put under it you put the AC/DC logo.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right.
Rolling
Come on.
Stones.
Back in Black. God damn, that's a good song. There's so. I mean, the problem is you've heard it so many times, you don't ever get to hear it with fresh ears. But if you can go and listen to Back in Black the first time, I remember the first time I heard it. I guess I was in high school, somewhere around then. I mean, when did Back in Black come out? What
Yeah,
year? Take a guess.
It was like it always
83?
No, it must have been. Oh, was it not
I
79 or
I'm
80 or?
fucking wildly guessing.
I don't know. Probably early
I didn't
80s, late
discover it
70s.
until I was in high school.
Early 80s or late 70s.
80. Okay.
Oh, okay.
80. So
80.
let's split the difference. we were both kind of in
Yeah.
the middle.
Yeah.
It's that music for the time when I first heard it. I was like, holy shit. You were like, holy shit.
Right.
It had so much impact.
Uh-huh.
When you listen to songs, like even from like I couldn't imagine what it would have been like to hear Hendrix the first time.
Right.
Like that's a very famous interaction.
Because you're talking about at that point, you're talking about like
pure
they hadn't even
genius.
they
too.
hadn't even thought about the idea of being aggressive yet with music.
Right. Well, he was pure genius.
Yeah.
Pure, like this weird
Before it was all
guitarist.
let's be nice
Yeah.
with the music. Do, 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 do. All of a sudden, it's like aggressive. I'm angry.
Well, it was also
Was there anger? Was there anger in? Well, no.
I don't know if you would
Beethoven
even
was
say
angry. All the old classic.
angry, just energetic. I don't
Yeah.
know if you need to say angry. Like I think what Hendrix did was, I mean, you could kind of call some of it like aggressive, but more I would say energetic. There's like his energy was just different. Like he would play the sounds. Like people have a way of making the guitar sound. It's
Yeah.
so interesting. It's almost like they're using their voice or something. They're using like there's a sound that you can make with a guitar that other folks can't make.
So yeah, well, I mean, yeah. So in my opinion, some people are like,
Are we cheering again?
yeah.
Cheers.
In my opinion, some people are like kind of like in the moment more, and they're not thinking. It's like what we've talked about tonight with you know with your show and your incredible success in the show. Like Jimi Hendrix had that same kind of energy where he like didn't want to play it the way everybody was supposed to be playing the guitar. He just wanted to fucking put his energy into it, you know?
Yeah, and he played the way he wanted to. He
Yeah.
I don't know how to play guitar at all. But someone told me, Jamie, did he play guitar backwards or something? Like he had like
He was
the other hand?
left-handed, yeah.
Yeah, but he played it with his right hand?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure how it
One of
worked.
the
I
others?
think they made a special guitar so he played it opposite, but
He played it weird.
yeah.
He's just a genius. He just figured it out in a way. But there's certain people that come along where you listen to their shit. Like you listen to Voodoo Child, and you're like, oh my god. Like you listen to him play that song, and you go, oh my god, this guy's in some place that no
And that's
guitarist
like a
has
guy,
ever been.
and he's like inventing, like, rock and roll in a lot of ways. You know, like those guitar solos that we hear in every song as we were growing up was all like people being inspired by that. You know.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. There's always going to be a guy that's like at the head of the pack, and he's that guy.
Mm-hmm.
He still to this day is that guy. That's the craziest thing about Hendrix. If you stop and think about Hendrix today, like there's some brilliant guitarists, there's no doubt. But when people today think about amazing rock and roll guitar, you think Jimi Hendrix.
Mm-hmm.
In 2020, you just do. It doesn't discredit all the great guitarists that are alive today.
Right.
But when you think about the guitar, you think about Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah. Yeah.
Voodoo Child, when it first came out, must have blown people's minds.
Yeah.
What was it, like 69? When did Voodoo Child Slight Return come out? He did 2 versions. He did a Voodoo Child that was like a bluesy, slow version. It's really cool and spooky.
It came out in 68.
68.
So have you ever heard the statement that like I've heard it multiple times, but more specifically with Jimi Hendrix, that like he existed in a world where he never could hear Jimi Hendrix play guitar.
Oh my god.
Because he was Jimi Hendrix, you know, like
whoa, that's so deep. Of course.
Wait.
Did someone say that, or did
I've heard it said, but like I've heard it I think a couple other times about other people, but it sticks out with him.
He got to, well, I bet he did get to see Jimi Hendrix play guitar. That's the thing. That guy was on so much shit. That's probably how he got to see Jimi Hendrix play guitar. Probably got to see him from some LSD dimension many feet away from his carbon-based body.
But let's not forget, of course, I mean, for me, because I'm, like 49, am I?
You tell me.
How old are you now, Joe?
53.
Are you really?
Yes. On my way to death. Halfway there, if I'm lucky. They're coming out with new weird shit that they're doing to people's bodies that I have a feeling they're going to be able to extend life far beyond what we think of as like the threshold.
We just have to survive past the threshold.
There was something someone sent me today, a study that showed that hyperbaric chambers with oxygen therapy. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it last night. Yeah.
You saw it.
I figured you'd see it.
Yeah, hyperbaric chambers. I think it's hyperbaric, right?
Mm-hmm. With oxygen.
With oxygen,
Yep.
lowered people's biological age by 20 years. I don't know.
Wait.
Yes.
90 days, 5 days a week. Or
Wait,
90 minutes
wait.
of treatment.
Wait,
something like that.
He's talking. Hold on. Let him
Sorry,
talk.
I'm trying to...
Say what you said, Jamie.
Yeah, it's like for 90 days, they did 5 days a week, 90 minutes of treatment. And within that time period, I think a lot of these people were 65 and older, had, however they measure it with telomeres and all that, 20% or 25 years. Someone in there younger.
I think it was 20 years younger. The representative.
It's
so
20%.
20%.
And 25 years earlier. Somewhere,
Okay.
so it's,
20% and 25 years. So these people, they can. You know what telomeres are? It's like it's an indication of your biological age, or at least one of the markers. And the idea is that as the telomeres shrink and shorten as you get older, they shorten. And if you can figure out a way to lengthen your telomeres, it actually lengthen your life. I am way too stupid to know if that's exactly true. But I do know that it's something that people like Dr. David Sinclair, and there's a lot of like people that really concentrate on science and its effect on the telomeres and measuring telomeres. They think it's a critical part of aging and anti-aging. So if something can come along like this, where you can get into a hyperbaric chamber and for 90 days drop your biological age 20 years, we got ourselves a Shark Tank business, bitch. Let's show up.
Well,
all of us dressed in fur coats. Who wants to live forever? Come on, boys.
Is it possible, or?
I don't know. I'm a moron. I would imagine
No, you say
those
that.
smart people.
I know you say that on the show, and I don't like when you say that.
You should like it. I'm being honest. I mean, I'm a moron.
No, you're not.
In comparison to the people that lengthen telomeres, I'm a moron. There's levels to
Don't
this
say
game.
that.
There's levels to this. That's just true.
Nah.
Listen to me.
I know
I'm an
what you're
honest
saying.
person. I'm an honest person. I am definitely a moron. You got to trust me. I'm just not dumber than everybody.
I appreciate that you're being humble, but you are not a moron.
No, I'm telling you, I'm a moron. I've met people that are really, really fucking smart. It's like, you know how people, like, there's something that you know how to do, something
You've met
something
people that are really smart.
Yeah,
You're
I know
smarter
people.
Than them.
No, I know people that are actually smart.
You're smarter than them.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. You're smarter than most people.
Dude, you're
And
so
it's been
wrong.
frustrating for you, probably.
You got to
You're
trust me. No.
Because you're smarter than most people. You're smart. You're very, 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 very hyper.
No, I'm crazy. I'm trying to tell you. There's smart people and there's crazy people.
Yeah, okay.
Crazy people don't
All
have
right.
as many fears and they get more shit done because they're not worried about the consequences. Smart people figure out how to fix things. All right? Those are the smart people.
All right.
Isn't there like something you do that someone doesn't really do and they think they're good at it and you get a little annoyed? Like, say maybe there's a sport that you've done for a long time, someone just picks it up and they think they can kick ass at it.
Yeah.
Or maybe like yeah.
I don't know. Not really. I'm not that good at anything. So
You should think about that with intelligence too, because there's
Skateboarding,
people
maybe.
that barely,
Skateboarding.
people like myself,
I
that
like
barely
skateboarding. I
work
grew-
at being smarter, barely.
Yeah.
And to compare them to people whose entire lives are based on intellectual discipline,
Right.
is rude. And there's a difference.
Because you're talking to all these incredible people that literally are really thinking about really complex ideas
Yes.
at a level
Sure.
that is kind of not really easy to explain to the average person. So you can't put that in a box and send it out there.
Well, that's
for
where Neil
everybody.
deGrasse Tyson is so important, right? Because
Right.
he's a guy who's really good at taking those insanely complex ideas about the cosmos and explaining them in a way that you can grasp if you have just a regular
Yeah.
person. High school education. You can grasp what he's saying. You're like, oh. So he'll resonate with people 15 to 50 to 55,000 years old. How
Right.
he
I
bridges
follow him on Twitter. I
Yeah.
love him. I've never,
do you think
I've
the
never
old-
met him. I don't.
What do you think is the oldest that people will ever figure out how to make people? I was joking about 55,000, but do you think there's ever going to be a time where people can live 1,000 years
Oh
With
yeah, for sure.
within our lifetime? You think?
No.
Would you want to?
Uh,
Imagine
Yes,
how
I
bored
would.
you'd be 800 years in dealing with 20-year-olds.
I'm bored. I'm bored.
Imagine if you had a 20-year-old son, you're 800.
You're, you know what? You're
and
right.
He's,
You know,
he's
because
fucking crazy.
I was going to say I'm bored now, but I'm not bored now because I'm sitting here on this with you.
Cheers.
And
Cheers again.
I'm not bored now. So
I'm not
you
bored
know,
either.
I think you could tell me that like 1,000 years. Yeah, I mean, eventually we might run out of stuff to talk about. You know,
This is my thought. I mean, I don't know if I want to live to be
after
1,000.
1,000 years. It's like, okay, we've talked about the absurdity of this or that enough times. You know,
Maybe people figure it out after 1,000 years. Michelle Wolf was telling me yesterday that I didn't know. Was it FDR?
wait.
Served 3 terms.
Wait,
Was
Michelle Wolf yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh,
Is it was it
She is
FDR?
so hilarious.
Love her. I love her.
That's so cool.
She's awesome.
So
Yeah.
she was in Austin yesterday.
Yeah, she was in Austin with Chappelle.
Oh wow, that's so cool.
She said I think she said it was FDR served 3 terms. Yes. Yeah, I was like, I did not know that. So she was saying that's one of the reasons why he was able to get so much shit done. Like, that makes sense. That's interesting.
That was he
actually
served
won
3 terms.
4 elections, though.
He won 4 elections.
At the very top of his Wikipedia says a member of the Democratic Party. He won a record 4 presidential elections.
Whoa. What does that mean? So you can do one and then come back a couple years later and do another one? How many years were they back then? Because 3 doesn't make sense if it's 10 years. Because I think she was saying he served for 10 years.
So I believe what happened. I'm trying to remember this. This is part of the history thing. I think he was the vice president for one president, and so he stepped in and finished out one, then won the next election, and then won another one.
There's so few
I'm trying
people,
to, read real quick.
so few people that can hold that office and not make you worry that they got it. I go, oh, he's got it. That guy's got it. Mm-hmm. There's a few guys in their office. Like, say whatever you want about Bill Clinton. When Bill Clinton was the goddamn president of the United States of America, you might have thought he's doing creepy shit and running around getting his dick sucked and madness, and maybe even a few people got offed.
I didn't think about any of that back then. That's all come up in recent years. Back then, we weren't even thinking about that shit.
I felt like he had it. You know, like, he's so smart. Bill Clinton
Absolutely.
he's so clever
That's
with words.
It's nice when you feel like, okay, somebody's looking after everything.
Well,
So we can go, like, you know, tell jokes and do podcasts and
It's nice when you feel like someone smarter than you
Yeah.
has the wheel.
uh-huh.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
When the people that have the wheel are not smarter than you, you're like, fuck!
Well, you know, sometimes sometimes they are smarter than you and sometimes they're not, you know, and it goes back and forth, and
You just gotta accept it.
it's pretty bizarre when you get to our age and you realize, oh my gosh, like, they're just like those, you know, like when you talked about, like, you go to the show and there's people with the clipboards around and everybody's around.
There's a lot of that.
That's how the world
Well,
runs.
it's a lot of people that want to be leaders that maybe probably shouldn't be, but in their head they want to be.
It's just
Like,
the world's run the same way. So it's a bunch of people sitting around trying to, like, you know, I don't know. What are you gonna do? You know, I'm trying to ignore it, Joe. I honestly am. I'm trying to ignore it, and I want to, and I'll say this. Yeah, no, let me say this for real. Like,
I like how you just braced yourself, changed your
for real.
posture.
For real, because what I'm doing right now
Moved
is
the
like
shirt over and everything.
Yeah. No, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
No,
What do you
I
got,
mean,
sir?
like, we just have to, I'm traveling around in my van with my dog, who's
Chopper.
Chopper, who's gone to sleep. What a great dog, right?
She's awesome.
She's gone to sleep, and we're having a great time. And yeah, you just have to, I'm trying to be positive. I'm trying to be positive. There's been so much negativity in our world in the last few years, and everybody's sort of been told, oh, I got to think this way, or I got to think this way, and there's this anger towards each other, and I just think.
I think this election, more people voted than ever voted. You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I'm hoping that also sets a trend in motion where more people are running for office that maybe could have a better idea of what people want than what they're experiencing right now.
I think you are a big part of this, Joe.
That's not helpful.
I really do, though. I really do. I think you are a big part of this. And I
Only for people who listen, and that's not a big part of the world.
No, I
There's-
think it is a big part, and I think it's an important part, because I think that, listen, like, let's just be good to each other. Let's all be positive and be good to each other.
I know it sounds so cliche, right? But it really is the way to do it.
You don't have to be embarrassed about being good to
Yeah.
your fellow.
But we're all worried
man-
that other people aren't going to
man,
be good to
woman.
us back. And so we're like ready to be shitty.
Yeah, don't worry
Yeah.
about that.
That's where MDMA comes in. So what I want to do is a long-term trial of MDMA across the United States of America where everybody just gets a little taste.
So that's.
Imagine if you ran on that platform.
I've never done
MDMA for everybody.
I've never done MDMA. Is that what is is that
That's ecstasy.
ecstasy? Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never done ecstasy.
It's pretty potent stuff. But
Really?
it's also not great for your brain. Like after I did it, and then the next day I was like, "Oh my god, I'm so dumb!" Like my brain was dried out. It
Really?
felt like a sponge that someone
Yeah.
just wrang dry.
Uh-huh.
Like,
But then after a
no.
couple of days, it goes away.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, let's try that.
Well, I
again.
didn't
That was
know
pretty fun.
you really take 5-HTP. There's a thing you can take, a nutrient, 5-HTP, and actually it boosts your body's ability to.
I've never done ecstasy, by the way.
Ever?
I'm telling you right now, it's like on the record, I've never done it.
What if you did it alone in the woods?
I am telling you right now, I
your
would.
van.
I would do it, but I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. I'm not passing judgment, but I've never done it. Actually, that's true. That's a fact. I've never done ecstasy, and I would do ecstasy, but I've never done it.
Sounds like you're asking for ecstasy. If I was a cop, I'd want to arrest you right now.
Nope.
I'm like, this motherfucker is asking
Nope.
for people to give him ecstasy.
No, I am not saying. Do you got any?
I know people who have it.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking for it. No, I'm not.
It's a tricky drug. You don't want to be happy for no reason.
But it is true that I've never done it, by the way. That's true.
I think I heard that.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
You got any?
I heard you never did it.
No. But I can imagine it would be probably a lot of fun, though. I could imagine it would be.
It's supposed to be very therapeutic for soldiers.
Yeah.
Like soldiers returning with PTSD, apparently MDMA is very, very good for them in overcoming some of the situations they experienced.
Can I say something about the Canadian military?
Okay, you going to put your hat on? You got to
Okay.
move the hat. You're getting excited. You don't have to put it on. Just
So, check this out, Joe. These
Canadian
boots.
military. I made for walking?
Can I show you this?
Yes.
Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Check this out. See these boots?
I don't think Jamie can see him, though. Can you see him?
Okay.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah. Where's your...
There you go.
Yeah,
good.
check that out.
Yeah, it's a
Okay,
boot.
seriously, can you get a shot of that? This is going to be cool. Check this out. Check this out. These are Canadian Army boots. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I wore these. I got them when I went to Afghanistan and did a... Yeah, I went and did a tour with the Canadian Army. My dad was in Canadian Army. My dad, Canadian Army. And check it out, man. Like, these are good boots. I'll tell you right now.
Are you telling me about your boots? Is this
Yeah.
what we've come to?
Canadian
Maybe
Army
we should wrap
boots.
this up. Yeah, they're boots, right? What do they have? Like rubber, leather, a lot of shit like that?
Yeah, they're comfortable. though.
Laces?
Really comfortable. Yeah. Okay. All right. You're right. It probably is a good time to wrap. It probably
When
is.
you're showing off your boots.
Can I have another puff of that?
Yeah, sure. When you're showing people your army boots and say you really need to get on this, these
You know
army
what?
boots are
My-
like super special. They're boots. They're from
I think when
Canada.
you're Canadian, you're like
Your little
proud of our Canadian. You know, we have a lot of stuff in Canada that people don't talk about. They don't talk about it in America because, but you know, like
you need a song. Well, I'm proud to be a Canadian,
Right.
Where I'm kind of, sort of free.
yeah, very free, very free, very free,
Sort of free.
very very free.
You don't have First Amendment, though, right? No.
Well, I mean,
No, you don't.
People-
You know the story about Mike Ward, comedian who...
yeah, I do. Yeah, I know, Mike.
He got in trouble, and then there was another guy who got in trouble who was involved in a heckling situation where these women were heckling him. He said horrible shit to them, and they sued him, and then they won in court.
Yeah.
It's a different sort of a situation over there. So it was like they were insulting each other back and forth, and he's on stage doing stand-up. And he wound up losing a shitload of money. Remember
Yeah.
that, Jamie? There was like, I believe he was Vancouver. BC?
Montreal.
He was Montreal?
Yeah.
That was Mike Ward. Was
Mike Ward,
Montreal.
Montreal, yeah.
This guy was a different guy. The guy.
Oh, okay.
This guy, I believe, was BC.
Oh, okay.
The one who lost the
Yeah,
lawsuit to the ladies in the audience who were heckling him. So they were
I
heckling
have
him.
not heard about that actually. I know Mike though, but Mike's a good guy.
Yeah, I met
He's
Mike.
funny as fuck, by the way.
I heard he's very
Right?
good stand-up.
No, like Mike is.
I did
hilarious.
a podcast with Mike.
Hilarious, and I want to shout out to Mike Ward. Yeah.
Lesbian wins 22. Why do they have to say lesbian?
That's not Mike,
Jesus
by the way.
Christ. But this is isn't that fucked up? They look, but hold on a second. Guy Earl is the name of the comic, but look what it says: lesbian wins $22,500 over comedian's insults. Lesbian. How about woman?
That's a weird headline. I mean, I gotta admit, that's a weird headline.
That is an identity politics headline. Lesbian wins money. Oh, we know which side you should be on, Tom Green.
I
Not
did-
on the side of jokes.
I honestly have no comment on that. I don't even know what's going on with that.
You should not be on the side of defending yourself against hecklers that are trying to ruin a show. No, you should be on the side of the lesbians. I think it was actually, in all fairness, because one of the things that he said about her was that she was a dyke or something like that. I think it was just like one of those situations that I'm sure you've experienced at comedy shows where people are drunk and they're yelling shit.
Wait,
and comics yelling shit
Joe,
at the
Joe.
audience members.
Your shirt. Iron Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr.
Yeah, next week, man.
Tell me about this because I actually don't
November
know.
28th.
I actually don't know. I don't know a lot about
You
that.
didn't know about this fight?
Well, I know about it. I do know about it. Yes, I do. But I don't
What
know.
don't you
Like,
know?
I'm just not as in tune with the history of fights. And I mean,
Well, they're two of the all-time
Yeah.
greats. And listen, they're both in great shape. Roy Jones Jr. has this crazy footage on his page.
yeah.
Israel Adesanya added to Mike Tyson's versus War June's what? Oh, no shit. Alongside Sugar Ray Leonard, oh my God, and Al Bernstein. That's an amazing lineup.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's a great idea. They're smart. They're on the ball. First of all, Stylebender is the biggest superstar in the UFC right now. So to have him and Khabib Nurmagomedov, the two biggest superstars in the UFC for sure, and John Jones. Well, there's a lot of superstars, but the point is like having him be on a Mike Tyson card automatically boosts it up. And Larry Merchant or Al Bernstein, right? Not Larry Merchant. Al Bernstein's awesome boxing commentator, and it's a weird fight because everybody wanted to see that fight. There was talk of that fight back when Roy Jones won the heavyweight title. He beat John Ruiz, and he was like about 200 pounds. And Tyson in his prime was like 215, 225 in that range. And they had talked about those two fighting, and it never came to play. So to see it happen when one is 54 and one is 51, it's crazy. But Roy Jones looks insane, man. I know everybody talks about how good Tyson looks, and Tyson looks incredible. The videos of Tyson hitting the pads, and he's doing it with Rafael Cordero, who's this very well-respected MMA striking coach. Rafael Cordero is legendary in the sport of MMA. He
Right.
runs King's Academy,
Yeah.
King's MMA in it's like, what is that, Orange County or Huntington Beach? Where's King's MMA? I think their base is like Huntington. Anyway, Rafael Cordero's been training Mike Tyson, and there's all these videos of Mike Tyson hitting the pads, and it's fucking
Right.
insane. He's so fast.
Right.
He looks so good. It's crazy. But then you got to watch the Roy Jones Jr. clips. There's Roy Jones Jr. clips that were put up over the last couple of days that are Roy ramping up for the fight. He's 51. He's 51. You can't believe how fast his hands are. At 51, he's like, bop, 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 bop. He's throwing all these combinations. He's like, oh my God. You forget. Like his song, you like rap music? Y'all must have forgot. He's got a song.
Really?
Yes.
What do you
Roy
mean?
Jones Jr., when he was in the middle of beating the fuck out of everybody.
Yeah.
When he was the #1 pound-for-pound fighter on the planet with no questions asked.
Yeah.
He was also making rap music.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, y'all must have forgot.
Damn.
Oh, just about what a beast he is.
But well, listen, he should be. Yeah, that's,
It's an interesting fight, man. It's interesting because some people are against it. They're like, I don't want to see these guys fight. I don't want to see these guys get hurt. But
Yeah.
listen, that has been their whole business. Look how good Roy Jr.'s hands look. Is this one of the recent ones over the last few days? Look how fucking fast his hands are, man.
right.
Oh, this is like a CBD ad.
yeah.
So
What
he
kind of CBD is it?
left. Oh, this is his company. That's what it is.
okay,
Left hook CBD.
right.
No bullshit. Roy Jones Jr.'s left bicep is 30% larger than his right bicep. It's weird to look at, right? Wasn't
Why?
it weird, Jamie?
Just because
Freaks you out. It might be more than 30%. I might be selling it
That's
short.
his punching hand, or
It's his left is his front hand, and he throws a lot of hooks, so his bicep is really big. It's enormous. It's so much.
Man.
He jokes around about how much bigger it is than his right one. Like you look at the two.
so
of
when
them,
you
oh my
like
God.
got into like UFC and fighting and do you enjoy that, or
Well, yes, I do enjoy it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
so what do you do? Hey, next week let's go spar in the gym. Let's go fight. Or
I still do like little jujitsu rolling, but I don't spar like striking anymore.
so how's it like? Do you do that though? Like you go
Striking
fight with people, or
No.
no,
Striking.
like in an organized.
Listen, when you have gloves on and you hit
Yeah.
each other in the
it
head,
sounds like it would be fun as hell. I've never done that in my life, by the
I'm
way.
trying to tell you it's not good for you. Don't do that.
Okay.
You should do that if that's what you want to do for a career, or if you're young and you want to see how good you can get at it. But when you get to a certain point in your life, you shouldn't be getting hit in the head anymore.
Right.
Because getting hit in the head is like getting poked in the eyes.
Right.
They don't get stronger. Like,
Right.
we're talking about eyes. As you get older, your eyes, even if you work out hard with them, they fall apart.
Yeah.
It's not like any other system in your body where you can train it to be strong. Like you train your muscular system. You can train like a lot of the things you do. Like you get it like a pathway grooved where you know exactly how, like martial arts are that way, where you know exactly how to do it. And as you do it longer and longer in your life, you get better at doing it. Not with your eyes and not with getting hit in the head. Those are two things. When something happens bad to your eyes or something happens bad to your head, it does not get better.
Yeah. Yeah.
It gets a little better.
Yeah.
It does not. But if you keep getting hit in the head, it's
Yeah.
going to get worse and worse and worse. So
Yeah.
don't spar. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah. That's I love that because it's like that's
People think that it's just sparring, but you're getting hit in the head. You're calling it just sparring, and it is just sparring. Some sparring,
I've never
I
done
think, is
that.
important.
I've never done that. Now that I think about it, I haven't thought about this before. That sounds like that would be probably a pretty exciting and fun thing to do. But I have been punched in the head a few times, Joe.
I'm sure you have. I believe that.
Maybe once or twice.
I think
or
most
something.
men, by the time you get to be a certain age,
Maybe once or twice.
something's hit you in the head.
Not more than 10 times, but.
But all my point is, and this is not to diminish anybody who loves sparring. If you love sparring, just like if you love riding a dirt bike, go ahead and do it. I want you to do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
For some people, the value of sparring and getting that aggression out is worth whatever brain damage they might get.
Or it's like skateboarding too. It's about risk. It's about risk. We need to take a risk because it makes us feel like, like we're alive.
Yeah.
We're taking a risk, so that's what it is.
I think it's a freedom issue too. Like you should be free to get punched in the head.
Right.
If you want to do it.
Yeah.
If you and your buddy want to get together and punch each other in the head,
Yeah.
I don't think anybody should be able to stop you.
Absolutely.
But as your friend, I want to tell you that you have to think about getting hit in the head differently than is the standard narrative amongst men that don't think about it.
Yeah.
The thing is like, don't be a pussy, put your gloves on. Listen, if you get hit in the head too much, your brain doesn't work well anymore. It just stops functioning at a high level. Start developing all sorts of problems.
I don't, yeah. So, oh my gosh. You want some coffee?
No, I'm
Joe?
good, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't spar, Tom Green. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying to you.
Yeah.
And don't listen to me. If you want to spar, go ahead and spar. For some people, it's better for them because they don't feel depressed. Like they can get their exertion out in sparring and they're fine with it for now. And they're just going to deal with that. I get it. But there's a reality of getting hit in the head too many times.
Yeah.
There's only so many you have in you
Yeah, it's better a thing to avoid.
before the wheels fall off.
Yeah, don't avoid it if you can. Yeah, well, listen, I mean, it's I probably have been in a few of those, but Joe, this is good. Can I bring Charlie back into the equation for a second?
You must.
Charlie.
What do you want to bring her back in the equation for? By the way, her new name is Chopper. I thought we already established
Chopper.
that. Chopper.
I don't have to, but
I don't know why I thought your dog was Chopper.
Yeah.
Where did I get that one from? Did someone say it? I feel like someone said it.
yeah, I might have said it.
Don't be nice to me. Like
Listen.
if I made it up, let me know I made it up. I'm not
Listen.
worried.
This dog is so cool.
I agree.
Yeah, I feel really.
Are you a salesman for a product I've already bought?
Yes, this dog. I'm just happy about how nice this doggy is. She's a good girl.
She's a young puppy that got really lucky with
She's
a
a
good
good
owner
girl.
too.
She's a good girl.
I can tell by the way you guys cuddle. You guys
Yeah.
cuddle a lot.
She
loves you.
She's a nice doggy. And
Do
Joe-
you have any plans to do another comedy special?
I can't wait to do one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When do you think you'll be comfortable enough to get in front of crowds?
Like
Tonight?
yeah, sure.
Really?
Yeah.
What would we have to do to get you on stage tonight?
Well, just ask me to come with you. Is there a show going on?
But you wouldn't be worried to get into a big COVID soup?
I would be, but it's Joe Rogan asking me to
Well,
go to a show in
we don't-
Austin, so
no,
that's
we
different.
don't have
I
a show
would make an
tonight. If I had a
exception.
show tonight, I would do it. I did a show last night for the first time in a
right,
week,
cool. Well-
and the show before that I did the first time
Yeah,
was
but if
July.
you were serious tonight, right now, I would. Yeah, of course, yeah.
my point is like you're comfortable doing a show. Like if you did a show tonight,
No,
you're
not at all.
You're not.
No, not at all.
But you would take a risk. Some small amount of risk.
Yeah, if like right now there was a show, I'd go do a show. Yeah, because it'd be hilarious. Let's go. We'd go have a good time and it'd be great. But I would not plan on going out. I'm not trying to go do stand up right now.
You're gonna wait for the vaccine, or
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what
God,
I'm
I
doing.
hope it works.
That's what I'm doing.
We talked to Nicholas Christakis a couple of days ago, and he was telling us about the vaccine and how it would work. And I'm like, if it was proven to be effective and safe, I'd take it.
Yeah.
But I would want to know, man. I want to talk to those doctors.
Mm-hmm.
Want to know, tell me what you did.
Do you get the flu shot?
No.
I get the flu shot every year.
Congratulations, Tom Green.
Yeah.
How's that immune system?
I like the flu shot.
When was the last time you got the flu?
I haven't had it since I started getting the flu shot.
Wow.
I used to get it all the time.
Coincidence?
No. It was instantly. As soon as I started getting the flu shot, I never got the flu again. It's
Jamie,
weird.
when was the last time you got the
It
flu?
did exactly what it said it was supposed to do.
I don't know if I honestly ever even had it. Now that I've heard.
Oh, I get it
how
every
bad
year.
it
I
is,
go
people
down to
got
the
it.
CVS, boom, 26.
And you never get the flu because you get the flu shot.
So, yeah. So
Makes sense.
So, well, this is what happened. Okay, you'll appreciate this. Okay, this is. So, I guess it was like, when I started doing stand up again, I was, you're going out on the road every weekend. I would get the flu every year. And then I decided to start taking the flu shot and I never got the flu again. But yeah, so yeah, I think it works. Yeah.
Well, that's anecdotal evidence, Tom Green, and I'm going to take it into account. Yeah. We're going to go over this and apply it to all the other data, and we'll get back to you.
Exactly.
If we believe your flu shot theory.
Yeah.
Might be a crock of shit.
Yeah, it's.
No, I think flu shots are probably great, but I also think that keeping your immune system strong is great.
Yeah.
I think you got to be on the ball, and I think people don't want to hear that shit.
I need to know.
They want to be able to just go to the doctor and get it fixed.
I need to know. Like I do need to be more aware of how to look after myself physically. Like like what am I supposed to be doing?
Well, there's a simple body weight exercise program that you could do while you're out in these remote locations. You don't need anything.
I have weights with me.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
You know what? Sometimes it's even better than weights.
I got 2 25-pound dumbbells.
Oh, that's good.
And I just do that.
Sometimes what's even better than weights is bands.
But I do it like once every 7 days. I'll do it. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm not being very attentive to my health, to be honest with you.
How come? Come on in, talk on that microphone, Tom Green.
Well, I mean, all right. Well, listen, I'm. I don't know. It's weird. You think about everything that's going on in the world all the time. It rattles around in your head, and you start to think like.
Are you an empathic person? Are you an empath?
What? I mean, in what sense?
Are you like, I don't know if I'm using that word correctly. Isn't that, when you say an empathic person, someone who's like deeply in tune to other people's suffering? I think that's how I'm trying to use it.
Yes.
Is that a correct definition?
So. I think I am, yes. I think I am, yes.
That's
the answer is yes.
Okay. I'm
Absolutely.
trying to use a positive word for a sensitive person.
Yeah.
Showing an ability to understand and share feelings of another.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's...
So
I think that is what
empathic.
I am,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You seem like that kind of a guy. So like when shit is awful, like when you say, can we all just get along? Some people say it and there's not you have a real sincerity to the way you're saying it. Is like you really do want everybody to, like, your happiness would be enhanced if people were getting along better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we should all just be having a good time.
I think we need to embrace those ideas. I think that if there's anything that we can do as individuals, because society's so whack right now, it's just so out of tune. But the only thing that we can do to each other is like create the minimal amount of damage. Like, be as nice to each other as we can. I'm not saying stop joking around. I'm not saying just keep your mouth shut and don't talk about things you know that are wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's ways in most of the ways we interact with each other where we could be nice to each other. Mm-hmm. We have to just think of ourselves as being in this together. You're not a Republican. You're not a Democrat. You're a fucking human being. Yeah. And this idea that you have to be on that side or this side, you have to support him or her or what the fuck ever. You don't. You need we most of these people that are talking about politicians and these ideas that they're fighting over as like a cornerstone of their life, they don't even really deeply understand the people they're talking about, the people that they support. There's a lot of things they're missing. It's just the person syncs up with a good enough idea. That's my team. I'm a fucking Raiders fan. Dolphins can suck my ass. And next thing you know, you're looking at it the same way a sports fan does. And that's what most people do.
Right.
And I think it's fucking nonsense. You just have to have shit in your own, like, we all have these weird competitive drives and instincts. That's why people love to get dedicated to teams. You want the fucking Buccaneers to go out there and kick some ass, right? They get really dedicated to it. It means a lot to them.
Yeah.
It feels good to them.
Yeah.
But it's a trap.
Yeah.
It's a trap. And it's the same trap that leads you to Republican versus Democrat.
Yeah.
That same goddamn trap. It's not good for any of us. And most of the argument is started out with, you're on that side, this person's on the other side. And then you're like, well, they can't be right because they're not over here. And then you become married to you being right, or them, and they become married to them being right, and you're just duking it out. And people will lie and fucking manipulate to try to win the argument. And that's more common than not. That's the weirdest thing about us. And this is like the basest, most primate level of like screaming at each other. That is all happening right now, just filtered through really sophisticated law and language and behavior in Congress and the Senate, and it's all the same thing. It's just like this
Yeah.
and they're duking it out. They're all duking it out. The left and the right, the news anchors, the people on MSNBC and Fox News, and everybody's like, all super ineffective ways of communicating. Everybody's screaming into the night. Doesn't it seem like that, kind of?
That's what it is.
It seems like that's what it is.
Kind of, right?
It's not a good way to handle
Oh
this.
my gosh.
It's not a good way to handle this. The best way to handle this is for everybody to just agree to be nice.
Yeah.
Start from that.
Yeah.
Start from that, and let's go over the differences. Let's go over the issues that how much money do you think should go to education, right? And why? Let's look. Why is education so cheap to you? Like, how much do you think it costs to pay a teacher? How much should it cost? Like, is it a matter of how much you don't want to give up in taxes, or is it a matter of how much a teacher's actually worth?
Yeah.
Because we got a lot of things that we would all agree on. If we could put it into a perspective of this is how much it's actually going to impact you in terms of how much you have to pay. This is much how it can actually impact you into how much the actually quality of life in your community is, how much it gets improved. I think most people would be willing, if they were absolutely certain, to know that the quality of their life would improve and where they live if they could just add more to the tax pool. They would probably do it happily. Most people. If they really thought that it would enhance everybody, that we're all on the same side.
I agree with that.
People think they're getting fucked. That's part of the problem. They think they're getting fucked, and they think they're getting manipulated. And
Why do they think that?
Because, let's go with California.
I don't think that.
California, when you're paying 13% in taxes, you're like, where's my money going? How come you can go to Nevada and you pay $0? How come I drive an hour that way and I pay $0? Like, what am I doing here? Why am I paying so much money?
Right.
A lot of people think like that.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I personally just kind of, I was driving here today, right? Austin, Texas.
I believe you.
And there's a guy at the freeway, and people asking for money on the side of the freeway, and you're like...
Tell him to get a job?
No, I did not, I did not. I feel bad. I feel bad that we have to have that going on in our world.
Yes, it's very unfortunate whenever you see it, because what it represents to me is a baby that grew up and became a person that finds themselves on the side of the road asking for money.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's nature, and I don't know what's nurture. I don't know what is drug addiction. I don't know what's abuse. I don't know what gets a person to that point. I don't know their life. Yeah. But when I see them, that's what makes me sad.
Yeah.
What makes me sad is that a person would get to this position and not have anybody to turn to, not have anybody that they can rely on, not have anybody they love that loves them back.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
If you see a person on the street, you're dealing with either drug addiction or a person who doesn't have anybody who really loves them. And they never grew up with someone who loves them, so they don't understand love. They're bad at relationships. They're bad at communication, and they find themselves under a fucking overpass somewhere. And,
I think that should be something that we're all more aware of, and we have empathy towards people.
When you look at a city
that are in that situation,
when you look at a city like Los Angeles, for example, that's filled with tents, you're like you're failing these people.
Yeah.
Like whatever you're doing to take care of, if you really want to be empathetic towards people that are homeless, or the people that are down on their luck, or people that are downtrodden, you got to fix that. I don't know how to do it. I'm a comedian. You fix it. You have to come up with ideas to fix it. You can't let it get worse every year, because it just keeps getting worse. LA is bananas right now.
Mm-hmm.
Since you've left, how many tents do you think they popped up?
Yeah,
1 million. 1 million new tents.
Okay.
I just made that number up.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Well, I will say, like, it is sad when you drive around in the city and you're in this beautiful city, Los Angeles, with all its history and everything, and it's a beautiful place, and there's people sleeping under this.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Under the bridge in a tent. You're like, man, come on, like.
You know what happens, though, man?
Together, people. We should be able to help these people.
Right, but you know what happens? These people develop communities, and then they're all hanging out together on this like tent strip. And they know each other. Yeah. It's not ideal, But then they started thinking about these people that are in apartments, working shitty jobs, hating their lives. And like, I don't know if this is any better or worse. A lot of people have that perspective. You could live on the beach in Santa Monica,
Yeah.
set up a tent.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need much. If you're one of those dudes, there's a lot of dudes out there like, I don't need much. I don't even have shoes.
Yeah, I feel like that. I mean, I'm living in a van down by the river now, so
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, yeah.
You're closing in on that I don't need much sort of thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, and it's funny how Charlie has been so quiet. Has she been like the best dog?
She's an awesome dog. I know a dude who started out doing what you were doing, and then eventually just decided to travel. He's a fitness guy, Steve Maxwell. Just eventually just traveled all over the world, got rid of his van, stopped living in his van, and started living in hotels and living wherever he gets hired to do gigs.
Yeah.
Just travel all over the world doing that,
Yeah.
teaching fitness.
Wow, that's
Gave up on all his worldly possessions. Fuck it. He lives out of a bag on his back.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is he? Yeah. That. I mean, that's. I mean, listen. It's fun to be able to explore the planet. Do you like going to like other places? Do you like going to like new countries?
Yeah, I do.
What's your favorite country that you've been to?
Maybe Italy.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I got a chance to go to the Vatican, and you see the art collection.
Oh, that's cool.
And you wander around that place and just think of what kind of insane history it was.
Wow.
In that time of the world where Rome was conquering everything. And you get to, I went to Rome and saw the Colosseum, and you're standing in this place where for who knows how many hundreds of years gladiators fought to the death. And you're just thinking about how bananas this whole situation must have been when this place was filled, and they would lift up the fucking bottom of the floor, and there'd be a tiger, and a dude with a sword would fight off a tiger. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, this really happened? And then you also see the beauty in their artwork, and it's there's something about Italy also because I'm Italian, so it makes me think of my ancestors. I'm wandering around this weird place. I'm like, you guys were freaks. I was like, no wonder I'm fucked up. You guys were freaks. You guys were freaks.
Yeah. Yeah, that's incredible.
The Colosseum is bananas.
Yeah.
You just sit there and you think like, how many years did people entertain themselves with other people getting slaughtered? Like, I read some insane statistic about how many people died in the Colosseum over the many hundreds of years that it was around.
Wait, how many was it?
I forget. I think it was hundreds of thousands.
It's too many.
It was an estimation. I don't know if the estimation was even correct.
No amount would be too many, but I mean, it was too many.
Let's guess.
Regardless.
Let's guess. I want to say it's close to 200,000 plus people died.
Yeah.
How many people died? More?
What?
400,000? 400,000. That's what it was. So I knew it was in the hundreds of thousands. So 400,000 people died in the Colosseum.
Really?
And 1,000,000.
400,000?
And 1,000,000 animals.
Okay.
1,000,000.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. 400,000 people and 1,000,000 animals. Over a period of how long, Jamie?
400 years.
Fuck. So think about America. I want you to think of 1620.
1620.
Imagine a Colosseum built in 1620 is still rocking today. There's a dude about to fight to the death with a fucking elephant.
Yeah.
He's got a spear and a shield. He's going to fight to the death with an elephant. He's probably going to get his legs snapped in half.
Yeah.
As the elephant stomps him as he shoves his fucking spear into its heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to drag himself over to the elephant and finish it
wow,
off.
that sounds so stressful.
Super stressful.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, they used to fill the bottom of the Colosseum up with water. They had a very sophisticated,
stressful.
super stressful.
Did they not want to just like chill out and just
No.
like go look at stuff?
That's the thing, man. Italians are bananas.
Why not just like, hey, let's just look at everything and not do anything?
Dude, when I was there, I don't know if they do this for a tour, for a show for American tourists, but I was there. I had one of my daughters in the car with me, and this fucking Italian dude in Rome stops the car like almost in the middle of an intersection to compliment some woman on her figure. He's like, "Oh, Maron, look at this one over here." Like literally a caricature, and drives off. I'm like, "Oh, Rome."
Yeah,
this
sure.
is like was what happens to all the savages from Rome. They've like my people. They've turned into this now. Now they're just nutty male taxi drivers. But when you see what they did in the Colosseum, like what they decided to do was build up an arena where people would fight to the death. And it became
That's a pretty crazy
one
thing.
of the most famous arenas in the history of the world, right? If you stop and think of the history of the world, like what is more famous for in terms of like an arena where you know that like people did crazy shit and fought to the death. There's no other place. There's the Colosseum, and that's it. There's no other place where you think of that immediately makes you think of people in sword fights and bows and arrows and lions, and it's only the Colosseum.
Yeah.
You know how crazy human beings are?
Yeah.
In the thousands and thousands of years we've been around, there's only one famous place like that.
The garden is the closest I
Yeah.
can think of.
Yeah, the
It's
garden.
like maybe 100
But
years
no
old.
one's dying in the
I know,
garden,
it's-
right?
That's why
that's
I
the
loved,
only difference.
That's why I
Yeah.
loved.
But that's next.
That's why I drove and I'm gonna honestly starting tomorrow and going to all these amazing places. You know, like that there's something. You know, there's like 15 of those in New Mexico. There's about 15 archaeological sites of early architecture, native architecture.
Like the one you showed us at the
there's-
cliff
there's-
stuff.
there's
There's 14 of those.
There's many more actually.
Are they different? Are they
Yeah,
all in the
so
cliffs, or are they all different?
They are different, and they're different places. And there was this whole civilization that was built up out there, and we can just drive out there and go look at it. And you can go stand there in those spots. And so I was driving through Flagstaff, right before Flagstaff, Wupataki. I think it's Wupataki. But I just saw the sign, National Monument. I turned off and I went down, and here you are. All of a sudden, you're standing in a place. It's like was built in, it's stone walls around you, and they were built in.
There it
This right here, yeah.
Oh my
Bandolier.
God!
Yeah. and I went
What'd you say,
down.
Jamie?
It's called bandolier. Or
Bandolier.
I don't
Like
know.
the thing your bullets go
I
on.
might be saying it wrong. This is
That's
close.
okay. So it's like that. So go
Fuck.
to Wupataki. Go.
How do they get into those little holes?
They have ladders here. I don't know how. There's like.
That's not, I don't think I've been there yet. Actually, that's not. That's really different.
That's
There's a lot of,
insane.
but there's stuff like that all over.
That's the move, though. Then you pull the ladder up at night and like get the fuck out of here.
Right.
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 You don't want that ladder
Look
down
at that.
there during the day.
But it's like the Ewoks.
Whoa.
You know, it's all like the Ewoks.
That's heavy, man.
There's all these Ewok kind of,
It's just so weird to think that people lived like that just not that long ago.
and it's right there.
Yeah, and you can go visit it.
You can just drive out there.
Well, it
and
just
go to
makes you think, if you weren't born in this era,
Yeah.
if you were born thousands of years ago and you
Mm-hmm.
were born in this spot, this would be your village. This would be where you live.
Yeah.
People like you and me, regular people, lived in that spot.
Yeah.
And you just think about what it must have been like to be alive. Like the other one that you showed me, you said 1200 BC,
Yeah,
right?
that was-
1200.
The cliff dwellings in
Dude,
Gila National Forest.
100 years ago. 800 years ago. You're sitting around 800 years ago. And you're looking up at the sky, and there's nothing to separate you from the stars. You're seeing incredible stars, and you're just trying to keep people from eating your family.
Yeah.
You're trying to keep other animals from eating you. You're trying to eat animals. You're trying to figure out how to keep the fire on. You're trying to figure out how to make flint arrowheads.
They had a macaw feather in. So this is a thing. I think I don't. In this is interesting. In the okay, I'm just gonna clarify. I'm not totally wasted. This is kind of interesting. They had
This is a circuitous route to get to this macaw feather
They found
story.
they found a macaw feather in there, and then that means that they were trading with the Yucatan Peninsula because
Because the macaw is from
they also found a
Yucatan?
bison bone in those, so that means there was not bison native to that area. So that means they were trading with other.
Interesting.
Yeah,
There was not bison native to that area in the 1200s. They could figure that out.
I guess apparently. That was,
Dude, you ever see all the shit that they do when they go back and look at is it Pleistocene era? Like, what is the era where they had a North American lion? There was a North American lion that was larger than the African lion that lived right here.
okay. I don't know.
Yeah, there was not like a certain amount of time ago. I think it was more than 15,000 years ago. This place, North America, was filled with some really crazy shit, man.
Yeah, I bet.
Saber-toothed tigers and all sorts of, like, we were at, like, when you think about Africa, right? You think about leopards. Leopards Asia? Leopards are in Africa too, right?
Leopards, jaguar is South
Jaguar,
America.
South America, right. So leopards, lions, crocodiles. You think of the fucking predators.
Tigers are not in Africa.
They're Asia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
People always would think, oh, Africa, tigers. There's no tigers in Africa.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of shit that'll kill you.
Yeah.
Hyenas,
my
right?
God.
So you think all these wild beasts, and then what, when we think of like safari in Africa, the dangers of safari, those are the animals you would think of. North America apparently was filled with those things.
Yeah.
They have, antelope today? You know what a North American antelope is? A pronghorn antelope? You ever seen one of those?
Yes.
Did you see them on your trip?
Yeah.
They're really
yesterday.
cool. Oh,
Yeah.
you saw one yesterday?
I did.
They're really cool,
It's
right?
actually on my Instagram.
Dude, those are prehistoric.
So if you go to my Instagram right now,
Okay.
let me
Tom Green Live? What is
check
it?
it out. At Tom Green,
At Tom Green.
my Instagram. I went, but seriously, the only reason I'm really pushing it hard here, Joe, is because I was driving down the highway yesterday and we saw these antelope and they were like really beautiful.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
And I said, whoa. And I went on the Instagram story or whatever. And I said, hey, check this out. There's this antelope. And we turned around. We drove back. We looked at them and they were beautiful. They were right
They're
there.
a really weird animal.
Yeah,
They're an
yeah.
animal that predates all the mass extinction of the North American large mammals. So like the North American large mammals, like the African lion, which was previous, but saber-toothed tiger, American cheetah. There was a cheetah that lived in America that was really fast. And
Yeah.
those cheetahs are the reason why these pronghorns are so fast.
Yeah.
They're so fast because they evolved to get away from an animal that doesn't exist anymore, but they still exist. So they can run, North American antelope can run much faster than any other animal around. So like everything else can eat shit. They take off, and those pronghorns take off, they're fucking gone, man. They're so fast. Have you ever seen them in full clip?
No, they were just standing there, but it was beautiful. Like it felt like you were kind of like, wait, this doesn't felt sort of like you were in a different
Yes.
sort of place.
They don't belong. They don't
Yeah,
belong.
yeah.
They do, obviously, they belong.
Yeah.
But they don't belong in the sense that they're from a different time. Their eyes are set on the sides of their head this really weird way where
Okay.
they can literally see almost behind them.
Okay.
So like if this is like an antelope, it's looking here, and you're over here, they see you crystal clear.
Okay.
Crystal clear. They just
Yeah.
don't see you back here.
Right.
But right here, they see you 100%. They see you 100% here. They see in a full range that we can't even comprehend because their eyeballs are out here. They don't even look like they belong here. They look like an avatar.
Why
animal.
are-
Pull up a picture of a pronghorn antelope's face.
Antelope.
Like, look at his face. There's some cool close-up ones that show how bizarre their eyes are. Like that one up, the one in the upper left-hand corner. Click on that. Get close to that.
The range,
Look at his eyes. See how wide his eyes are behind his head?
where the deer and the antelope play.
Fascinating animal. And that animal exists because
give me a home
there was a thing called a
where
North
the
American
buffalo
cheetah.
roam, and the skies are not cloudy all day.
Yeah. Antelope.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, it's
Here's a good question for you, Tom Green.
okay. Yes, sir.
We don't want animals to go extinct, right?
Yeah, right.
We don't. No one does. But
course
they
not.
do. and most of them have gone extinct. Right, we don't want anything to be extinct for sure because of humans. But animals have been going extinct since the beginning. 90% of all animals that have ever existed aren't here anymore.
Yeah.
Because there's some weird sort of a contest
Yeah.
going on with all of the animals on the planet, us included.
Yeah.
Would we be comfortable accepting the fact that we are like a dodo bird? We're some sort of a dying species.
I would be comfortable with that.
Would you be comfortable with
Yeah,
that out there in the
I
middle
would
of
be.
nowhere in your van, hanging out with Chopper?
I assume that's the case, to be honest with you.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I don't think that's bad for people. I feel the same way I feel about someone saying, "Do you want to live to be 1,000?" Like, I don't want to live to be 1,000.
That's a
but
long
I don't.
time.
But I don't want to not live to be 1,000. I like life. I like it right now.
That's
I'm
cool.
enjoying it.
It's getting a bit repetitive.
Well, you're out there in a fucking van, Tom Green, hanging out with your dog every day like Groundhog Day.
Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I agree. Yeah, it's getting a bit repetitive. But yeah, no, absolutely. I'd like to live to be 1,000's a long time. That's
1,000, you might be able to figure some shit out.
1,000's a long time.
Imagine though if you're
There's something-
1,000
there's
and you were dating 18-year-olds, what a creep you would be.
Yeah.
Would they make a new rule? Right, if you were a 1,000-year-old guy and you
I
had
don't
an
even think
18-year-old
it would
girlfriend,
be
they'll be
that
like,
interesting.
enough, you piece of shit. Doesn't matter what you look like.
I don't
right?
think it would be that. I think. Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think?
I think. Wow.
Chopper's asleep.
First of all, I'm looking at Chopper here.
I like how you changed her name.
You renamed her. You like my Swiss Army knife, Joe?
I do. You're out there out in the wilderness, man.
My
You need
dad
one of
gave me
these.
that
You could do a lot of shit with
when
this
I
thing.
was
Open cans.
When I was a kid, my dad gave me that.
Do you use it as a can opener?
I do. I have a few times.
I bet you do. I remember the first time I ever
bottle opener.
opened a can with a Swiss Army knife, the can opener one.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Were
Oh,
you
you know,
kinda
I
individual
actually
punch?
I did. I opened a can of tuna with it the other day.
It was oddly satisfying.
Because there's been a couple of nights in the last few weeks where I've been said, you know what I want to have dinner. No, what I want to have for dinner tonight. Joe?
What?
I just want to have a can of tuna and I want to go to bed.
That's
you know?
it?
Yeah.
Do you worry about like getting enough food or having food or making sure you're at a place where you can store food?
No.
Is this something you just have like a schedule? We buy food on Monday.
No. It's I just no. It's I mean. No, it's like I've been just driving around and I've there's
Shooting squirrels,
no, but
eating rabbits.
no, I have not eaten a rabbit actually.
You've never eaten a rabbit?
No, I have never. Actually.
Have you ever had frog legs?
Yes, I have.
They're pretty goddamn good.
Oh yeah.
But you haven't done any fishing where you caught a fish in this whole trip and ate it? And
So
you should do that. You should make that a priority.
yeah, for
Find
sure.
a good spot. Because there's something about catching a fish and then eating it right away.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's amazing. I did in Utah. My friend Brent, we went ice fishing. Caught a
Yeah.
rainbow trout.
Yeah.
Cooked it like a couple hours later. It's
Mhm.
magical.
Yeah.
Make you feel like you're self-sustaining out there, Tom Green.
I got a story about that.
Please.
But so I did catch a fish on this trip.
Oh, all of a sudden you caught a fish.
Yeah, but it was the first fish I caught, and it wasn't, it was a sunfish. And it wasn't like I didn't catch it too good, and it was kind of a tough situation. So I felt bad, and I just haven't fished again since then.
Oh, okay. Sunfish are good to eat, right?
I grew up when I was a kid. Those, would catch those and the perch and all.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah.
How come you decided not to cook it and keep it?
Well, no, it was this last time. It was,
The only time I know of.
It was my. I wasn't really fishing for a sunfish, I was trying to catch a bass or a trout or something.
Something larger.
Yeah, and I got a little sunfish, and it was.
You decided not to keep it.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, that's the problem with not keeping a fish. Like,
there was nothing you could do, though.
yeah.
I mean, it was just no.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Why not just keep it? Cook it.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't. I guess it could have probably.
Was it of legal size or was it tiny?
No, it was just you kind of figured, oh, okay, well, it'll probably
I thought it figured it probably would have lived, So I let it go. I released it.
A lot of catch and release fish don't live.
Yeah, I was hoping it would though. It seemed
Fishing
like
is a weird thing, man. Right?
I don't
you're
like it.
standing on the edge of a world, and you're throwing
Right.
in a trick.
So that's what I'm saying. So listen, here's the thing. Okay, so
okay.
now we're talking about this.
What are we talking about?
I did that like I was a kid. Like as a kid in Canada, I would go out onto a wharf in the middle of a lake, Lower Beverly Lake. This is where I grew up when I was a kid. Okay, check this out. This is an obscure geological place, Lower Beverly Lake, Canada. And I grew up there, and we would go out there, and me and my friends, we would catch northern pike.
I love northern pike.
Off the dock. We'd catch like 5 a day. These fish,
Awesome fish.
Fish this big. And then, you would eat them.
They taste good.
Their bones are they're like shaped like Ys. They're little Ys. And these, and
They're a little bony, like when you're
they are.
When you're eating them. You got to pick out some bones. But it's
Largemouth
worth it.
bass is like a sea bass. It's the Canadian sea bass. And that was a delicious thing.
You know what they say, that largemouth bass in particular, they taste better in cold water?
Uh-huh.
Like cold water bass, like what you would catch where you live versus what someone would catch in Florida.
Yeah.
Yours would taste better.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I don't know if that's
Did
true.
they say that? Yeah.
I've heard that. I don't know if it's true. Smallmouth bass are supposed to taste better than largemouth bass.
And so the smallmouth bass put up a better fight than the largemouth bass.
Yeah, that's what everybody says. They're more aggressive.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So you could get like a 2-pound smallmouth is going to like...
And people prefer them to eat too. The people that
Really?
eat bass, yeah, they prefer smallmouth over largemouth.
Really?
I don't know enough, but yeah, that's the word.
I di-
Smallmouth bass are supposed to taste better than largemouth
didn't-
bass.
So it's pretty crazy. And then so like, but like catfish, I've caught a few of them in my day as well.
Catfish are awesome. You ever see those people that go noodling? Would you do that?
I would do that, yeah.
Would you? You don't give a fuck about your fingers, huh?
I don't give a fuck.
What about snapping turtles, son? You ever think of that?
That
Moment Tom Green realizes his fucking hand is in the grip of a shelled dinosaur.
I can tell you, I have snapping turtle stories. I mean, I've been in front of snapping turtles as a kid, and
Right.
you realize it's like, oh, this thing's head's the size of a coconut.
It's gonna bite your dick.
Yeah, I'm staying away from that. So it's kind of pretty interesting when you're
I saw a snapping turtle when I was a kid. I was like, I was living in Florida, so I had to be between 11 and 13. And we saw the snapping turtle in the middle of the forest. We were poking at it. It was snapping at us. I was like, oh, my God. It was so big, it almost seemed like somebody's pet that they just like, fuck this thing. And they just let it go, which people do in Florida. That's why they have all those pythons everywhere. They have pythons everywhere in Florida. And they caught an 18-foot long the other day.
Yeah.
And they have alligators everywhere. And
Yeah.
when I was a kid, I saw a fucking snapping turtle. And I remember thinking, like, what?
Yeah.
Like, what is this thing doing just wandering around where people live?
But the snapping turtle is the only like kind of like weird sort of like like when you talk about crocodiles and
Have you ever seen a crocodile snapping turtle?
Mm-mm.
Jamie. Crocodile snapping turtle, son. Get ready for the next level of horror. Right? Snapping turtle has an ugly cousin. And the ugly, meaner, more demonic cousin is the alligator snapping turtle.
Okay.
Look at that fucking thing.
Wow.
Was I joking?
yeah.
Imagine that big thing is trying to bite your foot.
Okay, so that actually looks like a snapping turtle. So that's what I'm talking about.
Dude.
Yeah, so I grew up with
The one on the right is a snapping turtle.
I saw those when I was a kid.
The one on the left
I remember
is an alligator snapping
I remember
turtle.
my dad and I we were like camping on this, and this thing came up, and I was like, wow, that's like an alligator. And you're a kid, and you're in like Canada, and there's thing.
You saw one of those?
Yeah.
Where do those things live, Jamie? What's their range?
They're all over.
I've
up
never
there.
seen one of those in the wild,
It's
but
a
I would
snapping turtle.
shit my pants if I
Oh,
saw
yeah.
that fucking monster.
Oh yeah, and they swim up, and you're sitting there going like, "Well, that thing's the head's the side of a, like that could probably potentially hurt."
I saw a regular snapping turtle. The one I saw when I was a kid, it was a regular one.
Yeah.
It wasn't that big.
Yeah.
Nothing like that thing. But the
Well,
mouth on that thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Primarily southeastern U.S., Florida Panhandle to East Texas.
Wow.
Okay, well, what's a snapping turtle that's in
they're all-
Ontario?
You know what, man? I mean, like, especially, how old were you when you saw this?
I don't know. It's like 6.
Yeah. Imagine how little you are and how big that is, and your little 6-year-old memory.
Yeah.
It's probably a regular snapping turtle, but just seemed like the size of a fucking building.
So I can describe the exact scenario. Okay, check it out.
Okay.
This is what happened.
Okay.
I think about this a lot.
The snapping turtle story?
No, I think about this in my life. It's one of those beautiful memories that you think about in your life. You go, wow, that's cool. That's when you realize how the fucking world worked, you know?
Okay.
Me and my dad, we jumped in a canoe at we had a house. They had a.
Did you really jump in, or did you step in
My dad
carefully?
and I got in the canoe and we went out. We went fishing. We went fishing. We went over to the other side and we set up a tent and we camped out. And we went fishing. And we caught 2 largemouth bass and it was an amazing night. And yeah, it was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful time.
That's it?
Yeah. Oh no! So no! Sorry, yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. Actually,
Something about snapping turtles,
yeah,
right?
You're right. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you just said that's it, and you forgot the snapping turtle
No.
part.
No. Listen. This is what happened. We went out to this island.
Okay.
And I remember. Okay, so
We shaking hands?
yeah,
How drunk are you, bro?
very drunk.
All right.
Yeah. No, I'm great. I'm good.
Cheers.
I'm great. I'm good. I'm not. I'm in control. Everything.
I understand.
I'm
cheers
good.
again.
I'm good. I'm not very drunk. I'm great drunk. I'm great drunk.
You're a good man.
This is like
Tom
one of
Green.
the all-time good times ever.
Listen, you know I love you.
Like when you put it down, like in a book, you go like, "What was the best time ever?" This was the best time.
Let's give it like top 20.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
don't have to make it the best.
No,
Put
it's
so
good
much
time.
pressure on ourselves.
Good time. Yeah.
So, what's the goal for the end of this walkabout, this motor vehicle powered walkabout? When are you going to bring this boat into the dock?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna just I don't know. I'm not sure actually, to be honest with you. I don't know. I definitely am gonna go see my fam up in Canada at some point, but
Are you allowed to drive to Canada right now?
Yes.
How's that work? Because you have a double ID? Because
Yeah.
you're a fucking spy?
you're so like on. You're like very like in tune with everything, aren't you?
What do you mean?
Like it's like yeah, of course, yeah, absolutely. But you're just so like Joe, like I mean, yeah, absolutely. How are you so connected with everything?
What am I connecting with? I'm just asking you if you have a dual citizenship
I know,
passport
but it's
thing
like
where you
it's
can get
cool,
into Canada.
Like you listen to things, like because here's the thing: when you stand up, when you stand up, you're traveling around the country, and you go to all these shows, and everyone's interviewing, and everyone, but like you like really you listen and connect with people. How did you feel? How did you realize that you knew how to connect with people?
I learned how to do it. I wasn't very good at it at first.
Uh-huh.
Honestly, I'd fuck conversations up because I would talk when I shouldn't have talked. Like, you don't realize it while you're doing it. You're not trying to be an asshole. You're trying to just you have an idea in your head. You just don't know how to, you don't know how to seamlessly integrate your ideas into a conversation with someone else's ideas. There's a dance going on. And the dance is not just what you want to say. And some comedians, they do it very poorly because all they think about is what they want to say. They don't think about what you're saying. And if they don't think about what you're saying, then they're not really dance partners. They just expect you to move with them. And I've been that person before. We've all been that person before.
Uh-huh. Yes.
It's not the right way to communicate with people. So you learn over time that part of the dance is you have to like the person, you have to listen to what they say, you have to give them some love, you have to be interested in what they're saying genuinely, you have to be in tune on the same idea. So if you're telling me about an idea, I'm listening to this idea, I got to be in tune with you, the way you're thinking. I can't just be waiting to say what I want to say.
Right.
A lot of comedians are just waiting to say what they want to say. They're not trying to help you get the most out of what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Jack Benny was Johnny Carson's idol and hero, and Jack Benny would often have on all these great comedians of the day, and people would say why are you, how do you feel they're getting all the laughs, and you said yeah, but it's my show, right? It's my show, so it was like so
Well, here's the problem, man.
yeah.
That's you could look at it that way, but that doesn't help you as much, or it does. I should say, didn't help me as much as looking at it like I don't have any control currently over what's more funny in the moment, nor should I want it to be me. What I should want to do in the moment is laugh at things that are funny, and not think while I'm laughing at something that's hilarious, why am I not the funniest one in the room?
Yeah.
You can't think like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't do you or the moment any good. And it certainly doesn't do the person who's got a really funny thing to say.
Yeah.
Like when you grow up in stand-up, because a lot of like what my growth in stand-up is hanging out with Joey Diaz. When you're hanging out with Joey Diaz, you're always the second funniest person, no matter who you are. Yeah. He's just the funniest guy that's ever lived. So like that helped too. Is being around Joey, you're never thinking, I have to be the funniest.
Yeah.
You just, all you're thinking of is like, let Joey be as funny as he can.
Yeah.
And then just do yourself. But your job when you're around someone like Joey is just let him be as funny as he can. Just give him as much encouragement as you can give him. Let him be as funny as he can. Because when you're encouraging him, he's free.
Yeah.
He's supported, he's loved, and he's free. And then he becomes
So
the funniest guy that
that
ever
probably gave
lived.
you a lot of freedom though, because then you could like fuck around in you know, like, and just be hilarious in that area where he was carrying a lot of that energy, right?
Well, you could also
Did
just
he kind of give you a
enjoy
sort of a
it.
support system? Like he created a nice support energy. Like this was the area that you grew up in with
Well,
him. You know?
you all feed
Yeah.
off each other for sure.
Yeah.
Like everyone feeds off of everyone's particular thing that they're really really good at or success that they're having. Everyone feeds off of it. It's
Yeah.
everyone works it in together. But there was a thing about Joey where he was so funny and so ridiculous that he made other things more ridiculous. He made other people's bits more ridiculous because he was so far into I don't give a fuck land.
Yeah.
He was so down the road that you were yelling at him, "Where are you going?"
Yeah.
And he was like, "Come on, cocksucker, follow me." He was so far ahead.
Right,
He was so
right.
deep into I don't give a fuck land.
Right.
That like my point is with all things, whether it's with podcasting or with stand-up comedy or with martial arts or with basically anything you do, we're all a mix of all the people that we've met and their influence as well as who we are and what our own expression is. But we're a mix of all these other people and all these there's so many fucking people that influence you. We're not autonomous. We're not alone. We're never. And that's good and bad. You know, the bad part is people know that they can influence you because they know that you're not alone. That's where bad comments come into play. The only reason why it's like a negative thing is because it makes you feel bad. And the only reason why it makes you feel bad is because that's the intention of the person who's doing it. Like it's a thing that people do because we aren't all alone. We can reach out blindly and infect each other and hurt each other and smash it. We can do it. We can reach out blindly because we're weirdly connected in some way that we want to ignore.
Yeah.
That's why it hurts when you read shitty comments.
Yeah.
Because we're weirdly connected in some previously not completely
And
understood
you could
way.
just decide to not look at them?
Yes. Just like you can decide to work out. Just like you can decide to drink only water for a month. Just like you can decide to eat only ribeye steaks for a month. Just like you can decide to run a mile a day for a month.
Yeah.
Just like you can do 1,000 push-ups a month. You can do whatever the fuck you want, Tom Green.
Yeah.
You just have to decide that's what you're doing.
I can do 1,000 push-ups a
I
month.
bet you could.
I can.
That's the key. The key is for sure you could. That's not that much.
I mean, I'm not sure if I could this month, but maybe next month. Maybe.
Well, 1,000, that's 100 a day for 10 days. That's not that bad.
Okay, maybe next month.
You could do 1,000 pretty easy. You
I
know,
could probably do 10 push-ups.
you got to do what? 33 a day? 33
I
a
could
day is
probably do
1,000
10
in a month?
push-ups.
33. 33 push-ups
How
a
many
day.
can I do push-ups right now?
Sure, you could. But why would we do that? I mean, how drunk are you that we're really going to bring
Pretty
ourselves
drunk.
to that?
I'm pretty drunk.
Plus, this podcast is like 8 hours old, right? How many hours is it, Jamie? 4:15.
Be funny. It'd be funny to do something.
Gone along.
Be funny
To do push-ups?
It'd be funny at this
I
point.
don't think it would be.
Okay, all right.
But I understand.
All right.
I understand
won't
where you're
do it.
coming from. Cheers. So that's how do we get to that? About push-ups and
I'm just
getting up in the morning. Where did that come from?
check it out. I'm gonna do something. Okay.
No.
Watch.
Let's end this. Close it. Close it down, Jamie. He's gonna do something. He's gonna regret. No, you can if you want. I'm just joking. You
How
want
many
to do push-ups?
Yeah, let me do some.
Okay.
Come on.
What are you gonna do? There won't be a camera on you though.
Charlie's chilling.
How many push-ups are you gonna try to do?
Let's see if I can do
Don't
10.
hurt yourself.
Let's see if I can do 10.
Okay, that's reasonable.
See if
I like what he said. He said, "Let's see if I can do 10."
Let's
That's
see
a
if I can do
very
10.
reasonable thing to say.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Okay.
All right, let's see. Ready? 1. Tom Green, ladies and gentlemen. He will be appearing at a truck stop near you. If you're in upper northern Utah near the trailhead, holla at him. He has a podcast. It's oh my God, what were those noises? Oh, that was her. Oh my God, your dog was shaking her ears. A flop, flop, flop. I thought it was your back cracking.
I just did 10 push-ups.
Congratulations. I literally thought that was your back cracking.
No.
I was like,
Charlie
he's gonna
came up to
die,
see it. Okay.
and it's gonna be my fault that I didn't stop him.
Oh, Charlie.
Chopper, bro. Her name is Chopper.
Chopper. Yeah. No, Joe. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Tom Green. Listen, thank you originally for inspiring me, because you really did. The day that Red Band and I went to your studio and I saw your house and how you had it set up, that was one of the first seeds that and I was on Fear Factor back then. But I remember wandering around your place, how you had it set up, and you were very gracious and very hospitable and took us around. You were an awesome host, and you were so happy that you did this. You wanted to show everybody. It was a cool thing, because it was like we left there going, God, first of all, goddamn, how nice is Tom Green? We both said that. And they were like, how cool is what he's doing? Like, it made me think that could be done. Like,
So Red Band and I, we were in. So Red Band, and
he's moving here.
Yeah, I know.
Woo!
I knew that. Yeah. You guys are like taking over Austin, right?
No, we don't want to take over anything.
We
We just happen to be
love
moving
it here,
here.
right?
Yes,
you
love
love
it here.
this place.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying in a positive way. You love it. You love
Yeah,
Austin.
we do love it. When we saw your place, dude, with the servers and the fucking, he had these. You got to think, what year was it that you were doing this?
So Red Band and I were in San Diego.
In your house. What year were you doing it?
Oh, 2004?
2005.
5, maybe.
So you have to think, folks, it's not possible to do this show with YouTube. It's not possible to do this show with, there's no social media to speak of. You can't really stream anywhere. So Tom Green decides to do a website where you can stream it from a website. Like, you were miles ahead.
So it's like when I was saying about my dad earlier, right? My dad was a tank commander, right? And so in the Canadian military, when he was finished doing the tank, he was working tank commanding. He was working with the Department of National Defense and computers, right? COBOL computers. So it's just kind of like computers have always been around up in Canada. So
But it wasn't just computers, dude. It was the idea to do a show on the internet. I even met with the people that you were working with back then. Remember, you were working with like a group of people that hosted the website and did all the logistics and everything.
Yeah.
I met with them in Denver.
Oh yeah.
But I remember thinking, I don't have the time for this. This is too much. I don't want. I was thinking about this. No, this is not. For whatever reason, I wasn't ready for doing it. And then we started doing some stuff on Justin TV, and then we eventually went to Ustream, and then it went to iTunes and YouTube.
Because it was a very obscure space back then. There was there wasn't many people even thinking about it, but it was still kind of.
But it was 100% inspired by you. 100%. It was inspired by you and inspired by Opie and Anthony. You because you did it on your own, and Opie and Anthony because they created The Hang. And then Anthony Cumia did a show in his house called Live from the Compound, where he would like play karaoke holding a machine gun. He had a green screen behind him. It was madness.
Okay.
Madness. And he was doing it by himself. He was just having fun, being silly.
Right.
And he did it, I believe he was on Ustream. I believe Live from the Compound was on Ustream. And he had beer taps in his house. So he'd be drinking Guinness on tap, singing, having a fucking party. And he was doing that all on the side. And then Sirius XM decided they didn't like it because he was on the Opie and Anthony show. And they were like, listen, you can't do that too. And he was like, but it's just an advertisement for my show. It's not hurting anybody. And they didn't want him to do it. And then it became like a big sticking point. And then eventually he wound up doing Compound Media. But Live from the Compound was the original show. So those are in order, the things that influenced me to do the podcast.
Yeah.
Number one, your show. Number two, Opie and Anthony. They're both interchangeable because they're both around the same time. And then after that, Live from the Compound. Because I remember seeing that going, oh, okay. Because this can be done way cheaper than what Tom Green is doing. I'm like, what Tom Green is doing requires businesses to get involved. But what Live from the Compound was doing on Ustream, he just spent a lot of money and developed his own studio. He put his own green screen. He had his own professional microphones like this kind of set up. But he did it all. He was the pioneer. Anthony Cumia was doing it in his house, in his basement, way before everybody else.
Why do you think it is? We just happened to be on the edge of the time when it became like, oh, there was an opportunity to actually speak out and have your own opinion, right? Before that.
Well, also we got super lucky with platforms. Like you didn't get super lucky, but I got super lucky that I met you. And I'm not bullshitting because you decided to do it yourself.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking like, oh, this can be done. Like you have to sometimes see someone do it.
Yeah.
See someone's house where you had your living room with fucking all these cables run from these servers all the way to your machine. I remember that. I was like, oh my God, this is nuts.
It's like my van right now, by the way.
It was like a TV studio.
You got to come
like,
check out my van, man.
If you go to film, like
I got cables in the van.
I believe you.
I'm running cables. I'm proud of the way the cables are running the van.
If you were going to the Kimmel show and
Yeah.
you were watching how they film it, there's cables on the ground, there's cameras, they're on dollies, and people are moving shit around. I'm like, your fucking house looked like a set. And I was like, oh, he can do it himself. Then I'm like, I remember thinking, this is not ready yet, but there's going to be something that happens out of this. And I remember thinking, I remember we talked about it.
Yeah.
There's a video of you and I talk about it, saying, you're right. Like, you got it nailed.
Yeah.
Me, I'm sitting on your couch.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Tom Green, you're doing this right. Fuck all these executives and all these people telling you what to do and what to say. They get in the way.
Yeah.
The people that are important, the people that the folks at home, what they want to listen to is what's coming out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Whether you're right or wrong, whether it's good or bad, they want it to be you. And as soon as you have a bunch of people chiming in and a bunch of fucking people that aren't, and you're not even talking about writers or creative folks, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about business people that are doing it just based simply on whether or not they think it can be more successful.
If you want to keep doing this, if you want to keep being,
You were the first guy to figure out how to do it without those people. And I remember sitting in your living room right by your desk going, whoa, all right. I remember thinking, look at this. Tom Green figured it out. And I remember thinking this is going to be a path, but it wasn't ready yet. I was like, there's just not enough people have the bandwidth to watch it. Not enough people understand what it is. It was a small window.
Yeah.
But it made me very interested.
I'm pausing for a moment, and I'm bringing myself back to that time, and I remember that day. Like, it's so cool, man. How long ago was that?
It's a long time, my friend.
How long ago was that?
17 years.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah,
I rember being in there.
And it was cool. And I
he's got
appreciated
it. He's got it. He's figured it out.
You came up and there was you talked to Entertainment Tonight or something was there that one
Yeah,
night,
that's right. They were there, and I was saying that it's the future.
There was a video on Entertainment Tonight from like what year was that?
19. Well, it had to be 2003.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's a video.
Video from
That's
2000.
it. That's it. My house. That's my living room right there.
Let's hear
That's
this.
what I'm talking about. This is my living room.
I was talking the same stupid shit even back then.
That's my living room, and that's still my house today.
Wow. Look at your house, dude.
Yeah.
I made them eat my own poo?
Yeah. I don't have the TV studio.
Maybe I blacked out.
I actually
But
watching an episode of Fear
I
Factor.
threw up watching it once at home.
I bet you it was the same episode.
Probably not.
Was it when they put the frozen rats in
Dude, this is basically a podcast. We were doing a podcast back in 2003.
This is really early. What year? This was yeah. So,
dude, this is you and me 17 years ago.
oh my gosh. Wow, holy shit, that was you? I didn't even recognize you.
Beautiful dark beard. Look how dark. I look so silky smooth.
Yeah, there you go. And you said all this cool stuff, and you were like, you were hosting Fear Factor then, I think, right?
Yeah, I just started doing Fear Factor.
Yeah.
But I remember thinking when I was there, like, you got it nailed.
But that's still my
You
house.
can't play it because if you play it, like, it'll get pulled, even though it's me talking.
No, you can't.
Yeah. No, it's probably Access Hollywood. It's probably their video.
That photo of that older gentleman in the background, I took that photo when I was in college.
Who is he?
So when I was in college, we had to go do an assignment, go take some photos. So I went out in the streets of Toronto, and
You just met that gentleman?
yeah, it was in the city of Toronto.
Do you remember his name?
I do not know. No, I was one of.
You want to call him something? You want to call him Harry?
Let's call him Harry.
Harry. Thank you, Harry.
No, but I was just a guy. Oh, look at there you are, Joe.
Look at you, fella. Look at
Wow.
your place.
That's cool.
Look at you, TomGreen.com. Look at back when TVs had those
That's
big
still
ass
my
thick
house, by the way.
bezels.
Though. Isn't that funny? That's still where.
Let the haters and fucking stalkers know they can still find you.
But it's kind of funny that
It's kind of funny that it was 17 years ago, my friend.
Yeah.
And here we are. We're still basically
Right?
doing the same kind of thing.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
Yeah.
It's so cool, man. I appreciate it. I really do.
I appreciate it,
love
too.
what you guys are doing. And Jamie, I'm so glad you're doing good and you're feeling
COVIDed
better.
out. Yeah. He felt bad for about 14 hours.
Yeah.
And even then, it wasn't that bad.
I'm glad you're
He's
not
lucky.
Feeling too
Despite
bad.
what Donnell Rawlings thinks, he's very strong, very fit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you? And
Inside joke,
Yeah.
Tom Green slipped right by you.
no, but I'm glad he's doing good.
He's great. Yeah, he was only sick for a little bit.
That's great.
We didn't even think he really had it. We thought he had some sort of allergies.
Yeah.
Got lucky.
My gosh. Well, listen, this is amazing.
Tom Green, stay gold, pony boy.
Joe.
It's always good hanging out with you, my friend.
Joe.
And again, thank you for everything. Thank you for being one of the most important
Joe.
initial inspirations.
I
for
love
me to
you,
do this
Joe.
I love you too, Tom.
I love
Green.
you.
I love you too.
Okay.
I really do.
I love you. I
always do.
appreciate it.
You're always been a
And-
good guy.
yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
I've known you for 2 decades now.
Well,
you've always been super cool.
Likewise. Thank you. Thank
My
you.
pleasure.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it. And
We've known each other a long time, man. That's kind of crazy when you stop and think about it.
yeah.
It's a long time, Tom Green. But I appreciate you very much, and everything I'm saying is sincere. You were one of the most absolutely important inspirations for me.
Well,
You did
you're
it, dude.
a class act, Joe Rogan.
You did it, dude, before anybody, and I'm glad you're still doing it. So tell everybody about your podcast you're doing right now.
Yeah, I
currently.
can go the Tom Green interview. Google that in quotes. The Tom Green interview. That's going to bring you directly to the current show that I'm doing, and it's I love. First of all, I love what you do, Joe. I love what you do. I love interviewing people. I do really love sitting down with somebody.
It's fun, right?
And talking to them and getting into their mind and asking them what they're up to and how they think and really getting into it. So I love it. And so I just said Kenny Hotz is on my show this week. Kenny Hotz from Kenny versus Spenny, one of the Canadian legendary.
This is all on TomGreen.com.
Yeah, it's on.
And so this is on TomGreen.com. Is there any of the links to the videos that you do, the van life videos on TomGreen.com?
Yeah, they're just all good. If you go to my YouTube channel, just go to youtube.com/Tom Green.
All right.
Just go there. That's where I'm putting all the videos. That
This
I've been
was a
shooting,
nice
so.
long one. We did about
Joe,
4.5 hours, I think, right?
Yeah.
How about that?
how
4.5
long has
hours.
it been?
No peeing.
How long
Neither
was
are
it?
You nor mine. 4.5 hours, dude.
What?
Yeah, you got brain damage? He got hit. In the middle of the podcast, one of those whiskey shots just fucking clipped, and he woke up in the middle of the fight. Like, what round is it?
All right.
4.5 hours, Tom Green.
All right. Well, listen.
I take a lot of supplements. I can burn through alcohol pretty fucking quick, son. Glutathione, liposomal glutathione.
What's that? What is that?
It's a very powerful antioxidant that allows your body to process alcohol more quickly.
Okay. Luda. What? Wait. Lutathione. What?
Glutathione. You want liposomal glutathione, so that your liver's like. There is actually no. All bullshit aside, there's actually a doctor that I'm very good friends with, Dr. Mark Gordon, who brought it up on a podcast, and some guy tried to dispute it. We wound up Googling it. It turns out liposomal glutathione in particular. Liposomal is just a different. Liposomal is controversial in that there's some people that don't believe it's a more effective way of getting glutathione into your system, but some people think it does. I'm not qualified to have that argument, but I know that glutathione has been shown to help your body process alcohol more quickly. How much more quickly? That's up to debate, and I don't think there's ever been any real long-term peer-reviewed studies on drunks where you give them glutathione, you give their twin glutathione, and you find out who recovers quicker with the same amount of food in their body, same amount of rest, same amount of stress in their life.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but allegedly, glutathione, all those caveats and disclaimers aside, glutathione helps your body process alcohol more quickly. That's true, right?
Glutathione.
Yeah,
Glutathione.
Glutathione. I think
Glutathione.
I want to say it's an amino acid. Glutathione.
Glutathione.
What is glutathione? It is. It's an antioxidant.
Okay.
That's what it is.
All right.
What is it, Jamie?
Went too far. My recording stopped.
Oh, the recording stopped. We went too far.
That's
we
all right.
broke the show, Tom Green. How about that? Is anything recording right now?
That's right.
Okay. It's back.
Yeah, it just hits a limit once we go to
Fucking break
we
it. Break that
broke
shit.
the show. The show has gone so long. Tom Green and I broke the show.
Yeah.
Glutathione is an antioxidant in
All right.
plants, animals, fungi, and some bacteria. I don't know what that word is. Archaea? Anyway, glutathione is capable of preventing damage to important cellular components caused by reactive oxygen species such as free radicals, peroxides, lipid peroxides, and heavy metals.
Glutathione.
And can you Google glutathione and alcohol and
Glutathione.
hangovers? That's the thing. I think glutathione is supposed to be a really good thing to take when you're in the middle of recovering from a hangover.
That is wild stuff.
Wild stuff. Alpha lipoic acid. Alpha lipoic acid is a potent antioxidant. On its own, it helps your body produce glutathione. Take about 400 milligrams before you start drinking. And acetylcysteine, NAC, is a precursor to glutathione and a great nutrient for liver support. Take 600 milligrams of NAC before you start drinking.
Okay.
Those are like dedicated drunks. They're like, before I start drinking, I'm going to carb load. I'm going to fill up with liquid.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine drank with Jean-Claude Van Damme once.
Wow.
And he said Jean-Claude Van Damme would drink, but he would bring a gallon of water. So he had a gallon of water with him. Like a giant jug of water. So he'd drink, and they would take a
So he knew how to, like...
Yeah. He said he was super impressed. He was like, whoa. Like, this guy is a professional partier. So he would be drinking, but he would also downing this gigantic bottle of water. He kept pissing.
That's all you got to do is hydrate.
He kept hydrated the entire time. He said he was so blown away by it. He's like, I can't believe this guy.
Why did nobody ever tell me that?
You didn't hang out with Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh, my gosh.
You got to party with JC
times,
VD.
The amount of nights you could have probably survived if you just drank a little more water, huh?
Here's something embarrassing. You know the Volvo commercial where Jean-Claude Van Damme does the splits between two trucks? Yeah. I don't know if that's real, and I've questioned whether or not it's real, but I know it's not real.
Okay.
I know they would never spend... Do you know how much money you would have to...
But the concept is real.
I'm sure he's really capable of doing the splits.
No, but it's the idea of it is probably almost better than the ability to do it.
No.
Thinking of it is cool.
No, it's crazy. You're trusting your life to these two trucks, and then they got to push together. Get the fuck out of here.
You don't think that he did that?
I don't think he did that.
Oh, really?
No. I think if he fell, he would be a dead man.
Are we breaking news right here?
I think if he fell, he'd be a dead man, and I don't think they would ever do that without a harness. I just don't believe it. I think it's CGI. But he's most certainly capable of doing that if the trucks could be so specific in their movements that they never separated and that he had time to strengthen his legs at like 50-plus years of age.
I don't have the video of it, but it says there's a Wikipedia. 3 days of rehearsals was made in one single take. He was protected by a hidden safety harness.
I believe it happened.
Not visible,
hidden safety harness. Okay. Well, that
I
makes
thought
sense.
it happened, but
that makes sense. The hidden safety harness, now I believe it. He's definitely capable of doing it. Have you ever seen it?
Yeah, I watched it, yeah.
Let's watch one more time.
I thought it happened.
Let's end on this.
But
well, now we know it did happen. They just hit a safety. They probably CGI'd the safety harness or something. But he's most certainly capable of doing those kind of splits.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at it.
Going backwards.
Oh, they're going backwards. Where's the safety harness, I wonder?
No, you definitely can't see it. There's also a little platform you can't see, I think, where his feet are on to help that.
Oh, okay.
That don't exist.
I like what's Globetrotter? What is that? That's the... Oh, that's cool.
So they're
Yeah.
very, very slowly moving backwards.
25 miles an hour.
This is a cool
And then-
shot,
but
actually.
look at this. Look
This
at
is
this.
Very cool. Very, 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 very cool. Check
Look how
this
they
out.
spread.
Yeah.
That's right where my
Yeah.
balls break off and fly away.
I kept that line. See how they're marking that? That
Yeah.
one stays right
Look
on
at that.
line. And then
Can
the
you
line
believe that?
there.
I know, but the fact they're doing it going backwards,
Oh, yeah,
that's
yeah.
bananas.
Yeah.
So his weight is not being supported by his ankles there. That's the only thing that's preposterous. Because it seems he has no strain at all. It's not preposterous that he could get into that position, but there's a difference between getting into that position and doing it in between two chairs. Like people do it in between
So
two
you
chairs.
don't think that's real?
No, you can do it.
Yeah.
You can do it in between two chairs.
Okay.
People can do it. They've definitely done it.
Do you think
But
that's
it's-
real?
I think he definitely did it. He's definitely capable of doing that. I
is
think
that
he was
real or is that
supported,
CGI?
supported by some sort of a safety harness. The question is
Okay.
whether or not
but
that's
still.
this
But like
question-
the image you're looking at is him
Yes.
supported by a safety harness.
yes, 100%. Yeah,
And then CGI'd out.
This
But,
says that
or,
they-
or, or whatever,
so he
like
didn't fall.
chroma keyed out or whatever the hell they fucking
the safety
call it.
harness is just so he didn't fall. They're saying.
See,
Jamie's saying.
I believe that too.
I would imagine it would
I
take a
believe that
little.
too.
I would imagine it would take a little bit of the weight off, and I think that would help his ankles.
Yeah, well, this,
Okay.
I mean, the PR
Wait,
guy
sorry.
said the stunt is
the
real.
PR guy can
Yeah,
eat
I know.
a whole bag o. He can eat a whole bag o because PR guys are always honest. The point is, it's way more difficult to support yourself in that position if you're being held on each ankle. If all your weight is being pressed,
Right.
he's probably 170 pounds or something like that. All his weight is on both of those ankles,
Yeah.
out extended like that. That's very difficult to do. It's not easy. So for him to just be sitting there all calm and stretched out like that and to do it over a long... I've seen people do it in between chairs, but they don't do it for very long. Yeah. It's not something you want to do while two trucks are driving.
I mean, this is just what they're saying, and everything I can find that his feet were not connected, so his feet were able to be moved, and that harness was only in case he fell, and they only did it that one time.
Well, I mean, if he has enough support, again, if they only did it for a couple of seconds, he has enough support where his ankles. I mean, he 100% can do that and has done that his whole life, where he suspends himself in a split over two chairs. A lot of guys do it. My only question would be like, how long can you hold that spot? I'm good, dude. How long can you hold that spot? Have you ever seen a guy do that?
A little more. One more tap.
No, you drink a whole bottle of whiskey.
Just a little sip.
Just settle down.
No? Okay.
Have you ever seen those videos where people do that?
Yeah. I was gonna say that maybe if they would have said it was a camera trick and it was
Cheers.
just like high speed
Cheers.
and they just slowed it down.
No,
Using
man.
You got
it for
oh,
4
you got more.
seconds or
You,
something.
have some more.
Yeah, that was
Yes.
real
What's one more
footage
time?
Okay.
or,
One more tap.
little bit.
One more tap. That's all I'm saying.
time footage. Seems like it was real.
No, I'm sure he can do that.
Yeah.
If they really did do that with those two trucks, that's even more impressive. I assume that they CGI'd
Still
it,
Austin. That is.
but I
so
assume
good.
that he did do the
I
splits.
finally found the making of them. Let's see if I can find
right, here we
it.
go.
The fucking
We're going to end with this. Shout out to Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh my
doesn't
gosh.
show it.
Doesn't show it. That's it. Tom Green, it's over. Show's 18 hours long. People falling
Hey,
asleep
Joe,
at the
let's get-
wheel.
Joe, I
Thanks,
love you,
buddy.
man.
I love
Thank
you too.
And I honestly, I really do want to say, I'm so proud of you and congratulations. You've just done some. It's just amazing to see how great this is you're doing, and I love you, man. And
I love you too, buddy. And
I appreciate you, like you know, being cool all these years.
I appreciate you
you've
being
always been
cool, too.
Every time I meet you, you've always been cool.
and
know?
you have with me as well, man. And that's why
Yeah.
we're good friends to this day.
Yeah.
And again, thank you, because your doing your show was one of the very first things that inspired me to do this. 100%. Absolutely. You're the fucking man. Tom Green, ladies and gentlemen, check out his Tom Green podcast.
Tom Green interview and
of course the Van Life, which
yeah.
is on YouTube, tomgreen.com. Much respect, my brother. Love you. Goodbye, ladies and gentlemen, and
everybody.
non-gender, non-binary people.
Hey, everybody.
Mwah, 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 mwah.